So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter become Lord. So this is a movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos on this channel, so do check out. Now without wasting any more time, let's jump back right into the video.
Harry Potter had nightmares often enough that he no longer trusted the word nightmare to mean anything. Nightmares were supposed to be fragments, sharp, ugly things stitched together from fear and memory. They were supposed to break apart when you woke, supposed to leave behind the fading taste of panic and little else. Voldemort's visions had taught Harry that much. Those dreams came with familiar pieces: green light, high cold laughter, the metallic smell of blood, the sickening certainty that something horrible had happened or was about to. This was not like that. This dream was too complete. He stood in a plain of gold that moved like an ocean, though no wind touched it. Each blade of grass was thin as a needle and bright as hammered metal, and when it bent beneath an unseen tide, the entire world whispered in a language Harry did not know but somehow felt in his bones. The sky above had no sun. It should have been dark, but it was not dark. It glowed with the strange, mournful light of a world illuminated by something dead and divine, and in the distance, not in the distance, everywhere, a colossal tree so large it broke the idea of scale. It rose beyond the horizon, beyond reason, beyond anything human eyes should have been able to understand. Its trunk was broader than mountains. Its branches spread across the heavens like veins of molten gold. But it was wrong. It was beautiful in the same way a cathedral struck by lightning was beautiful. Holy, burning, and wounded all at once. The tree was rotting from within. Harry could see the glow moving through its trunk like blood through cracked glass. Whole sections of its bark had blackened and split. Golden fire pulsed under the surface in slow, labored breaths, as if the thing were trying very hard not to die in front of him. He was not alone. He never saw anyone. He never heard footsteps. But the plain around him carried the awful certainty of being watched by something vast and patient. Not a predator crouched in the dark. Something worse. Something that did not need to hide. He looked down. His school shoes were gone. He was barefoot on the golden field, and the light beneath his feet did not burn him. Instead, it rose around his ankles in thin, curling streams, like mist remembering how to be liquid. His scar pulsed once. Pain lanced through his forehead. Not the usual pain. Not the hot, knife-like stab that meant Voldemort was angry or near or thinking of murder with unusual enthusiasm. This was deeper, stranger, as though something behind the scar, something folded shut for years, had shifted and found there was no more room. Harry pressed a hand to it and felt the skin there twitch under his fingers. Then the voice spoke. It did not come from the sky or the earth or from behind him. It arrived inside everything at once, the grass, the air, his bones, the ache in his scar. Rise, Tarnished. Harry turned in a slow circle, heart thundering, no one, the plain rippled. Far away, the burning tree shed a storm of golden leaves that drifted across the horizon like sparks from a dying sun. The Erd-tree awaits your kindling. The pain in his scar exploded. Harry woke with a strangled gasp and sat bolt upright in bed, clutching his forehead so hard his nails bit his skin. Darkness pressed against him from every side. His small room at Privet Drive was dim and cramped and very real, moonlight leaking through the curtains in thin blue bands. The familiar shape of the wardrobe crouched against the wall. His school trunk sat near the foot of the bed, dented in one corner from Dudley once trying to sit on it out of spite. The air smelled faintly of dust and stale summer heat. Harry dragged in breath after breath. For a few seconds he could not move. His scar was still hurting. That alone made cold unease crawl down his spine. Usually when he woke from one of Voldemort's visions, the pain faded quickly, like an echo retreating into the distance. This remained. It was not a stab now, but a pressure, geometric and wrong, as if invisible fingers were trying to pry the scar open along lines that did not belong to flesh. He swung his legs off the bed and fumbled for his glasses on the bedside table. His fingers knocked against the cracked alarm clock Aunt Petunia had left in the room because she couldn't stand the look of it anywhere else. He found the glasses, shoved them on, and stumbled to the mirror fixed to the back of the door. His reflection looked pale and irritated and too thin. His hair still stood up in every direction. There were shadows under his eyes. The lightning bolt scar sat on his forehead exactly where it always had, dark and narrow and slightly raised. Harry leaned closer. For a moment he thought he imagined it. Then he saw it again. Not light, exactly. More like the scar was holding onto light. Along the edges of the old mark, something faint glimmered and vanished, a thin gold trace that flickered when he moved his head. If he'd blinked at the wrong moment, he might have missed it. He froze. The room was silent except for the hum of summer insects beyond the window. Harry touched the scar again. The ache pulsed once beneath his fingers, answering him. "What are you?" he whispered. Nothing answered, but the question did not feel foolish. It felt late. Downstairs, a floorboard creaked. Uncle Vernon was probably on his way to the toilet, muttering to himself about the state of the country and boys who slept too long. Harry straightened at once, stepping back from the mirror on instinct. Years of privet drive had carved certain responses into him deeper than thought. He stood there in the dark for another minute, listening. No more sounds. Slowly, he looked back at his reflection. The gold was gone. He considered reaching for his wand. It lay tucked beneath his pillow out of habit more than necessity. But what would he do? Pointed at himself. Cast revealing charms until he woke the entire house. Send Hedwig with a letter to Sirius saying, "Hello, I'm fairly sure my scar is glowing in a way that feels older than murder. Any ideas?" The urge to laugh almost came and didn't. He returned to bed, but sleep did not. Whenever he shut his eyes, he saw the tree again. Not merely a tree, the tree burning from within, waiting, and that word, tarnished. Harry had no idea what it meant. Yet by the time dawn pushed gray light across his window, one truth had settled in his chest with grim certainty. The dream had not felt like a warning. It had felt like a summons. The rest of the summer crawled. Privet Drive had always been a place where time went sour. The days felt overripe, swollen with heat and routine until each hour stuck to the next. Dudley clomped through the house with all the grace of an angry rhino. Uncle Vernon shouted at the television as if politicians could hear him through the set. Aunt Petunia polished already clean surfaces with the vindictive concentration of someone trying to scrub a memory out of existence. Harry kept to his room whenever possible. That was not unusual. What was unusual was the mirror. Twice more, late at night, he saw the same strange glimmer around his scar, always when the room was darkest. Always when he had just woken from dreams he could not fully remember, except for gold and fire and the impossible silhouette of branches spread across a dead sky. The pain changed, too. It no longer flared like a cursed scar. It unfolded. That was the only word Harry could find for it. The ache came in angles. Sometimes he would be halfway through packing school things or feeding Hedwig and suddenly freeze, gritting his teeth as the old lightning mark seemed to push against his skin from the inside, as if trying to become a shape more complicated than the one it had been given. He told no one. Not Sirius, because Sirius was already burdened enough and likely to charge into the ministry or Grimmauld Place, or both demanding answers no one had. Not Ron, because Ron would worry loudly and immediately suggest Fred and George as a solution to an eldritch forehead problem, which somehow felt unlikely to help. Not Hermione, because Hermione would ask clever, terrifying questions Harry wasn't ready to hear. And perhaps most honestly of all, he told no one because some part of him wanted to keep it. That thought bothered him. It ought to have frightened him more than it did. Strange pain. Strange dreams. Strange golden light leaking from the most cursed bit of him. Any sensible person would have wanted it gone. Harry wanted to understand it before anyone tried to take it away. By the time he boarded the Hogwarts Express for his 5th year, he was carrying that secret as carefully as he carried his wand. Close, hidden, and too important to let slip. The train should have felt comforting. Usually it did. Even in darker years, the journey to Hogwarts held a kind of fragile relief. He was leaving Privet Drive behind. He was returning to the only place in the world that had ever come close to feeling like home. This year, however, as the train rolled through the countryside, Harry found himself staring out the window not at the passing fields but at his own reflection in the glass. Every now and then, just when the light caught wrong, he thought he saw something in his scar. A line branching where no line should be, a suggestion of shape. He blinked, and it was a scar again. Hermione noticed his distraction by the second hour. "You haven't insulted any of Ron's chocolate frog theories in 20 minutes, she said from behind a pile of books. "That's deeply abnormal." "I haven't got the energy," Harry muttered. Ron sprawled across the seat opposite with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans scattered around him like evidence of poor judgment, looked personally offended. "For your information, if Dumbledore fought Grindelwald on top of a mountain in a thunderstorm, that absolutely improves the duel." "It was already historically important," Hermione said. "Yes, but was it dramatically important?" Harry snorted despite himself, which seemed to satisfy both of them. The conversation rolled on. Ron moved to Quidditch. Hermione moved to homework. Outside, England blurred past in shades of green and gold. Gold! Harry stiffened. There, far out across the fields, something had flashed, not sunlight. Not really. The sky was overcast and the light too flat for that. But for one heartbeat, he had seen a shimmer lying low over the land, like heat haze except brighter, cleaner, threaded with the same impossible gold he saw in the mirror at night. He pressed a hand to the window. The shimmer vanished. "You all right?" Ron asked. Harry looked back at him. "Fine." Hermione's eyes narrowed in the particular way that meant she knew perfectly well he wasn't, but was deciding, for now, to let him make a fool of himself privately. Harry was absurdly grateful. By the time the castle came into view beneath the darkening sky, huge and lit from within, his pulse had settled, mostly. Hogwarts rose from the cliffside like it had been carved there by certainty itself. Towers, turrets, long walls of ancient stone, black windows kindling gold one by one as evening thickened around the lake. Boats cut across the water below carrying first years in nervous clusters. The air smelled of damp earth and wood smoke and September. Home, Harry thought. And then, unbidden, not the only one, the thought hit him so hard he nearly stopped walking. He turned sharply, scanning the grounds, the castle, the dark line of the forbidden forest. Nothing looked wrong. Students streamed toward the entrance in noisy knots, robes snapping in the wind. Professor McGonagall stood near the doors like order given human form. The giant front doors stood open, welcoming them into light and warmth and the echoing safety of familiar halls. Yet for one strange moment, Harry had the terrifying sense that Hogwarts was not merely old, it was listening. The year began as years at Hogwarts always did. Announcements, murmurs, shifting alliances, gossip, homework delivered with suspicious speed, and an immediate return to the ancient student tradition of complaining about all of it. Harry should have settled back into rhythm. Instead, the dreams followed him. They came more often now, though not every night, always the same plane, always the same dead gold light. Sometimes the tree stood distant and silent. Sometimes it seemed closer. Once he dreamed he was walking toward it and saw black cracks spreading through its trunk like veins of dried ink beneath molten glass. Each time he woke with his scar aching in that same deep, folding way. Each time the mirror showed the golden trace. He began sleeping less. Ron noticed first, though in Ron's case noticing took the form of complaining that Harry kept kicking his trunk in the dormitory because he insisted on standing awake in the dark at ridiculous hours. Hermione noticed second and more dangerously. By the second week of term, she cornered him after breakfast with all the brisk inevitability of an investigation, deciding it had enough evidence to make an arrest. "You're exhausted," she said. "I'm fine. You say that exactly like someone who is not fine." Harry stabbed at his toast. "Maybe I'm just having a miserable time." "You've had miserable times before. This one is different." He looked up. There was no accusation in her face, only concern sharpened by intelligence that somehow made it worse. Before he could think of a lie good enough to survive more than 2 seconds under Hermione Granger's gaze, Dean shouted something from across the table about Seamus losing a bet to a staircase. The moment cracked. Hermione looked over despite herself. Harry took the escape and hated himself for being relieved. He spent the walk to History of Magic telling himself it was temporary. Once he understood what was happening, he would tell them. Once he had something more useful than my scar is glowing like it's found religion, he would tell them. The lie comforted him just enough to keep going. Professor Binns' classroom was exactly as depressing as memory allowed. The ghost drifted through the blackboard 5 minutes late, already lecturing in that dry, papery voice capable of making entire centuries sound like a punishment. Students slumped at their desks with the resignation of prisoners serving repeat sentences. Even Hermione looked only selectively alert. Harry usually found the class impossible to endure. Today, however, the moment Binns began discussing medieval regulatory frameworks concerning non-sanctioned magical inscriptions. Something in Harry's scar tightened. He sat up. Binns droned on about old ministry reforms, abandoned ritual practices, and regional magical traditions stamped out for reasons of safety and political centralization. Most of the class stopped listening before the second sentence ended. Ron was already sketching what looked suspiciously like a dragon wearing Percy's glasses. But Harry heard every word, perhaps because Binns, in his usual meandering way, said something no one else seemed to notice. And of course, the ministry's final suppression of ancient runic cosmology in 1203 marked the formal end of law script praxis in Britain, though scattered records persisted in monastic holdings until the Ashbourne fires. Harry's quill stopped. Ancient runic cosmology? The scar pulsed once, hard enough to make his teeth click. Hermione glanced sideways at him, but he barely noticed. Binns had moved on to legal disputes over ward boundaries, his voice flattening into background drone again, and Harry should have let it go. Instead, he raised his hand. A strange silence followed. Professor Binns did not often receive questions, perhaps because most students feared encouraging him. His cloudy eyes drifted toward Harry with slow surprise. "Yes, Potter." The entire room looked at him. Harry cleared his throat. What was law script praxis? Ron stared as if Harry had just volunteered to spend Christmas with Snape. Binns blinked. An obsolete theoretical branch. Some early magical scholars believed spells were not merely cast, but inscribed into the fabric of reality through ideographic structures of considerable complexity. A fanciful exaggeration, of course. Modern wandwork rendered such systems inefficient and largely unnecessary. "Did it work?" Harry asked. Hermione was staring now too. Binns made a vague, dismissive motion with one translucent hand. In the limited, catastrophically unstable sense that many foolish things have worked throughout history, yes. There were claims of localized alteration to physical law, persistent field distortions, and in one case an unfortunate abbey in Yorkshire existing simultaneously inside and outside of weather for 17 years. A few students laughed sleepily. Harry did not. His scar had begun to throb in rhythm with Binns' words. On the board behind the ghost, the chalk lifted of its own accord. No one seemed to notice. Harry watched, unable to breathe properly, as a single symbol drew itself on the black surface in a thin white line. It was not made of letters. It was angles within angles, branching geometry wrapped around a hollow center. A shape that felt less like writing and more like a decision. The moment Harry saw it, recognition hit him like falling, not because he had seen it before, because some hidden part of him had been waiting to. Binns turned, saw the symbol, and frowned with dim irritation. Ah, a representative example, crude reproduction, but serviceable. He tapped the board with a spectral finger. Protective loglyph of preministerial origin. Note the radial symmetry intended to stabilize intent vectors. Entirely impractical for everyday use. Ron yawned. Lavender began passing a note to Parvati. Hermione, though, was staring at the glyph with sudden, sharp focus. Harry's hand moved before he could think. On the corner of his parchment, he began to copy it, line by line, angle by angle. His quill scratched across the page. The shape emerged beneath the nib with frightening ease, as if his hand had done this 100 times before. The classroom noise faded. Bin's voice receded. The air grew colder. The scar on Harry's forehead burned. When he drew the final line, the world seemed to pause. His quill burned to ash, not burst into flame, not cracked or snapped. One moment he was holding feather and wood. The next, he held only a warm smear of black powder drifting onto the desk like soot. Harry jerked back so sharply his chair scraped the floor. Several students looked over. Ron blinked, startled. Binns kept talking, unaware or uninterested. Hermione stared at the ash, then at the symbol on Harry's parchment, then at Harry. For once in her life, she had absolutely nothing to say. The rune on the paper was glowing, only faintly, a thread of gold moving through the ink like light under frozen water. Harry saw it. Hermione saw it. No one else did. With terrifying calm, Hermione slid her hand over the parchment and covered the symbol. The glow vanished beneath her fingers. Ron leaned over. "What happened?" "My quill snapped," Harry said, too quickly. Ron looked at the ash, looked at Harry, and decided against the obvious challenge. "Violently, apparently." Hermione reached into her bag and handed Harry a fresh quill without taking her eyes off him. Her expression was no longer merely concerned. It was frightened. Harry accepted the quill. Their fingers brushed. She felt cold. He realized with a jolt that so did he. The rest of the lesson passed in a blur. Binns rambled through rebellions and charters. Students packed up before the bell had fully rung. Benches scraped. Bags snapped shut. Harry did not move until Hermione hissed, "Not here." Ron frowned. "Not where?" "Nowhere," Hermione said at once. "Come on." That should have been the moment Harry told them. He knew it. Knew it with painful clarity as they spilled into the corridor along with the rest of the class. The evidence was in his pocket. His scar still hurt. Hermione had seen enough to understand this was bigger than a broken quill. Yet when Ron started grumbling about lunch and Peeves dropped a water balloon on a passing Hufflepuff, the ordinary chaos of Hogwarts closed around them like a shield. Harry said nothing. Hermione looked at him twice, furious and worried all at once. Then, perhaps because the corridor was crowded and Ron was there and whatever had happened in class felt too strange to expose to open air, she held her tongue. That silence became its own thing between them. Harry hated it. By evening, the symbol had stopped glowing. He checked 3 times. The parchment looked normal now. Ink on paper. No heat. No gold. No impossible certainty humming beneath the lines. He almost convinced himself the whole thing had been a trick of nerves. Then he touched the drawn rune with his fingertip. A pulse of cold moved up his arm to the scar on his forehead. Not enough to hurt. Enough to answer. He began searching the castle the next day. At first he told himself it was sensible. The symbol had come from Binns' lecture. Ancient runic cosmology, suppressed traditions. Hogwarts was old and full of secrets, and more than half those secrets had stairs. If there were records, forgotten rooms, inscriptions carved into stone somewhere in the parts of the castle students rarely noticed, he might find them. By the 3rd day he knew he was lying to himself. He was not searching intelligently. He was following something. It started as a tug in his scar whenever he took certain corridors. A subtle tightening, like standing near a magnet without seeing it. Then came the flashes of gold, not visible to the eye exactly, but sensed in the edge of thought, thin trails of attention pulling him left instead of right, up instead of down. Twice he ended up in parts of the castle he never used and could not remember deciding to visit. Once he found himself standing before a blank wall on the 4th floor, heart pounding for no reason he could explain, only to feel the scar go quiet and know without understanding that he had gone the wrong way. He kept all of it from Hermione. That was becoming a problem. She watched him in classes, watched him at meals, watched him so openly in the library that even Ron noticed and asked whether they were having some sort of silent argument no one had bothered to explain to him. "Not silent," Hermione said. "Not an argument," Harry said at the same time. Ron considered this. That somehow sounds worse. The truth nearly escaped then. Harry felt it rise to his throat, but he looked at Hermione and saw how tense she was, how carefully she was holding herself together around something she could not categorize, and the words tangled. Later that night, alone beneath his curtains in the dormitory, he hated his own cowardice with renewed precision. On the 5th evening after History of Magic, the castle gave way. Harry had stayed out after dinner under the excuse of returning a book. This was not even a complete lie. He had taken one from the library earlier purely so he could have a prop if stopped. The corridors were quieting as students retreated toward common rooms and homework. Torchlight shivered over stone walls. The suits of armor looked more judgmental than usual. The scar had been pulling all day. Now the pull sharpened. Harry slowed near the corridor leading toward the restricted section. He knew this stretch well enough. A dim, high-ceilinged passage lined with faded tapestries and narrow windows showing slices of night. Usually it smelled faintly of dust and old parchment. Tonight the air felt colder. One tapestry near the end of the corridor stirred though no breeze touched it. The woven figures, a cluster of medieval wizards attempting something inadvisable with a dragon, seemed oddly blurred, their bright thread colors washed thin by darkness. Harry's scar throbbed. He glanced around, no one. His hand tightened around his wand as he stepped closer. The golden tug was no longer vague. It was immediate, direct, impossible to ignore, not ahead, not somewhere in the walls, here. Right here. Harry reached out and pushed the tapestry aside. Behind it was bare stone. He stared. Then, slowly, he saw the problem. One block near shoulder height sat a fraction farther out than the rest. Not much. The sort of flaw no one would notice unless they had been led directly to it. Harry touched it. The stone was warm. He snatched his hand back. Nothing happened for a second. Then the block clicked inward under its own weight with a sound so soft it might have been a breath. Somewhere behind the wall, ancient mechanisms awoke. He heard stone shifting against stone, not grinding but sliding with eerie smoothness, like something old deciding to remember how to open its eyes. A vertical seam of golden light appeared in the wall. Harry took one involuntary step backward. The seam widened. Blocks folded inward and apart without visible hinges, revealing a narrow opening where there had been only solid castle moments before. Air spilled out, cold, dry, and carrying a scent unlike anything in Hogwarts. Not dust, not damp. Ash, golden light rose from below, steady and patient. Behind the opening, a staircase descended into darkness. No, not darkness, into depth. That was what frightened him. The stairs should not have been there. Harry knew enough of Hogwarts' layout, enough of the floors and foundations, and the way the castle sat above the lake and rock beneath, to understand that the space beyond that doorway did not belong inside any sane architecture. The staircase went too far down at too steep an angle, vanishing into a glow that seemed not merely lower but farther away than distance should permit. His scar stopped hurting. For the first time in weeks, it went completely still. Harry stood before the hidden stair, breath shallow. The tapestry hanging limp beside him like a curtain drawn back on a stage he had never meant to enter. The golden light below did not flicker. It waited. And deep in Harry's chest, beneath fear and curiosity, and every warning he had ever learned to obey, something answered it with a terrible, undeniable sense of recognition. As if this place had known him long before he found it. As if the door in the wall had not opened because he discovered it, but because he had finally come home enough for it to let him through. Harry tightened his grip on his wand and stared down into the glow. The staircase descended, silent and impossible. Waiting, Harry did not hear Hermione arrive. One moment he was alone in the corridor, facing an impossible opening in the wall and a staircase descending into gold-lit depth. The next, a voice behind him said, very quietly and very sharply, You were going to do this without me." Harry spun so fast, he nearly pointed his wand at her. Hermione stood a few feet away at the mouth of the corridor, one hand still half raised from where she had clearly been reaching for him and decided against startling him physically. Her hair was loose from the damp, frizzing around her face in a wild, dark halo. She wore that expression he had come to dread over the last week, not merely angry, but angry on top of worry. "You nearly hexed me," she said. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. That would have been difficult, considering yours appears to have relocated entirely to whatever secret catastrophe you've been hiding." Harry opened his mouth, closed it, looked back at the open passage in the wall. Hermione followed his gaze. For one rare, precious second, she forgot to be furious. The golden light spilling from the hidden stair painted the edges of her face in pale fire. It caught in her eyes and made them look lighter, stranger. The anger fell out of her expression, and something like disbelief took its place. "That," she said after a moment, "is not on any castle map." "No," Harry said. "I'd noticed." Hermione stepped closer, slow and cautious, as if the doorway might change its mind if approached too quickly. The stone aperture stood open in utter silence. No hinges, no draft, no grind of old mechanisms continuing their labor. Just a slice cut into the castle, revealing stairs that descended farther than any sane set of stairs had a right to go. Harry waited for her to demand an explanation. Instead, she said, "How long have you known about this?" "About 5 minutes." "That is not a reassuring answer." "It's the most truthful one I've got." She looked at him then, really looked, and whatever she saw on his face seemed to soften something in her, only a little but enough. "This has to do with the rune," she said. Harry did not bother pretending otherwise. "Yes, and your scar." "Yes, and the reason you've barely slept, have been wandering the corridors like you're being led around by invisible thread, and flinched when Professor Flitwick lit the candelabras on Tuesday." "I did not flinch." "You absolutely did." Harry let out a breath that wanted to become a laugh and failed halfway. "Fine, yes." Hermione nodded once, crisp and efficient, as if a private argument had just been moved into evidence and catalogued. "You can explain while we walk." Harry stared at her. "We." "Yes, we." "Hermione, no." Her voice went flat in the way that meant she had become immovable. "You do not get to find a hidden golden staircase under the restricted section after weeks of acting like you're being haunted by advanced geometry, and then politely request that I stay behind. If this is dangerous, that is an argument for me coming, not for me leaving. It might be really dangerous. That is still not helping your case." Harry looked down the stair again. The light below had not changed. It waited with the same impossible patience, as if certain they would eventually understand that delay was not refusal. He should have said no. He knew that, in the part of his mind that still attempted sensible decisions. If there was something down there, something old, unknown, and tied to the scar and the dreams and the word tarnished, bringing Hermione into it was indefensible. But the larger, more honest part of him knew he had already passed the point where this was something he could manage alone. And if he was going to step into the dark, there were worse fates than doing it beside Hermione Granger. "All right," he said, her shoulders loosened by a fraction. "Good, but if anything goes wrong, I know how to run, Harry." "That wasn't what I was going to say." "No," Hermione said, drawing her wand, "but it was probably what you should have said." Together they stepped through the opening. The first thing Harry noticed was the air. Hogwarts had its own atmosphere. Old stone, candle wax, parchment, damp tucked in the mortar where no fire could quite reach. The air beyond the hidden door was different. Dry, still. Not stale exactly, but preserved. Like the inside of a tomb sealed so perfectly that the centuries inside it had not progressed at the same speed as the ones outside. The second thing he noticed was the silence, not ordinary silence, not mere absence of conversation or footsteps. A deeper quiet that pressed against the ears with strange gentleness, as though sound itself had been asked to lower its voice out of respect. The staircase curved downward in a slow spiral, broad enough for two people walking abreast, but narrow enough to force awareness of the drop beside them. The inner wall remained close, The outer edge overlooked open depth flooded with muted gold. There was no visible source for the light. It seemed to rise from the stone itself, from the air between the steps, from the idea of descent. Hermione leaned over the edge once, looked down, and muttered, "That's impossible." Harry knew exactly what she meant by Hogwarts architecture. They should already have reached bedrock. Then the foundations. Then whatever sensible, earthly thing lay beneath the foundations. Instead, the stair continued, smooth and patient, folding below the castle in defiance of every spatial limit Harry had ever learned simply by living in it. "How far down do you think this goes?" he asked. Hermione, perhaps wisely, did not answer. They descended in silence for a while, Harry speaking only when the quiet became too full of his own heartbeat. "In history of magic," he said, voice low, "Binns mentioned ancient runic cosmology. I drew the symbol he showed. My quill burned up, I noticed. There was light in the ink, gold, like my scar." Hermione glanced at him. "I noticed that as well." Harry kept going because stopping now would have been more difficult. "It's been happening since summer, the scar hurting, but not like before, not like Voldemort, different. I started having dreams." "What kind of dreams?" Harry thought of the plain, the dead sky, the wounded tree stretching into forever, not normal ones. "That is an infuriatingly Harry Potter answer." He gave a tired shrug. "There's a giant tree, burning sort of, and a voice." Hermione was quiet for 3 steps. "What does it say?" Harry looked ahead. The stairs had begun to change. He almost missed the transition because it happened gradually, like a memory overtaking the present by increments too small to catch in the act. The rough-hewn, familiar castle stone of the upper stair gave way to something smoother and paler. The blocks here were immense, fitted together with a precision that made Hogwarts masonry look almost crude. Their color was strange. Not white, not gray, but the pale tone of ash after flame had passed through it and left behind only its cleanest remains. Carved into those blocks were runes, not the tidy, compact symbols Hermione copied in class margins. These were huge. Interlocking geometries cut shallow and exact into the stone, curving into one another in patterns that looked at once mathematical and ceremonial. Harry could not have read them if reading was even the right word, but he felt them under his skin the way he sometimes felt a thunderstorm coming before the clouds arrived. Hermione stopped walking entirely. "Oh," she said. Harry turned. Her face had gone pale. "What?" "These aren't any runic family I know." She stepped closer to the wall, wandlight skimming the carvings. "They don't resemble Elder Futhark, Anglo-Saxon Futhork, Proto-Celtic ward notation, alchemical sigil clusters, or anything in medieval magical scholastic systems. They aren't even close. They're structured like language, but," she broke off, frustration and wonder colliding in her voice, "but the logic is wrong." "Wrong how?" Hermione stared at a band of symbols spiraling across the wall. "Like they were written by people who thought geometry was more fundamental than grammar." "That sounds awful." "That sounds magnificent," she said automatically, then caught herself and looked annoyed at having betrayed enthusiasm in the middle of creeping dread. Harry almost smiled. Then the scar on his forehead pulsed once, warm this time, and the moment vanished. They kept going. The lower they descended, the less the place felt buried, and the more it felt adjacent, as though the stair had long since ceased to be under Hogwarts in any ordinary sense, and was now passing beside somewhere else, somewhere very old that had only borrowed the castle as an entrance. The runes grew denser. The pale stone drank the gold light and returned it softened, as if the walls were remembering sunlight from another world and releasing it in disciplined measure. Harry became aware, gradually and with increasing unease, that the staircase had no dust, not on the treads, not in the seams, not in the carved recesses of the runes. Nothing this old should have been so clean. As if reading his thoughts, Hermione murmured, "It's maintained." Harry looked at her. "By what?" She did not answer. At last the stair ended. It did not open into a passageway or a network of buried rooms. It ended before a single chamber. The room beyond was circular and vast enough that the edges of it felt slightly uncertain, as though perspective lost confidence near the far wall. The ceiling arched high overhead, vanishing into dim gold shadow. The floor was made of the same fog-pale stone as the lower stair, smooth and seamless except where enormous runic circles had been carved into it so faintly that Harry did not notice them at first. At the center of the chamber stood a lectern, not wood, not metal. Stone again, though darker than the floor and polished to a muted sheen. It rose from the runic circle like an altar, and a desk had been forced into compromise. Upon it rested a book so large Harry's first absurd thought was that Hagrid might have used it as a pillow. His second thought, arriving a heartbeat later, was worse. The book was breathing, not dramatically, not enough to move. Just a faint expansion and settling of the cover, as though some slow, sleeping mechanism within it drew in air and released it at intervals too measured to be organic and too natural to be mechanical. Hermione stopped dead beside him. "No," she whispered. Harry had no argument ready for that. The cover was not leather. He knew leather. He had handled enough textbooks bound in dragonhide and cracked old spell manuals with ordinary cow skin covers to know the difference. This material looked closer to parchment stretched over something living, but smoother, denser, faintly luminous at the edges where gold chased through the grain like veins under translucent stone. No title had been embossed on the cover. Yet as Harry stepped forward, he knew what the title was. He did not read it in English or Latin or any language he could have named. The knowledge simply unfolded in his mind, complete and certain: runes of the shattered ring. A primer for the graced. Beside him, Hermione inhaled sharply. "You heard that too," Harry said quietly. "I didn't hear it." Her voice had gone thin. "I understood it." That was somehow worse. For several seconds, neither of them moved. The chamber seemed content to wait. No threats leapt from the walls. No guardian of impossible age stepped from shadow. No curse flared to life. Only the golden light, steady and quiet, and the slow, subtle rise and fall of the book on its lectern. Hermione recovered first, because of course she did. "We need to test it before you touch anything," she said. Harry looked at her. "You say that as though I've got a history of touching cursed objects." She turned to him with eyebrows raised so high they nearly disappeared into her hair. "Harry!" "Fair point." Hermione approached the lectern with the grave caution of someone attempting diplomacy with a land mine. She circled once, wand raised, scanning the base, the floor, the rim of the lectern. Her lips moved silently as she read the runes carved around it. Harry knew she understood almost none of them and was still trying anyway. At last, she took a small step back and lifted her wand properly. "What are you casting?" Harry asked. "A cataloging charm," she said. "Modified for layered magical objects. If this is a book, it should at least respond as one." "Should." Hermione did not look away from the lectern. "I'm trying to be optimistic." She spoke the incantation clearly. Silver light left her wand in a fine branching lattice, beautiful and precise. The sort of spell Hermione performed so well that it usually seemed less like casting and more like reminding the world what it was supposed to do. The lattice spread toward the book, delicate and controlled, ready to classify, identify, and anchor. It never reached the cover. Halfway across the air between wand and lectern, the spell came apart, not blasted aside. Not reflected, not absorbed, it simply ceased to have been a spell. The silver lattice unraveled into nothing so completely that Harry's eyes could not follow the transition. One instant it was there, ordered and real. The next, there was empty air in its place, as though the magic had been erased from the world between two heartbeats. Hermione staggered backward as if someone had shoved her. Harry caught her elbow before she hit the floor. She stared at the space where her spell had died, breathing too fast. "Hermione," her face was white. "That magic," she said. Harry tightened his grip slightly. "What happened?" she swallowed. "It didn't block my spell." The words came out dazed, disbelieving. It just outranked it. The chamber grew very still. Harry helped her straighten. She did not pull away, but she did not take her eyes off the lectern. "I have never," she said, each word precise with effort, "felt that happen before. Can you do another one?" "No." The answer came instantly, then softer. Not because I can't, because I'm not going to throw spells at something if I've just learned it can decide those spells don't count. Harry looked at the book. It continued breathing, not mocking them, not threatening. Merely existing at a level so far above ordinary magical etiquette that Hermione's carefully constructed charm had been dismissed the way one might dismiss a child trying to arrest the tide. His scar was warm now, not painful, expectant. Hermione felt him shift and said, "Harry, don't." He knew she was right. He stepped forward anyway, perhaps because the book had been waiting specifically for him. Perhaps because the scar had been leading him here from the moment Bin's chalk moved of its own accord. Perhaps because some doors are not doors in any useful sense once you have reached them. Harry came to a stop before the lectern. Up close, the book smelled faintly of rain on old stone and something brighter beneath it, something like lightning caught in gold. His hand hovered above the cover. Behind him, Hermione said his name again, not sharply this time, pleading. Harry could not explain how he knew this, but he did know it. If he stepped back now, the book would wait. If he touched it, nothing about his life would remain arranged in quite the same way. His scar opened, not in flesh, in light. Gold tore across his forehead in branching lines so bright Harry saw Hermione flinch in the edge of his vision. The old lightning bolt shape blazed hot and clean, no longer merely a mark but a crack through which something older peered. Then his palm met the cover. The world broke. He was falling upward through gold. A tree burned across the sky, not distant now but impossibly near, vast branches spreading through cloud and stars and law itself. He understood in one crushing instant that this was no mere tree, no symbol or dream construct. It was structure, order made visible, a thing around which reality had once arranged itself with devotional precision. The Erd tree, and it was wounded. Below it, the sky shattered. A ring, not worn, not held, but existing as a totality of perfect design, hung for one moment in terrible completeness. Interlocking arcs, radiant law. The grammar of existence suspended in gold, then it cracked. The sound of it was beyond thunder, beyond screaming metal, beyond anything ears should survive. It was the sound of rules dying. Fragments flew outward like suns torn into language. A woman stood beneath the breaking, no, within it. She was enormous, or perhaps the world around her had become small. Hair like pale fire. A form draped in gold and ruin. She lifted a hammer that looked too heavy for mountains and brought it down again and again against the radiant structure above her, each strike sending fractures through heaven. She was not destroying it in rage. She was unmaking it with purpose. Harry knew her name without ever having heard it. Marika. The vision shifted, a green flash, Godric's Hollow, not his memory. Not the blurred nightmare version Harry had carried since childhood. This was sharper, stranger. The cottage walls lit from within by curse light. His mother's scream. A crib. A man with red eyes and too much certainty lifting a wand over a child. Then impact. Voldemort's curse did not merely rebound. It struck something already present. Behind the infant Harry, behind the room, behind the world, there was gold, not visible to human eyes. A seam. A fracture. A line cut through reality, thin as a scar and ancient as waiting. The killing curse hit that hidden place and rang against it like a bell struck in a cathedral at the end of the world. Something on the other side noticed. Not a face. Not a god peering down kindly. Attention. Immense and terrible and clean. The lands between turned its head. Harry saw grace then. Thin strands of gold leaking through the wound his scar would become, not entering him for the first time but recognizing him as a passage. He had not been chosen on that night, not exactly. He had been found. Another flash. The mirror of gold appeared, smooth, depthless, suspended nowhere and everywhere. In it reflected two lights at once, the green burst of the killing curse and the branching gold of the greater fracture beyond it. For a heartbeat, they occupied the same surface, and Harry understood with sickening clarity that Voldemort's crude attempt to anchor soul against death had collided with a much older architecture of broken law. Horcrux met rune. Murder met fracture. A child survived because two impossible systems had touched at the wrong place and the right time. Images followed too quickly to separate. A battlefield under red sky, a crown lying in ash, a hand reaching toward a broken ring. The silhouette of Hogwarts with roots of gold running beneath it like buried lightning. His own face, older and harder, eyes lit from within by equal parts starlight and fire. And through all of it, a certainty repeated without words. The grace chose you long before you knew what choosing was. Harry came back to himself violently, air slammed into his lungs. His knees buckled. Hermione caught him this time, arms around his shoulders hard enough to hurt. "Harry!" The chamber reeled in and out of focus. Gold still streaked the edges of his sight. His scar felt flayed open, yet not in pain, more like a window thrown wide in winter. Hermione half-lowered him to the floor. "Harry, look at me," he tried, managed it on the second attempt. Her face hovered close, frightened in a way he almost never saw. "What happened?" Harry laughed once, breathless and ugly. It sounded more like choking. "Everything," he said. "That is not useful," he swallowed. His mouth tasted like metal and rain. "It was there that night," Hermione blinked. "What was?" He looked back at the book. It rested on the lectern exactly as before, patient and impossible. But now he knew patience could be the most unnerving thing of all. "Not just Voldemort," Harry said. "Not just the curse, something else, older. The scar," he pressed trembling fingers to his forehead. "It isn't only what he left. It's a tear, a seam. He hit it when the curse rebounded." Hermione stared. "I saw my parents' house," Harry said. "I saw him cast it, but there was gold behind it all, like a crack in the world, like that night opened something." Her grip on his shoulder tightened. "Opened what?" Harry met her eyes. Another world, he wanted to say. Another law, another history, a place with a dead sky and a burning tree and a broken ring at the center of everything. What came out was smaller and somehow more frightening. "Attention," he said. Hermione went still. For a while neither of them spoke. At last she helped him sit properly against the base of the lectern. The runes in the floor glimmered faintly beneath them, too subtle to call light and too present to ignore. "You should not touch anything else," Hermione said. "That seems fair." "You should also, for the record, have told me weeks ago." Harry closed his eyes briefly. "I know. No, Harry, I need you to understand the distinction here. This is not one of your usual heroics where you wander off alone and nearly die for character development. You have been carrying around evidence of," she broke off, exhaled sharply, and began again. "Evidence that your scar is tied to something that can invalidate ordinary magic, hide rooms beneath Hogwarts, and show you visions of cosmological disaster. When you put it like that, how else would I put it?" He had no answer. The silence that followed was not comfortable, but it was no longer brittle. Something had changed between them on the stair and in this room, some threshold crossed that made secrecy feel less like protection and more like insult. At length Hermione stood. "We are not leaving that here." Harry looked up. "The book, yes. Hermione, it weighs about as much as a horse and appears to outrank spellwork." She drew herself up, offended by both practical objections and the implication that either might stop her. "Then we will carry it." He stared. She stared back. It was difficult, in such moments, not to believe Hogwarts itself had sorted her into Gryffindor as an administrative error. "All right," Harry said. Together they rose and approached the lectern again, more warily this time. Hermione refused to cast another charm. Harry was not eager to touch the book with bare skin a second time. After a brief and somewhat absurd whispered argument, Hermione transfigured a strip torn from the hem of Harry's old handkerchief into thick wrapping cloth and used that to test the book's edge. This time nothing happened. Encouraged only by necessity, they each took one side. The book was heavy, though not impossibly so. Its weight felt strange in the hands. Not the honest, downward pull of mass alone, but a subtler pressure, like holding an object that believed itself more significant than other objects, and expected the body to acknowledge that. They managed to lift it from the lectern. The moment it left the stone, the chamber exhaled. Harry looked up sharply. The light did not dim, but the room seemed to notice their intention to depart. Runes along the floor rippled once with faint gold, like heat moving beneath ice. "Did you see that?" Hermione whispered. "Yes. Wonderful." Keeping the book between them, they turned toward the stair. Halfway to the first step, Harry glanced down. At first he thought the change in the floor was another trick of the gold light. Then the letters resolved. No, not letters. A sentence, carved shallowly into the stone of the chamber floor in lines so fine they had been invisible from the doorway. Perhaps they had only become visible now. Perhaps the room had been waiting until they carried its book away to reveal the final parting message. Hermione saw it at the same time he did. Both of them stopped. The inscription seemed to move at the edge of vision, not because it shifted, but because the mind kept trying to decide what language it had been written in and failing. Like the title on the book, it arrived as understanding rather than translation. Harry read the words and felt every hair on his arms rise. The Grace chose you long before your world had a name for lightning. The chamber fell silent around them. Hermione's fingers tightened on the wrapped edge of the book until her knuckles whitened. Harry could not look away from the carved sentence, not because it frightened him, because it answered too much. He had spent his life thinking the scar began on a Halloween night in a nursery in Godric's Hollow. That everything strange, terrible, and exceptional about him started there with a curse and blood and survival no one could adequately explain. Now the words in the floor told him the more dangerous truth. The door had not opened because Voldemort made it. Voldemort had only struck the place where it already was. Harry lifted his eyes slowly to Hermione. She was looking at him as if she had reached the same conclusion, and hated it just as much. Without a word, they turned and began the long climb back to Hogwarts, carrying between them a breathing book older than any lesson either of them had ever been taught, while far below the castle, or far beyond it, the chamber waited in perfect, golden patience for what came next. They hid the book in Hermione's beaded bag. This would later strike Harry as an absurd sentence, even by the standards of his life, which had already included giant snakes, time travel, and one memorably hostile diary. Yet there it was, an ancient breathing tome older than British magical scholarship, wrapped in transfigured cloth and tucked between Hermione's spare quills, 3 reference texts on defensive warding, and a packet of sugar quills she pretended not to own. "It's safer with me," Hermione said in a tone that implied the matter had already been debated and decided in some court Harry had not attended. "It's in your school bag." "Yes," Hermione replied, "which is safer than in your trunk, where Ron might find it while looking for socks." Harry had no defense against that, because Ron absolutely would. So the book disappeared into Hermione's bag, and with it disappeared the last thin possibility that whatever was happening might still resolve into something small, contained, and temporary. It did not. The first week became a series of thefts, not thefts of objects exactly. Harry and Hermione stole hours. They stole corridors left empty after curfew. They stole silence from the castle's sleeping bones and carried it into an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor that smelled of chalk, old rain, and varnished wood left untouched too long. The room had once belonged to someone who taught practical arithmetic in an era when practical arithmetic apparently required iron compasses the size of swords. Broken cupboards lined one wall. A cracked slate board leaned crooked behind the teacher's desk. Tall windows, begrimed with years of weather, showed nothing at 3 in the morning but black sky and the occasional shiver of cloud over the lake. It was private enough. At least, it was private by Hogwarts standards, which meant there were only 4 ways in, 3 ways out, and a reasonable chance one of the suits of armor nearby was capable of blackmail. Hermione layered the room with wards on the first night. They were ordinary spells by comparison to the thing breathing on the desk between them, and perhaps because of that, they felt oddly comforting. Silencing charms, obfuscation charms, a discreet alert ward threaded through the handle so the door would vibrate faintly if anyone approached. Hermione worked quickly, precisely, her wand tracing order into the air with the sharp competence Harry trusted more than nearly anything in the world. The book watched. Harry could not prove that, but it felt true. Once the room was secured, Hermione set the tome on the old teacher's desk and unwrapped it with all the care of a healer exposing a bone fracture. The cover breathed once, settled. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. "I still think this is a terrible idea," Hermione said. Harry pulled out a chair. "You've said that every night." "That's because it keeps being true every night." "Then why are you here?" Hermione looked at him over the edge of the desk, brown eyes reflecting candlelight and stubbornness in equal measure. "Because," she said, "you would do it anyway." It was not accusation that made it worse. Harry sat. "Fair." Hermione exhaled, then opened the book. The pages were thin as skin and luminous in the wrong way, not shining exactly, but somehow retaining more light than the room provided. Text flowed across them in symbols that shifted at the edge of perception. Harry would have sworn, if asked, that he could not read a word of it. Then he looked directly at the first line and understood it at once. The stars do not bless the unshaped mind. Sharpen thought until it cuts. Harry stared. Hermione, across from him, went very still. "You can read it too," he said quietly. Her expression had the strained brightness of someone discovering a locked door inside the laws of the universe, and being offended it had the nerve to exist. "I don't know if read is the word for it. No, it doesn't feel like language moving from page to mind." She touched two fingers lightly to her temple. "It feels like the meaning arrives first and the language reconstructs itself afterward." Harry looked back down. The text beneath the first line waited in calm, elegant blocks. "Glintstone sorcery is not spoken through wood. It is born by the body, governed by intellect, and given edge through alignment. Glintstones are the tears of ordered night, shed when the universe first learned how to arrange itself. To wield them is to wound ignorance with precision." Harry frowned. "That's not ominous at all." Hermione's eyes tracked down the page with hungry concentration. "It's theoretical." "It sounds smug." "Those are not mutually exclusive." Harry leaned back, letting her read in earnest. That was how most of the first week went. Hermione devoured the theoretical chapters, then translated them into smaller, less cosmically insulting explanations for Harry, while he tried to absorb the practical implications without letting his head split in two. According to the primer, British wandwork and glintstone sorcery were not cousins. They were not even particularly close neighbors. Wand magic, for all its flexibility, was built around direction, intent, gesture, and inherited magical habit. A wand-focused will shaped it, gave it a language the body understood because millions of witches and wizards had spent centuries teaching themselves to speak through wood. Glintstone sorcery did not care about any of that. It demanded intellect as structure. Not intelligence in the vague schoolboy sense of getting better marks than Ron in essays, but a colder thing. Clarity, compression, the capacity to hold a pattern in the mind so exactly that the body could align with it and the world would concede, briefly and reluctantly, that such a pattern had the right to exist. "It doesn't use the wand as a conductor," Hermione said on the fourth night, bent over the open book with ink smudged along the side of her hand. "It uses the mind as the lattice and the body as the channel." Harry, who was currently on his third failed attempt to understand a diagram that looked like a star had collided with an anatomy textbook, rubbed his eyes. "That sounds uncomfortable." "I imagine it is. Why does everything from the lands between sound like it was designed by someone who hated people?" Hermione did not look up. "Because it may well have been." That was another thing the book offered in careful, horrifying increments. The quiet suggestion that the powers it described had never been intended to be kind. Exact, yes. Majestic, sometimes. Beautiful in the way winter is beautiful, if winter can kill you, and considers this a neutral administrative detail. Harry found that familiarity oddly reassuring. The first time he tried to cast Glintstone Pebble, nothing happened. That was, in hindsight, the best possible outcome. The book described the sorcery as elementary. The phrase it used, translated through Harry's unwilling comprehension, was the first knife given to thought. According to the primer, glintstone pebble required only a small measure of alignment and a properly visualized compression of cold stellar matter into projectile form. Harry had stared at that paragraph for a full minute and then looked up at Hermione. That sentence should be illegal. Hermione, who had just spent 20 minutes deciphering a note in the margin that appeared to be arguing with the main text about whether gravity was conceptually provincial, merely sighed. "Try it anyway." So he did. The instructions were deceptively simple. No incantation, no wand movement, no spoken word. He was to hold out his hand, shape the lattice in thought, and will the glintstone to condense at the point his mind designated. The primer emphasized that hesitation produced diffusion. Fear produced fracture. Sentiment produced absolutely nothing of use. Harry stood in the middle of the abandoned classroom at 3:12 in the morning, held out his right hand, and attempted to think like a person who had ever voluntarily contemplated condensed starlight as a practical tool. Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing. On the 5th attempt, he got the beginnings of a headache and a sudden, vivid understanding of why the book had such a superior tone. Anything written by a thing that could reduce human effort to this degree probably would. Hermione watched from behind the desk, chin propped on one hand. "You're trying to want it into existence," she said. Harry lowered his arm. "That tends to work with magic. This doesn't seem to care what you want. That's rude." It's also probably true. He glared at the book. The book breathed faintly and declined to apologize. They tried again the next night, and the next. Harry found that the central problem was not power. He had power in abundance. That much was clear from the way his scar warmed whenever he focused, and from the peculiar pressure that built behind his eyes when he got too close to the pattern. The problem was shape. Wandwork let urgency stand in for elegance. Fear, anger, love, desperation. Harry had wielded all of them through a wand often enough to know that magic, at least British magic, forgave emotional mess if the force behind it was strong enough. Glintstone sorcery did not forgive. It wanted the thought clean. On the 7th night he managed a spark, not light exactly, but a cold blue pinprick at the center of his palm, there and gone so quickly he thought he imagined it. Yet Hermione sat upright at once, eyes wide. "You had it," she said. "I did." "You did." "I barely saw anything." "That's still more than nothing." Harry looked down at his hand. The skin there tingled faintly, as if he had pressed it against snow and fire in quick succession. The primer's page shifted under no visible touch. A new line clarified itself at the bottom in thin silver-blue script. "The cosmos rewards persistence less than precision." "Continue." Harry stared. "Did that just insult me personally?" Hermione leaned over the page. "Yes," she said after a beat. "I think it did." By the end of the 2nd week, sleep had become more optional than wise. Harry was tired enough that the world sometimes seemed to lag a fraction behind him. He would turn a corner, and for the smallest instant feel the hallway arrive late. His classes blurred at the edges. Snape deducted points from Gryffindor twice, because Harry spent half of potions staring not at his cauldron but at the shine of liquid in it, hypnotized by the idea of compression, pattern, alignment. At night, however, he was sharper. That frightened him. The hidden work with Hermione should have exhausted him beyond function. Instead, it made something in him keener. He would leave the abandoned classroom at 4 in the morning feeling like his bones had been filed into better points. The castle looked different then. Not transformed, not visibly altered, but more arranged than it had before. Lines in stone that had once seemed random now suggested purpose. Staircases that twisted with Hogwarts' usual whimsical malice suddenly looked less whimsical and more recursive. Like the castle had always known a geometry Harry had only now begun to glimpse. He did not tell Hermione that part. She had enough to worry about, because Hermione was worried. She hid it under irritation, scholarship, and the sort of fierce practicality that made her start bringing sandwiches to their midnight sessions after Harry twice forgot to eat dinner entirely. But the worry was there. Harry saw it in the way she watched him after each attempt, in the way her hand tightened around her wand whenever the scar on his forehead leaked that faint gold around the edges, in the way she never once reached for the book anymore without checking first whether Harry was steady enough to touch it if it chose to do something dreadful. It was Hermione who first said the thing neither of them wanted to admit. They were sitting cross-legged on the classroom floor with the primer open between them, and 3 rolls of parchment full of Hermione's notes fanned out around her like battle plans. Rain tapped softly at the windows. The candles had burned low enough that the room seemed built from shadow and patient flame. Harry had just produced a glintstone sphere the size of a marble, before losing the structure and watching it collapse into harmless blue dust over his palm. Hermione, meanwhile, had been reading the same 2 pages for nearly 20 minutes without moving. At last she looked up. Her face had gone pale. "Hermione," she didn't answer immediately. Her eyes flicked to the book, then to Harry, then to the notes in her lap as if verifying that the words had not rearranged themselves into something kinder. "What?" Harry asked again. Hermione drew in a breath. "I think," she said slowly, "that British wandwork may be a cargo cult." Harry blinked. "That's a sentence. I'm serious." That somehow made it worse. Hermione set her notes down with care, as though afraid rough handling might make the idea more real. "Listen to this. The primer keeps distinguishing between lore and expression, between foundational runic architecture and derivative technique. I thought at first it was merely being arrogant, but I don't think that's all it is." "When is it ever not arrogant?" "That's not the point." She leaned forward, voice low and taut. "Harry, I think medieval wizards in Britain encountered residual leakage." "Leakage?" "Yes, from a fracture. A crack between worlds or laws or systems, whatever term you prefer. Enough residue came through that they saw effects, fragments, echoes of something bigger and older. And instead of understanding the architecture, they reverse-engineered what they could from the surface." Harry frowned. "You mean magic?" "I mean our magic," Hermione said. "Or at least the tradition we inherited. Gestures, incantations, wands, correspondences, symbolic intent. It works, obviously. We use it every day. But what if it works the way a copied key sometimes opens a lock it wasn't cut for? What if the underlying structure isn't ours at all?" She picked up one parchment and stabbed at a note she had made in furious, slanted writing. The primer describes glintstone as crystallized cosmic ordering. It describes rune law as inscription into reality's underlying grammar. And then it refers to lesser traditions as Hermione stopped. "As what?" Harry asked, her mouth tightened. "Shadows cast by true arrangement." Silence filled the room. Rain tapped harder against the glass. Harry looked down at his own wand lying beside his knee. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather, warm, responsive, loyal as a living thing, the wand that had chosen him. The wand through which he had learned to fight and defend and survive. The wand that had pulled him through more terrors than most adults could imagine. He felt, unexpectedly, defensive on its behalf. "So what?" he said, more sharply than intended. "Everything we do is fake?" Hermione's head came up at once. "No, that's not what I said." "It sounds like it." "It isn't." Her tone softened, though worry still threaded it. "A copy can still be useful. A shadow can still have shape. Harry, I'm not saying British magic is worthless. I'm saying it may be derivative. A tradition built on surface interactions with something deeper." Harry looked at the book again. The breathing cover rose, fell. "We've been doing magic," Hermione said very quietly, "with a broken photocopy of the original." That time the silence felt different, not empty, offended. Something in the room, perhaps the book, perhaps the shape of the idea itself, seemed to object to the crudeness of the metaphor while conceding its basic accuracy. Harry laughed once, because the alternative was to sit very still and let that truth rearrange the furniture in his mind. "Photocopy?" He said, "I know. You've just described centuries of magical scholarship as office equipment tragedy." Hermione put a hand over her face. "I'm tired," she said into her fingers. Harry, despite everything, smiled. Then he looked again at his wand, and the smile went away. On the 17th night, Glintstone Pebble arrived properly. The classroom had become familiar enough that Harry could move through it half asleep. He knew which floorboard near the cupboard creaked and which one only threatened to. He knew the draught by the leftmost window smelled faintly of wet leaves from the grounds. He knew Hermione liked to stack her books by subject even at 3 in the morning, because some habits survived all cosmological insult. He also knew by then the sensation that preceded success. It began not in the hand but in the mind, a narrowing, a sharpening, as though thought itself were being honed along a whetstone too fine to feel directly. The room would recede. Noise would thin. The scar on his forehead would warm, not painfully now, but with an almost approving heat. That night the feeling came clean and complete. Harry stood near the front of the classroom, right hand lifted, eyes fixed on the far wall. Hermione had spent the first part of the session making him repeat the lattice structure until he could hold it without his concentration wavering. Now she stood back near the desk, notebook forgotten in one hand. "Don't force it," she said. Harry did not answer. The pattern settled. For one impossible, perfect second he understood what the book meant by alignment. Not command, not domination. More like finding the angle at which the universe briefly admitted that a certain small arrangement of force belonged there. Cold flooded his palm. Blue light condensed. A sphere appeared above his hand, small, hard, impossibly bright at the core, not flame but compressed brilliance with all warmth removed from it. It hummed in silence. It did not wobble. It did not ask permission to exist. Harry's breath caught. "Now," Hermione whispered. Harry flicked his hand forward. The glintstone pebble crossed the room so fast his eyes barely tracked it. It hit the far wall with the sound of a cannonball striking stone. The entire classroom shook. Dust exploded from the ceiling. One cupboard door flew open and spilled obsolete wooden triangles everywhere. A 6-inch crater appeared in the wall where smooth plaster had been a heartbeat before, edged in frost-blue glitter that smoked faintly in the candlelight. For several seconds, neither of them moved. Then Hermione said, in a voice of total disbelief, "That was the basic spell." Harry stared at the crater. His heart was hammering so hard he could feel it in his throat. "That was the basic spell," he echoed. He had cast Bombarda before. He knew the concussive violence of it, the way British explosive charms announce themselves with sound and heat and theatrical lack of subtlety. This had been cleaner, faster, colder, and somehow much worse. There had been no waste in it, no flash for the sake of flash. Just compressed stellar intent arriving at stone and informing it that remaining whole was no longer an option. The wall had obeyed. Hermione crossed the room at once to inspect the damage. Harry followed more slowly. The crater was neat, in a way destruction ought not to be. No blackened scorch marks, no crumbled fringe of burnt plaster. The whole looked as though an invisible, furious mathematician had punched through the wall with icy precision. "There's residue," Hermione murmured. Blue fragments glittered at the edges like crushed gems. Harry reached toward one. "Don't," Hermione snapped. He stopped. She looked up, startled by her own sharpness, then softened only slightly. "We have absolutely no idea what prolonged glintstone exposure does to skin." Harry lowered his hand. "Fair." Hermione stood very still before the damaged wall, pale in the low light. "I hate this," she said. Harry turned to her. "The crater, all of it." He waited. Hermione looked back at him, and in her expression he saw the thing she rarely let show. Fear not of pain or punishment, but of knowledge arriving faster than she could organize it into safety. The most basic spell. She said, "From the first section of a primer, Harry, just hit harder than a third-year Bombarda." He looked at the crater again. His palm still tingled with cold. Somewhere deep inside his arm, the pathway the sorcery had taken seemed to remember itself, eager to be used again. He hated how much he wanted that. "We should stop for tonight," Hermione said. Harry did not argue. That worried both of them more than the crater. By the third week, Ron knew something was wrong. He never said it in those words. Ron's talent for understanding people was often obscured by the fact that he preferred to act like it didn't exist, especially when existing might require emotional precision before breakfast. But he noticed patterns. He noticed absences. He noticed when Harry stopped laughing at jokes half a second too late because his mind had been elsewhere. He noticed when Hermione snapped for no apparent reason and then spent the rest of the day hovering like an anxious hawk over people she cared about. He noticed when the two of them shared silences that were not ordinary silences. Most of all, he noticed the exhaustion. Harry had managed a system, if it could be called that. A couple of hours' sleep after midnight study, a nap stolen on weekends when possible, tea in alarming quantities, and the increasingly unreliable strategy of hoping sheer habit would carry him through classes. It worked poorly. One evening, in the common room, he fell asleep over an essay about Goblin Treaty revisions, and woke with his glasses crooked and a blanket over his shoulders that he was absolutely certain had not been there when he drifted off. Ron sat opposite him in an armchair, pretending to read a Quidditch magazine upside down. Harry pushed his glasses straight. "How long was I asleep?" Ron turned a page he clearly wasn't looking at. "Long enough for Lavender to ask whether you were dying and for me to tell her no, that was just your face." "Thanks. You're welcome." Harry rubbed a hand over his eyes. The scar had been quiet all day, which should have been a relief and somehow wasn't. "I'm just tired." Ron snorted. "Spectacular lie, mate." Harry looked at him. Ron lowered the magazine at last. The fire painted his face in warm gold and shadow, making him look older than 15 for a moment. "I'm not asking," Ron said. Something in Harry tightened. Ron shrugged one shoulder. "Not because I don't want to know." "I do, but whatever this is, it's got that look." "What look?" "The one where if I push, you'll either lie worse or go do something stupid alone to prove you can." Ron's ears reddened slightly. "You've got a whole style about it." Harry let out a breath that might have become a laugh under kinder circumstances. Ron's mouth twitched but did not quite smile. "Just don't be an idiot by yourself, all right," he said. Harry looked down at the blanket around his shoulders. His chest felt tight in a different way than fear. "I'll try," he said. Ron made a face. "Terrible answer. Best I've got." "That," Ron said, picking the magazine back up, "is also your whole style." Harry smiled despite himself. Then the smile faded as he thought of the book in Hermione's bag, the secret classroom, the blue crater in the wall that they had barely managed to repair, and the way Ron had given him trust without demanding truth in return. It felt less like mercy than debt. Draco Malfoy noticed on a Thursday. Harry did not know this at the time. At the time, all he knew was that the afternoon had gone wrong in a dozen minor ways and one major one. The minor ways included Snape assigning an essay long enough to qualify as construction material, Peeves dropping a bucket of something green and sentient onto Neville's shoulders, and the weather deciding with theatrical malice to become a storm just as half the school needed to cross the courtyard. The major way was the scar. It had been restless all day, warm at the edges, not painful but unquiet. Hermione noticed during Transfiguration when Harry pressed 2 fingers to his forehead so often that even McGonagall paused mid-explanation and asked whether he required the hospital wing. He said no. McGonagall looked as though she had expected that answer and disapproved of it on principle. By the time dinner ended, a headache sat behind his eyes like a nail driven shallow but firm. He and Hermione delayed their usual night study, agreeing, after an argument that Hermione technically won and Harry emotionally resented, to skip one session and actually sleep. Harry left the Great Hall alone, heading for Gryffindor Tower by a side corridor to avoid the worst of the crowd. That was when the light slipped. He was passing a tall window full of rain when a pulse of gold ran along the scar on his forehead and reflected cleanly in the glass. Not bright enough to illuminate the corridor. Bright enough to be unmistakable, Harry stopped at once. Too late. A voice from the archway behind him said, "Well, that's interesting." Draco Malfoy leaned against the stone in his usual careful arrangement of superiority, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle like ornamental bad decisions. Rain-gray light from the window sharpened the pale angles of his face. His eyes were not amused, they were hungry. Harry straightened slowly. "Malfoy." Draco's gaze stayed fixed on Harry's forehead. "You're glowing, deep insight." "Is that one of your little publicity tricks?" Draco asked softly. "Trying to look more dramatic for the papers." Harry's hand twitched toward his scar and stopped. Showing alarm would only feed it. "Get lost," he said. Crabbe snickered. Goyle followed half a second late as usual. Draco took one step forward, all smooth malice. "You've looked dreadful for weeks, Potter, worse than usual, which is impressive, and now you're lighting up in corridors. I'm almost concerned." "Don't strain yourself." The gold had already faded. Harry could feel only warmth now, tucked under the skin like a secret that had slipped and regretted it. Draco tilted his head. "You know, Professor Umbridge does take an interest in irregular magical manifestations." Harry laughed, because anger would have been too honest. "Of course she does." "Maybe I ought to mention it." "Maybe," Harry said. "You ought to try minding your own business just once before you die of inexperience." That landed. Draco's mouth thinned. For a moment, Harry thought he had pushed too far. Then Draco smiled, and the smile was worse. "I think I'll mention it," he said. He turned and walked away before Harry could answer, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Harry stood alone by the rain-slashed window, every instinct telling him he had just watched a small problem choose to become a larger one. Dolores Umbridge filed the report that evening. She did it with great satisfaction, using her nicest cream paper and the silver-backed pen she reserved for communications likely to inconvenience others. Her office smelled of sugared tea and polished wood and something powdery that made thinking feel faintly unclean. Decorative plates of cats watched from every wall with expressions ranging from simpering to predatory. Umbridge rather liked that. She smoothed the page with two ringed fingers and wrote in small, rounded script, so neat it resembled moral failure given calligraphy lessons. Subject: Harry James Potter observation. Recurrent anomalous luminescence localized at frontal scar tissue. Witness statement corroborated by reliable student informant. Behavioral notes: fatigue, distraction, probable concealment of unsanctioned magical activity. Recommendation: discreet monitoring, possible leverage value in future disciplinary proceedings. She reread the note with pleasure. No accusations, not yet. Accusations required timing. The useful thing about information was not having it. The useful thing was possessing it slightly before someone else needed it. With a little pink smile, she folded the report, sealed it with ministry wax, and marked it for internal review under the category of anomalous magical observations requiring cross-departmental notice. Had she possessed the imagination to fear what she was doing, she might have burned the page instead. She did not. 2 mornings later, the report arrived at the Department of Mysteries. Most ministry paperwork died there by slow suffocation. This piece did not. A silent lift descended beyond public access, carrying sealed bundles into a region of the ministry where clocks were taken apart to hear whether time complained, and mirrors were taught to remember the wrong side of the world. The report passed through 3 clerks, 2 wards, and 1 enchanted tray that sorted documents not by subject, but by the probability of future regret. At the end of that chain, it landed on a dark desk beneath a shaded lamp. The witch who opened it wore no visible insignia beyond the severe practicality of someone long past caring whether fear made other people efficient. Her robes were gray enough to be mistaken for shadow. A silver ring shaped like a closed eye circled 1 gloved finger. She read the report once. Then again. Nothing in her face changed, but her hand moved to the file drawer beside her and withdrew a narrow folder stamped decades earlier in faded black ink. Hogwarts/restricted substructure/golden exposure events. She laid Umbridge's report beside it. For a while she only looked at the 2 documents together, as though comparing old grief to new opportunity. Then she uncapped a black pen, circled Harry's name once, and beneath it wrote in unornamented print, "Lands between exposure." "Escalate," She closed the file. The lamp above her desk hummed once, as if something in the room had heard and approved. Harry knew none of this. Harry knew only the classroom, the book, the worsening sense that every successful use of glintstone sorcery moved him 1 degree farther from the boy who had arrived at Hogwarts clutching a second-hand wand and a suitcase full of hand-me-down robes. The change was not dramatic. That made it harder to resist. He still attended classes, still lost points when Snape was feeling dutifully vindictive, still laughed at Ron's impressions and rolled his eyes when Hermione and Ron argued over homework as though treaties might depend on the outcome, still sat under the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall and watched weather drift across it in borrowed sky. But at night, he learned how to cut with light. Carrion's slicer appeared midway through the primer's first section. Not advanced, exactly, but more demanding than Pebble. The spell, if it still qualified as a spell, called for the compression of glintstone into a blade projected from the caster's hand or chosen focus. The primer described it with infuriating confidence as the scholar's answer to immediacy and a civilized concession to violence. Harry had read both phrases aloud and said, "I hate whoever wrote this." Hermione, translating the attunement notes in the margin, had muttered, "I'm beginning to suspect the book wrote itself." To produce Carrion's slicer, he had to stop thinking like someone launching force outward and start thinking like someone extending an edge from within a pattern already held. It required more finesse than Pebble and less brute certainty than survival magic. That, in practice, made it harder. The first attempts produced nothing. The next produced blue arcs that flickered into being and vanished before they gained length, leaving behind a smell like cold metal and distant rain. One effort created a ribbon of light barely 6 inches long that sliced straight through the cuff of Harry's sleeve without touching his skin. Hermione went white and made him sit down for 10 minutes while she inspected his arm 3 separate times. "I'm fine," he kept saying. "That remains to be seen." By the time the 3rd week drew to a close, Harry could call the beginning of the blade reliably, but not hold it. The sorcery wanted stillness in the exact place where his instincts provided motion. British dueling taught reaction, adaptation, speed. Carrion's slicer wanted decision before movement. The edge should not emerge searching for a target. It should emerge already knowing where division belonged. On a bitter cold night with wind clawing at the windows and half the castle asleep beneath storm clouds, he finally understood. It happened because he was too tired to overthink. Hermione sat at the desk, copying a dense theoretical passage about stellar condensation pathways into sane English. The book lay open between her elbows like a disapproving old judge. Harry stood a few feet away, hand empty, wand holstered in his pocket by force of habit alone. "Again," Hermione said without looking up. Harry almost told her to go to hell. Instead he breathed once, let the room fall away and held the pattern, not outward, along. That was the shift. He did not imagine summoning a blade. He imagined a line so exact that the air itself accepted being separated by it. Cold blue light burst from his hand. Not a spark this time, not a wavering edge. A sword-length arc of compressed starlight unfolded soundlessly from his grip, translucent and fierce, its surface rippling with geometric brilliance too intricate for the eye to settle on. It was beautiful in the way ice on deep water is beautiful, elegant, lethal, and offering absolutely no comfort. Hermione looked up so fast her chair nearly went over backward. "Harry," he turned. He should not have turned quickly. The blade moved with him. An old stone desk standing between them, and the far wall parted down the middle with a noise so soft it barely counted as sound. A whisper of divided matter. The upper half slid away from the lower in 2 impossibly clean sections and hit the floor with a shattering crash that sent chalk dust blooming through the room like pale smoke. The Carrion slicer vanished. Silence followed. Harry stood frozen, hand still outstretched. Hermione stared at the desk. The desk, for its part, had ceased to be a singular philosophical position and become two separate pieces of furniture. Slowly, very slowly, Harry lowered his arm. "I think," he said hoarsely, "that one worked." Hermione did not answer. She rose from her chair and crossed to the destroyed desk with measured steps, as though approaching a body at a crime scene. She crouched and touched one of the cut surfaces lightly with two fingertips. The stone had not cracked. It had not splintered. It had been divided so cleanly that the interior grain looked polished. Hermione looked up at him. In her expression there was awe and alarm, and the dawning recognition that they had crossed another threshold without any clear idea how many waited beyond it. Harry followed her gaze down to his own right hand. Then, almost absently, he touched the wand in his pocket. Holly and phoenix feather, warm from his body. Familiar, small. For the first time since Ollivander placed it in his palm and told him the wand had chosen, Harry felt the scale of that choice shift under his understanding. Not lesser, not worthless, but smaller. Local. Human. A trusted key to a house he had believed was the world. In his hand moments before, he had held something colder and older than schoolboy magic had words for. The cut desk lay in two perfect halves on the classroom floor. The book breathed softly from the teacher's table, and Harry stood between wand and starlight, feeling the space widen. The summons arrived folded into the shape of a bird. It landed beside Harry's porridge at breakfast, made of cream paper so neatly creased it looked less folded than persuaded into avian form. For a moment, he thought it might be another of Hermione's notes, because Hermione had developed the unnerving habit of passing him messages in class that looked polite, until one unfolded them and discovered language like "You are one missed meal away" from becoming a cautionary tale. Then the paper bird bowed its head once, pecked the table, and unfurled. Harry read the message in silence. "Harry, would you join me in my office this evening at 7? Lemon drops are available should diplomacy require them. Albus Dumbledore." Harry folded the note again. Across the table, Hermione looked up immediately. She had developed a particular sort of attention over the last 3 weeks, one calibrated specifically to Harry's small changes in breathing. "What is it?" He passed her the note. She read it, and the blood left her face so quickly it was almost impressive. Ron, beside her, was in the middle of buttering toast. "Is that good pale or bad pale?" Hermione handed the note back without taking her eyes off Harry. "Bad pale." Ron looked between them. "Helpful." Harry slid the paper into his pocket. The porridge in front of him had gone from unappetizing to actively offensive. "He probably knows about the desk," he said. Hermione gave him a look. "Harry, the desk was in a sealed classroom at 3 in the morning and we repaired it. Mostly repaired it. Enough that no one would notice unless they were specifically checking for surgically precise glintstone damage." Ron set down the butter knife. "All right, I'm officially at the stage where every single word you two are saying feels like I've missed 3 chapters. Neither of them answered. Ron's expression flickered. Annoyance, worry, restraint. He chose restraint, which somehow made Harry feel worse. Hermione leaned in slightly. "It might not be the desk." "Then what?" She did not answer that immediately, which was answer enough. The golden light around Harry's scar had been harder to hide lately. He had noticed teachers glancing twice. A third-year Hufflepuff had outright stared yesterday when a glimmer crossed Harry's forehead in herbology and made the wet leaves in the greenhouse reflect amber for half a second. Draco had seen it. Draco had said nothing since the corridor confrontation, which, in Malfoy terms, generally meant he was saving the information until it could become poisonous. Harry looked down at his breakfast. "Maybe this is fine." Hermione stared at him. He exhaled. "Yes, all right, I heard it too." Ron pushed the toast plate toward Harry with more force than necessary. "Eat first, have nervous breakdowns after." Harry almost smiled. Almost. He went to classes. He took notes. He answered a question in Transfiguration badly enough that McGonagall's eyebrows climbed in visible concern. He spent half of potions staring at the slow swirl of a silver ingredient dissolving into a black base and thinking, absurdly, about how glintstone residue moved through matter with less courtesy and more elegance than anything in Snape's curriculum. He tried not to think about Dumbledore. This failed continuously. By 6:30, he was so tightly wound that the castle's ordinary sounds felt sharpened. The scrape of benches, the echo of footsteps, the distant bark of laughter from some corridor a floor below. Hermione walked with him as far as the stone gargoyle outside the headmaster's office. She stopped there because going farther would have required invitation, and because both of them understood that if she tried to force the matter, Harry would either take comfort from it or resent it, and neither outcome would help. "Do not lie badly," she said. Harry looked at her. "You do that particular thing with your left shoulder when you're lying and adults somehow never notice, but Dumbledore absolutely notices. That's encouraging. I'm not trying to encourage you, I'm trying to preserve whatever remains of this situation." Harry shoved his hands into his pockets. "And if he asks directly," Hermione hesitated. The pause said more than the answer. "If he asks directly," she said at last, "tell him as little as you can without making him certain you're hiding something worse." "That sounds suspiciously like professional legal advice." "That's because you require it." The stone gargoyle shifted slightly beside them, clearly aware of its role in melodrama and enjoying it. Hermione lowered her voice. "Harry!" He met her eyes. For a moment the library strategist vanished, the furious note-writer vanished, the brilliant, relentless mind vanished, and she was simply Hermione, frightened for him in a way she could not organize into a task. "You don't have to let him decide what this means," she said quietly, "even if he knows more than we do." The gargoyle sprang aside before Harry could answer. The staircase behind it began to move. Harry looked back at Hermione once. She gave him a short, tense nod that meant go, then and come back and don't be stupid all at the same time. He stepped onto the stair. The stone spiral carried him upward. Dumbledore's office had always felt slightly outside the school, not detached from Hogwarts, more concentrated than it. The castle spread its age wide, in corridors and towers and portraits and staircases, forever negotiating with gravity. The headmaster's office gathered age into one room and taught it patience. Instruments of brass and crystal clicked softly on spindle-legged tables. Shelves curved up the round walls under the high window. Portraits of sleeping headmasters pretended not to be awake with the strained dignity of old academics refusing to admit to gossip. Foxed parchment and polished wood filled the air with warm, orderly scent. All of it was familiar. What was not familiar was Fawkes. Harry saw the phoenix first. Not on his perch, not near Dumbledore. At the far side of the office, pressed close to the wall beneath a shelf of old books, Fawkes stood with every feather held too tight to his body. His crest was lowered. His golden eyes had gone flat and unblinking. The bird did not look at Harry. That, more than anything else, made the room feel wrong. Fawkes had always looked at him, not affectionately, exactly. Phoenixes did not seem built for something as ordinary as affection, but with recognition. The bird had sung in the Chamber of Secrets, had stood calm in fire and ash, had always seemed, in Harry's limited experience, like a creature impossible to unnerve. Now Fawkes would not meet his gaze. Dumbledore sat behind the great desk with his hands folded. He wore deep blue robes tonight, embroidered with tiny silver stars that shifted when he moved. Before him rested a glass bowl full of lemon drops, precisely as promised. "Harry," he said warmly, "thank you for coming, Professor." Harry remained standing for a second too long. Then he sat in the chair opposite the desk, because not sitting would have been childish, and also because his legs had abruptly remembered the possibility of shaking. Dumbledore regarded him over the half-moon spectacles. His face looked the same as ever, lined, composed, infuriatingly kind. Yet something in the room's arrangement made Harry newly aware of how deliberate the headmaster always was. Even the bowl of sweets felt placed for effect, a little island of normality stationed between them like a diplomatic gesture from a country that had already moved troops to the border. "Lemon drop?" Dumbledore asked. Harry almost said no, Then, because refusing would have made him feel more like a suspect than accepting one, he took a sweet from the bowl and unwrapped it. It tasted exactly like every lemon drop Dumbledore had ever offered him, bright, ordinary, faintly medicinal in the aftertaste. Fawkes made no sound. Dumbledore watched Harry put the sweet in his mouth and said, very mildly, "You have been sleeping badly." Harry stared at him. It was such a ridiculous opening that for a moment he almost laughed. "I've had worse weeks." "I do not doubt it." Dumbledore's gaze shifted briefly to Harry's forehead, not rudely, precisely. "Your scar has been active." Harry said nothing. "Dolores Umbridge," Dumbledore continued, "filed a report. She meant it as leverage, I suspect. One should not underestimate the political imagination of small-minded people. It is often their only form of creativity." That actually got a huff of laughter out of Harry. The laughter died quickly. "Who else saw it?" he asked. A few eyes noticed irregularities. Only Umbridge thought to weaponize them in writing. Dumbledore paused. "The report did not stay where she intended." Harry felt his spine go colder. Dumbledore noticed. Of course he noticed. "For now," the headmaster said, "that is a problem I am handling." "For now," Harry repeated. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, accepting the rebuke hidden in the words. Silence followed. The instruments behind Harry ticked and hummed. One released a puff of violet smoke shaped briefly like a key before it dissolved. The portraits continued their heroic performance of sleep. Harry kept thinking about Fawkes against the wall. At last he said, "Why won't he look at me?" Dumbledore's eyes flickered toward the phoenix. For the first time since Harry entered, something like weariness crossed the old wizard's face. "Phoenixes," he said slowly, "are creatures of threshold states, death and renewal, fire and continuance. They are deeply attuned to transformation, particularly the kind that has not yet decided whether it is salvation or catastrophe." Harry looked over. Fawkes remained rigid, feathers close, claws fixed to the perch's edge with a pressure that suggested he would rather have been anywhere else. "He is frightened," Harry said. Dumbledore did not contradict him. The office seemed to contract by a fraction. Harry put the half-finished lemon drop down very carefully on the desk blotter. "Right," he said. "So this isn't about late homework, then?" "No," Dumbledore folded his hands more tightly. "It is not." Something in Harry hardened. He had known, of course. The note, the timing, Fawkes. But knowledge arrived in layers, and hearing the certainty aloud made his pulse settle in a new, colder pattern. Dumbledore drew in a breath. "There is a chamber beneath the restricted section," he said. "Not, I believe. Not, it may interest you to know. Just the fact itself, laid down in the space between them." Harry felt every muscle in his back lock. He said nothing. Dumbledore continued, voice even and almost gentle. "I have known about it for 40 years. I did not find it. It was brought to my attention as a young professor, shortly after my arrival at Hogwarts in the late 1950s, when certain sealed ministry records became less sealed than intended." Harry kept his expression blank with effort. The headmaster's eyes sharpened minutely. "The ministry," Dumbledore said, "became aware of the chamber in 1959. 3 unspeakables descended. Only 1 returned." The office had become too quiet. Even the instruments seemed to know better than to intrude. Harry heard himself ask, "What happened to the others?" "We do not know." That answer sounded so unlike Dumbledore that Harry almost looked up sharply. But the headmaster's face was grave, not evasive. It was the expression of a man stating the edge of his actual knowledge and disliking it. "The survivor," Dumbledore said, "returned without 1 glove, half his memory, and enough terror to break through ministry conditioning so thoroughly that he spent 3 days raving in St. Mungo's about the grace of gold and the shattering. He died 4 months later of nothing any healer could properly name. Not curse damage, not possession, not magical exhaustion. He simply declined, as if some organizing principle in him had been persuaded it was no longer the highest authority available. Harry stared. Dumbledore's gaze went again to Harry's scar. The chamber was sealed, officially forgotten, unofficially placed under observation by certain branches of the Department of Mysteries that consider forgetting a bureaucratic hobby rather than a binding decision. "And you left it there?" "Yes." Dumbledore did not look ashamed. That made Harry angrier than apology would have. "I believed," the headmaster said, "that some doors should remain closed." Harry thought of the staircase in gold light, of the breathing book, of the sentence in the floor, of the way the chamber had recognized him before he understood enough to be afraid. "It didn't stay closed," he said. "No." The single syllable held too much. Harry looked down at his hands. They were steady. That unsettled him. He thought they ought to have been shaking or clenched or doing something dramatic enough to be honest. Instead, they lay quiet against the arms of the chair, as if part of him had already accepted the shape of this conversation before he climbed the stairs. Dumbledore's voice softened. "Harry, I would like you to tell me how much contact you have had with what lies beneath the school." There it was. Direct enough that Hermione would have approved of the clarity, soft enough to pretend choice remained. Steel under velvet. Harry lifted his eyes. Dumbledore waited. The old man's face was open, patient, almost sorrowful. Harry had seen that look before, after Cedric. After Sirius' name entered a conversation that still bruised to hear. It was one of Dumbledore's most dangerous expressions, because it invited trust by seeming to have already paid for it. Harry knew, suddenly and with total certainty, that if he began talking now, he would keep talking. Dumbledore would not force him. He would merely provide enough silence and enough grave kindness that Harry's own need to understand would do the rest. It would be so easy. He could tell him about the primer, about Glintstone, about the room changing when the book opened, about Hermione's notes and the pebble and the blade, and the sense that his own thoughts were becoming more exact around the edges. He could put the whole impossible burden on the desk between them and ask, for once in his life, for an adult to do something more useful than standing nearby while destiny misbehaved. He almost did. Then he thought of Dumbledore saying some doors should remain closed with the calm assurance of someone who had known for decades, and let the ignorance stand, because it was easier to govern a child kept small. Something old and raw in Harry recoiled. "Not much," he said. The lie came out smooth. Too smooth. Dumbledore heard it land between them and did not blink. "I see." Harry's left shoulder, Hermione had once informed him in fury, always tightened first when he lied. He made himself relax it by force. "I found the entrance," Harry said, which was true, "and I looked inside. I didn't go far." Dumbledore regarded him. The silence stretched. The portraits on the wall remained theatrically asleep, though Harry would have bet a month of detentions that not a single one of them was missing this conversation. At length, Dumbledore said, "And yet your scar is changing." Harry's throat tightened before he could stop it. "You noticed that?" "My dear boy," Dumbledore said quietly, "I have spent half your life noticing what others miss and the other half regretting the uses to which I put that talent." It was such an honest-sounding line that Harry hated it on contact. He said, "Then you know there's not much point pretending this is something I can ignore." Dumbledore did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice had lost some of its softness. "There is every point in ignoring forces that seek to define you before you have chosen yourself." Harry looked up sharply. For a flicker of a second the headmaster's calm gave way and something older looked through. Not anger, not exactly, but conviction sharpened by fear. "You are 15, Dumbledore said. "Extraordinary, yes. Burdened beyond reason, certainly, but still 15. There are powers in this world and, apparently, adjacent to it, that do not care how young the vessel is so long as it carries well." The room had gone colder. Fawkes shifted once, feathers rasping softly. Dumbledore leaned back slightly, as if mastering more forceful language by physically increasing the distance between them. "I am asking you," he said, "to stop." Not ordering, asking, that made it heavier. Harry stared at the man across from him. This would have mattered more a year ago. 2 years ago. It would have mattered before graveyards and deaths and ministries, full of adults waiting to see what shape a child's suffering might take if arranged properly. It would have mattered before a book beneath the school laid open the possibility that the very structure of magic had been an imitation all along, and Harry, somehow, was the crack through which the older law had started looking back. Now it mattered in a different way, not as command, As proof, Dumbledore was afraid of this, not vaguely concerned, not prudently wary, afraid enough to tell the truth in fragments and call it kindness, afraid enough to ask Harry to let ignorance resume its work. "Will you?" Dumbledore asked. Harry thought of the primer breathing in Hermione's beaded bag, of the chapter they had barely begun to read at the end of last night's session, where the language became denser and stranger, and the diagrams widened into radial forms that seemed to press against the edge of the page. One heading had clarified itself only after Harry touched it, fragments of greater lore. On the bearing of great runes by mortal flesh, he had not yet told Hermione what that title did to the inside of his chest. No, he thought, what he said was, "I'll be careful." Dumbledore closed his eyes. Just for an instant. When he opened them again, all the visible emotion was gone, drawn back into that maddening, dignified composure he wore like another set of robes. "That," he said gently, "was not the question." Harry did not answer. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment and then nodded once, a movement so small it felt less like concession than notation. "I see," he said again. Neither of them acknowledged the lie. That was the worst part, not the dishonesty itself, the mutual acceptance of it. Something shifted there, subtle and irreversible. Harry felt it happen not as sound or revelation, but as distance. A thread that had held through years of half-truth and reverence and frustration, finally taking too much strain and thinning into something that might still bear weight for a while longer, but would never again be trusted. Dumbledore rose from behind the desk. It was only then that Harry realized how much he had wanted the old man to stay seated. Standing gave him scale. Not height, Dumbledore was not an imposing man in the ordinary sense, but presence. Years. Power gathered with enough discipline that it rarely needed display. He crossed to the window and stood with his back half-turned. Outside, twilight had deepened over Hogwarts. The grounds lay dark and quiet under the first wash of evening. The lake held the remaining light like a secret. "When I was younger," Dumbledore said, "I developed a disastrous fondness for the idea that understanding a thing gave one the right to guide it, to contain it, to shape the damage into some nobler design." He folded his hands behind his back. "Age has improved my caution more than it has improved my certainty." Harry said nothing. Dumbledore looked out across the grounds. "I am not asking you to remain weak, Harry, nor to remain ignorant forever, only to consider that some knowledge arrives with a claim attached, and those claims are rarely phrased in terms favorable to the one who carries them." The words were careful enough to matter. Harry wondered, suddenly, how much Dumbledore actually knew and how much he feared from inference alone. Whether the sealed reports, the chamber, and Harry's scar had given him facts or only outlines. Whether the old man was trying to protect Harry from something specific or simply from any form of destiny not authored by a human hand. Perhaps it did not matter. Harry stood. The lemon drop remained half-melted on the blotter. "Can I go?" he asked. Dumbledore turned back. He looked very old then. Not weak, not diminished, simply old in the most unforgiving sense, a man whose intelligence had outlived too many chances to use it cleanly. "Yes," he said, then, after a pause, "be more careful than you intend to be." Harry almost said something cruel. Instead, he looked toward Fawkes one last time. The Phoenix still would not meet his eyes. Harry left the office without taking another sweet. Hermione was waiting in the corridor below. The first thing she did was scan his face like a diagnostic spell in human form. "The good news," Harry said, "is that I'm not expelled. The fact that you've started with that suggests I should not be reassured." He leaned against the stone wall beside the staircase, suddenly tired in a way glintstone practice had never managed to make him. "He knows about the chamber." Hermione went still. "How much?" "Enough." "That is not a quantity." 40 years' worth," Harry said. "The Ministry found it in 1959. 3 unspeakables went down. One came back raving about grace and shattering and then died later for reasons no one could explain." Hermione stared at him, face white in the torchlight. "He knew," she said. Harry gave a short, humorless laugh. "Yes. How long has he known that you—" "He didn't say that bit directly." Harry pushed off the wall and started walking because standing still felt too much like being cornered by his own thoughts. Hermione fell into step beside him at once. He asked what contact I've had, and I lied. She looked over sharply. Badly? No. That silenced her for a moment. That, more than the answer itself, told her what kind of lie it had been. They turned down a side corridor where the torches burned lower and the castle's sounds flattened into distance. Harry spoke before Hermione could decide whether to scold him or support him. He asked me to stop. Hermione's expression changed. The anger she had been assembling paused halfway to readiness. And, Harry kept his eyes on the floor ahead, I said I'd be careful. Hermione let out a breath through her nose, which is not the same thing. No. They walked in silence for a few seconds. Then Hermione said, very quietly, Did he frighten you? Harry thought of Fawkes against the far wall. Of Dumbledore saying powers that do not care how young the vessel is so long as it carries well. Of the old man's voice tightening around the plea to stop. Yes, Harry said, but not in the way he intended. Hermione did not ask him to explain. That was one of the 1,000 things she did for him without making a ceremony of it. By the time they reached the corridor near the library, Harry had made the decision. Perhaps he had made it in Dumbledore's office and was only now letting language catch up. I'm doing it tonight, he said. Hermione stopped walking. Doing what? He turned to face her. The Great Rune chapter. All color left her face. No. I need to know what it is before he, or the Ministry, or whoever got Umbridge's report, decides for me. That is not remotely sound logic. It's the only logic I've got. Hermione took a step closer, voice dropping so low it was almost a hiss. Harry, we haven't even finished indexing the safety conditions on glintstone attunement. We do not understand how great runes interact with a human body. We have one primer written by an entity that may literally consider physics a matter of style. This is not the moment to escalate. He already knows enough to ask me to stop. That is an argument for caution. No, Harry said, and heard the new hardness in his own voice before she did. It's an argument for getting there first. Hermione stared. For a second he thought she might slap him. Not because she was angry enough, though she was, but because sometimes physical clarity was the only language available when terror and intelligence hit the same wall. Instead, she said, You sound different. The words were small. That made them cut. Harry looked away first. I know. Hermione closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the panic had been forced down into the narrower, sharper shape she used for surviving impossible things. If you're doing this, she said, each word clipped to usefulness, then we do it with procedure. He almost said we and heard the absurd possessiveness in that almost thought. Not I can't let you, not it's too dangerous, something colder, territorial. The recognition hit him like a slap. He made himself answer normally. All right. Hermione studied him a moment longer, clearly measuring whether normally still meant what it had last week. Then she nodded once. Not in the classroom. No. If something goes wrong, I want stone older than the school between us and everyone else. Harry thought of the chamber under the restricted section. The staircase, the room that listened. All right, he said again. They did not go down together. That, in the end, was Harry's doing. By 10:30, the castle had settled into its nighttime rhythm. Doors closing, voices dimming, the long exhale of a place containing several hundred children and trying with mixed success not to behave like a ship at sea. Harry met Hermione outside the library with the primer wrapped in cloth between them. Then, at the last moment, he said, I need to do the writing myself. Hermione gave him a withering look. That was never in doubt. No, Harry said. I mean alone. She went perfectly still. The corridor seemed suddenly too narrow. Harry, I'm not trying to be dramatic. That is exactly when you are most dramatic. He almost smiled, but the expression died before it formed. Dumbledore knows enough. If this goes wrong, I don't want you standing next to me while it happens. Hermione's face did not change much. That was how Harry knew the hurt landed deep. We went down there together, she said. I know, we took the book together. I know, we built every single step up to this together. Each repetition tightened something in his chest. I know. Hermione looked at him as if trying to decide whether he had become cruel or simply convinced himself that cruelty counted as protection if arranged properly. Finally, she said, "This is not noble, you know." "I didn't say it was." "No," her voice thinned. "You didn't." Harry could have backed down then. Should have, perhaps. The right sentence existed somewhere in reach. Something about temporary caution, about wanting one set of variables instead of two, about coming back if the temperature shifted, or the room changed, or the primer started trying to rewrite his bones. All true. None sufficient. What came out instead was, "Please." Hermione's expression flickered. He hated the relief that words still brought him. At last she shoved the wrapped primer into his hands. "If you are not back in 2 hours," she said, "I am coming after you and I will be furious the entire way." "Fair. And if your body starts doing anything geometrically ambitious, you leave." Harry blinked. "Geometrically ambitious! You know exactly what I mean." He did. Hermione folded her arms. "Say it." "If my body starts doing anything geometrically ambitious," Harry said obediently, "I leave." "Good." She held his gaze a second longer. Then, quieter, "Come back still, you." The words followed him all the way to the tapestry. The hidden stair opened for him immediately. No touch. No searching for the loose stone. The wall split along the old seam the moment he approached, and golden light spilled out as if the passage had been waiting at the exact threshold of patience for his return. Harry descended alone. The staircase seemed deeper tonight, or perhaps he was only more aware of what it meant to go down without Hermione beside him. No shared breath, no muttered analysis breaking the silence into manageable pieces. The pale ashlar walls reflected the gold light softly. The enormous runes carved into them looked less decorative each time he saw them, more infrastructural, as if this place had not been built in stone and marked with law, but built from law that had consented to resemble stone. By the time he reached the chamber, the air had gone knife-cold. The lectern waited at the center. Harry set the primer on it and unwrapped the cloth. The cover breathed once. He opened to the chapter they had found the night before and not yet dared to read beyond the heading. The pages turned slowly on their own until they reached a spread dense with interlocking diagrams. Not just runes, structures. Vast radial constructions that made the earlier glintstone diagrams look quaint, like arithmetic before astronomy. At the top of the left page, meaning arrived with the old brutal clarity. Great runes are not spells. They are fractures of total law born in lesser form. To inscribe even one fragment is to invite reality to remember a fuller shape. Harry swallowed. Below that, lines of explanation reassembled themselves directly in his mind. Great runes were not meant for transcription by ordinary mortal hands. Not wholly, not cleanly. They were fragments only because totality had broken. Each shard still carried enough of the original law to distort the world around it, the way a splinter of a star would still be catastrophically bright to anyone foolish enough to pocket it. The page continued. Begin only with the lesser bearing of protection. Godric's fragment governs weight, frame, endurance, boundary. It is the law by which flesh is permitted to remain flesh under pressure. Copy nothing you do not intend to become answerable to. Harry stared at that last line for a long moment. Then he drew parchment toward him, uncorked ink, and took out his quill. His wand lay in his pocket by habit. The holly felt warm against his thigh, familiar and absurdly domestic in comparison to the thing open before him. Harry set the point of the quill above the page. For a moment nothing happened. Then the scar on his forehead pulsed gold and the first line showed itself, not drawn on the page, in the air just above it, rising like a memory from water. Angles within arcs, within branching geometries, all of it too precise for the eye to hold at once. Harry understood at once why the book had called it a fragment of protection and why that word was too small. The glyph did not mean shield. It meant the law by which matter held its shape long enough for shielding to be conceptually possible. He copied the first line. The candle nearest the lectern went out. No, wrong. It inverted. The flame remained lit, but below the wick now, hanging downward in a perfect golden teardrop that burned without consuming anything. Harry's breath caught. Across the chamber, the other candles did the same, every flame pulled wrong, as if gravity had briefly mistaken itself. The room did not react with surprise. That was somehow the most horrifying part. Harry kept writing. The second line took longer. His hand did not tremble, but the quill dragged, as though the ink had thickened into something more resistant than liquid. Frost crept along the edge of the lectern under his left hand. The air grew colder, not with draft but with subtraction, as if warmth were being carefully removed from the room to make space for a more exact condition. By the fourth line, shadows had started gathering upward. Harry looked up once and saw them pooled across the ceiling in slow-moving dark sheets, clinging to the high stone above him while the lower walls glowed faintly gold. The effect should have been beautiful. It was beautiful. That did not stop it from feeling like the chamber was being turned inside out around him. He kept writing. Every few minutes the rune pushed back. That was the only phrase his mind could find for it. Reality around the parchment would shiver and then refuse some minor assumption. Flame below wick. Shadow above matter. Breath fogging and not dispersing, but hanging in branching patterns like pale script. Once the sound of his own quill scratching arrived half a second before the point touched parchment, and Harry had to stop and breathe through the urge to drop everything and run. But each time the world strained wrong, the glyph on the page clarified further. He began to understand why great runes were called weight, not because they were heavy in the hand. Because the closer one came to them, the more everything nearby had to negotiate with their presence. The chamber accepted this negotiation easily. Harry's body did not. By the end of the first hour, his wrist ached. By the end of the second, both hands had gone numb with cold so complete it felt surgical. By the middle of the third, he realized with detached alarm that he had stopped thinking in sentences for stretches at a time. Thought had become diagrams, angles, load-bearing points. At one point, he lifted his head and found himself calculating, without effort, how much stone the vaulted ceiling could lose before collapse would become probable. The realization frightened him enough that he shut his eyes until ordinary fear returned. When he opened them again, the primer had turned one page, no visible hand. No draft, just the next section exposed, offering the final branch of the fragment in lines thin and gold as hairline cracks in a mirror. Harry should have stopped. Hermione would have said so with such force it might have rearranged the chamber's acoustics. His shoulder joints hurt. His fingertips had begun to bead blood where the quill pressed too hard and the skin split from cold. The scar on his forehead no longer pulsed. It burned steadily, a narrow channel of gold under flesh. He copied the next line, and another. And another. At some point he realized he was no longer looking back and forth between book and parchment. The glyph had established itself behind his eyes. Each new section arrived there first, not as sight but as inevitability, and his hand merely followed. The chamber grew colder still. Ice feathered across the edge of the lectern and down the stone at Harry's feet. Every breath came like metal in his lungs. The candles burned below themselves in patient golden droplets. On the ceiling, shadow moved in slow black tides, not restless but attentive. The final line took 40 minutes, not because it was long, because it refused hurry. The last branch of the fragment curled back toward the center in a series of nested angles so minute and exact that each felt like writing on the edge of a blade. Harry ruined 2 quills. The first simply cracked at the shaft. The second froze solid between his fingers and snapped in silence. By the time he took up the third, his hands had become someone else's hands, pale and raw and obedient only by decision. When at last the final line closed into place, the whole glyph on the parchment lit, not bright. Terribly clear, gold spread through the ink like a pulse through capillaries. The rune did not glow so much as declare itself present at a level light happened to imitate. The chamber responded all at once. Every downward flame righted itself. The shadows dropped. Warmth rushed back into the room so violently that Harry staggered and had to catch himself on the lectern. For one suspended heartbeat, nothing moved except the rune on the page, breathing gold like a star seen through deep water. Then something in Harry's pocket cracked. He froze. The sound came again, not a snap, not a break. A dry, fibrous tearing, intimate and final. Harry's hand moved before thought did. He pulled the wand free, holly and phoenix feather, his first wand. His wand, it had split down the middle, not neatly, not as though cut by external force. The wood had splintered from within along the grain, opening in two uneven halves still faintly connected at the base, like a piece of living timber struck by winter that had decided growth and integrity were no longer compatible goals. The phoenix feather core showed through in thin, bright strands, not burned, not damaged, vacated. Empty in the way a nest is empty after something has flown, Harry stared. He waited for grief. It did not come. That frightened him more than anything that had happened in the chamber. He should have felt it. This was his wand. The first thing in the magical world that had chosen him instead of endured him. Holly and phoenix feather 11 inches, a partner through trolls and chambers and graveyards, and 1,000 smaller acts of survival no one had written songs about because surviving childhood is apparently too common to earn music. He should have felt loss, anger, panic. Instead, he felt only recognition. Of course, some cold, detached part of him thought. Of course, the older architecture had moved in and the lesser conduit had made way. There was no malice in the splintering, merely precedence. Harry stood very still in the suddenly normal chamber, the broken wand across both palms, and felt the absence of grief like a wound he could not yet see. "That's wrong," he whispered. The words vanished into the room. He looked at the rune on the parchment. It glowed with perfect, law-bound calm. Harry wanted, abruptly and violently, to hate it, to blame it, to call the entire thing monstrous and walk away before more of him reorganized itself into shapes he would not have chosen unaided. Instead, he found himself studying the splintered wand with clinical attention. The break had not ruptured the wood outward at random. The fibers had parted along natural lines of weakness, each strand peeled back by pressure too exact to count as force. The phoenix feather core, once warm with that responsive hum every wand possessed, had gone inert, not destroyed. Simply elsewhere. As if the magic inside had recognized a higher order of traffic and cleared the road. Harry hated how much sense that made. That, more than the numb lack of grief, was what finally put ice through his chest. He was changing fast enough that the logic of losing his wand arrived before the emotion of it. Hermione had been right. He sounded different. Now, perhaps, he was starting to think different too. Harry closed his fingers around the two halves of the wand until the splinters bit his skin. He would not throw it away. That decision came at once, fierce and instinctive, and the fierceness relieved him slightly because at last there was feeling attached to something. Not enough, but something. He drew a handkerchief from his pocket with awkward, cold-stiff fingers, wrapped the wand pieces carefully, and put them back inside his robes. Then he looked down at the parchment again. The great rune fragment waited, even half-complete compared to whatever totality it once belonged to. It had presence enough to distort the chamber, chill the air, and split a wand that had survived too much to deserve such an ending. Harry knew he should leave it there, perhaps destroy it if destruction were even meaningful at this scale, perhaps never look at it again. Instead, he found his hand moving back toward the primer. He stopped halfway. There, reflected faintly in the polished dark stone of the lectern, was his face. Harry looked thinner than he had 3 weeks ago. That was unsurprising. His eyes were too bright. Also unsurprising. The gold around the scar on his forehead was still visible, thin as molten wire beneath the skin, but the scar itself, his breath caught. The lightning bolt was no longer a lightning bolt. The old shape remained at the center, but from its angles 3 new branches had begun to spread. Not curved like cracks, deliberate, angular. One reaching upward toward the hairline, 2 shorter barbs opening toward the temple. They were faint, only just visible in the gold but unmistakable in form. A rune trying to finish itself. Harry stared at his own reflection until his vision blurred. Somewhere very far above, beyond stone and school and ordinary night, thunder rolled. The sound reached the chamber strangely muted, as though traveling through more than weather to arrive. Harry looked down at the primer. It lay open where he had left it, patient and breathing softly, the next page only half visible beyond the gutter. He could close it. He could take the parchment and burn it. He could go back up the stair, find Hermione, show her the wand and the scar, and let her fury stand in for the ordinary terror his own mind was increasingly bad at producing on time. He knew all of that. He also knew, with the sick certainty of a door swinging inward on a silent hinge, that he was going to keep going, not tonight, perhaps. Even now his hands shook on the edge of useful function. The room still smelled of frost and ink and old law, but soon, very soon. Harry slid the finished parchment into the inner pocket of his robes beside the wrapped pieces of his wand. Then he picked up the primer again. The book felt heavier now, not in mass, in acknowledgement. As if by transcribing the fragment he had entered into some older contract the room no longer needed to explain. He closed the cover at last, wrapped it in cloth, and turned toward the stair. At the threshold of the chamber, he glanced back once. The lectern stood empty in the middle of the runic circle. The candle flames burned properly upright now. The shadows clung to the floor like obedient things that had briefly forgotten their place and been reminded. Nothing moved, yet the room felt less abandoned than ever. Harry climbed. Step by step, the pale ashlar gave way to Hogwarts stone. The air thickened from preserved cold to ordinary castle chill. By the time the hidden opening admitted him back into the corridor near the restricted section, the night felt almost warm. Hermione was there, not 2 hours later. Not hiding her impatience behind strategy. There, exactly where he had left her promise, pacing a narrow line in front of the tapestry with her arms folded hard enough to imply structural grievance. The moment she saw him, she stopped. Her eyes went first to his face, then to his hands, then back to his face, where the scar must have told its own story because her expression changed from anger to alarm so quickly it felt like watching glass crack. "What happened?" Harry opened his mouth. No answer came out immediately. Hermione stepped closer and then stopped short, all the fury draining from her at once. "Harry!" Only then did he realize how cold he still was. His breath fogged faintly in the corridor. The wrapped book in his arms seemed to drink torchlight. Hermione lifted one hand as if to touch his forehead, then hesitated when she saw the geometric branches spreading from the old scar. "What did you do?" she whispered. Harry laughed once. The sound was brittle enough to alarm them both. "I wrote it down." That was not enough explanation. It was everything he had. Hermione's gaze dropped to his right pocket where the shape of the wrapped wand must have shown, awkward and wrong against the line of his robes. Her face tightened. "Your wand," she said. Harry nodded. She inhaled sharply, but whatever she expected to feel on his behalf changed when she looked up and saw his expression. Because he knew, in that moment, what his face must have shown, not devastation, not even shock, not properly. Only a terrible, lucid distance from the grief he ought to have been having. Hermione saw that and went very still. For several seconds, neither of them moved in the torchlit corridor while hidden stones settled behind the tapestry and the castle carried on above them, oblivious. Then Hermione took the primer from his arms without asking. Her touch was careful, not of the book, of him. "Come on," she said quietly. Harry looked at her. She swallowed once. There was fear in her face now, yes, but not fear of him. Fear for the exact piece of him she had just realized might be receding too fast to call back by ordinary means. "Come on," she said again, "before this gets any worse." Harry let her lead him away from the corridor. Behind them, unseen under stone and history and the school's older foundations, the chamber kept its silence. And on Harry's forehead, the scar no longer looked remotely like lightning. It looked like the first draft of a law. By Monday, everyone at Hogwarts knew 3 things. First, Harry Potter's scar was changing. Second, he no longer carried a wand in any way that mattered. Third, whatever had happened to him had made Umbridge very interested and Dumbledore very quiet, which, taken together, was enough to turn rumor into a form of weather. The rumors varied by house. Hufflepuff's version was nervous and practical. Potter had been cursed, obviously, or half-cursed, or exposed to some Department of Mysteries experiment because those people were always doing things no one explained properly. They hoped it was not contagious. Ravenclaw's version was worse. Ravenclaws had decided Harry was undergoing theoretical magical phase displacement, which meant nothing useful and sounded terrifying enough to spread fast. By Tuesday, someone in fifth-year charms was claiming the scar's new geometry resembled pre-ministerial law notation. No one could prove this. The lack of proof only helped. Slytherin's version was the nastiest and the closest to the truth. Potter, according to Slytherin, had found something. Something old, private, illegal, and powerful enough that even Dumbledore had not managed to leash it yet. The scar was not evidence of damage. It was evidence of access. That version reached Draco Malfoy by breakfast and reached Umbridge by lunch. By dinner, she had announced the reinstatement of the dueling club. She did it in the Great Hall with a smile so soft and pink it made several students instinctively distrust the architecture. "My dears," Umbridge trilled from the staff table, rising with her hands clasped at her waist, as if she were about to announce a poetry reading rather than bureaucratic bloodsport. "In light of recent irregularities, it has become clear to the Ministry that practical defensive assessment may be beneficial." The word irregularities traveled down the tables like cold oil. Harry did not look up at once. He was sitting between Ron and Hermione, eating because Hermione had placed food on his plate with the sort of silent insistence that brooked neither debate nor self-destruction. Across from him, Ginny had stopped halfway through buttering bread and was looking toward the staff table with the concentrated attention of someone who expected nonsense and liked to see what shape it took. Umbridge continued. "The dueling club shall reconvene twice weekly under approved supervision. Student pairings will be selected for educational and observational purposes." Her smile widened. "It will, I am sure, be most illuminating," Ron muttered. "That's not a normal word to use about children hitting each other." Hermione did not answer. She was staring at Umbridge with the expression she usually reserved for badly sourced textbooks and moral failure. At the staff table, McGonagall's lips had disappeared completely. Snape looked uninterested in precisely the way he did when paying sharp, dangerous attention. Flitwick seemed mildly horrified. Dumbledore was unreadable. Harry, after a moment, lifted his eyes. Umbridge was looking directly at him, not openly enough that others would call it staring. Just enough that he knew the announcement had been aimed like a knife and wrapped in educational language on the way over. Something in his scar warmed. Beside him, Hermione whispered, "Don't react." "I'm not reacting. You are reacting internally in a way I can hear from here." Ron looked between them. "I continue to be the most neglected person at this table." Ginny, without taking her eyes off Umbridge, said, "No, that's probably still Ernie Macmillan." That got a weak laugh out of Ron and absolutely nothing out of Harry, because Harry knew what Umbridge was doing. This was not about training, not really. She wanted to see him under pressure in public, wanted measurement, documentation, spectacle with witnesses and paperwork afterward. She wanted the Ministry to have a shape for whatever he had become. The trouble was that Harry himself was not entirely certain what shape that was. That night, Hermione slept with the primer under her pillow. Not to read it, to know exactly where it was. Harry knew because he had seen her take it there with both hands and a face white with refusal. "You don't trust your bag anymore?" he asked quietly as they stood in the girls' staircase corridor after curfew. Hermione held the wrapped book to her chest, as if it might decide to fall upward if not properly supervised. "I trust my bag. I do not trust the castle, the Ministry, Professor Umbridge, or your increasingly alarming tendency to say things like I'll be careful with the tone of someone announcing weather. That seems a little unfair." She looked at him. Harry considered, then nodded once. No, actually, that's fair. Hermione's expression softened only by the smallest degree. This is not a training exercise anymore. He said nothing. She drew in a breath. Harry, I know. No, Hermione said. You know in the abstract. I need you to know in the practical sense. If Umbridge puts you in front of people, she is trying to make you demonstrate something. If you demonstrate too little, she'll push harder. If you demonstrate too much, I know. Again that small, terrible pause. Hermione shifted the primer in her arms. Then don't do too much. Harry thought of the splintered wand wrapped in cloth at the bottom of his trunk. Of the attuned glintstone shard he had been carrying hidden in his sleeve the way other boys carried confidence. Of the great rune fragment tucked into an inner pocket near his heart, where he could feel it sometimes not as heat but as structure, a subtle pressure reminding flesh that Lore had passed nearby and taken notes. I'll try, he said. Hermione closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, she did not look reassured. She looked as though reassurance had become a luxury item and she was trying to manage on rationing. The dueling club met in the old Trophy Hall annex because the Great Hall was too central, and the formal dueling chamber had, according to Filch, never been right since Peeves dropped an exploding suit of armor into it 3 years prior. The annex was long, high-ceilinged, and lined with cases full of silver cups and tarnished shields that reflected students in warped, accusatory fragments. Candles floated overhead in rigid rows. The floor had been marked with dueling boundaries in bright white lines that smelled faintly of fresh chalk and stronger magic. Umbridge stood at the center of it, all like a pink punctuation mark imposed on a sentence that wanted no part of her. Flitwick had been roped into technical supervision, which meant the formal rules would at least exist even if their spirit had been bribed behind the scenes. Snape leaned near the back wall, black robes cutting the room into harder shapes wherever he stood. A handful of older prefects had been assigned as monitors. Dumbledore was absent. That absence had weight. Harry stood with the other students along the side of the room while Umbridge gave a speech about discipline, observation, and the ministry's deep concern for practical safety. No one listened past the second sentence. They were too busy looking at Harry. He felt it from every direction, curiosity. Fear, excitement, Malfoy's thin, gleaming anticipation. Ginny's narrower, more thoughtful attention, Neville's visible unease. Ron's protective anger held in by force because there were too many witnesses, and because Harry had already told him not to start something before Umbridge chose a reason to enjoy it. Hermione stood on Harry's other side, arms folded so tightly they might have qualified as armor. "You can still underperform on purpose," she murmured without moving her lips. "That's a sentence built out of things you usually hate. That should tell you how serious I am." Harry looked straight ahead. "I know, you keep saying that." He glanced sideways. Hermione's face was pale but composed, the expression of someone who had taken terror, indexed it, color-coded it, and was now attempting to weaponize it into caution. "I do know," Harry said more quietly. Before she could answer, Flitwick called the first pair, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Longbottom. A murmur moved through the room. Draco stepped forward with polished ease, pale hair immaculate, wand already in hand as though the duel were merely a social engagement his ancestors had been anticipating for centuries. Neville followed more slowly. His grip on his wand was not elegant. It was determined. Harry saw Ron shift. "Why Neville?" Ron muttered. "Because Umbridge mistakes vulnerability for evidence," Hermione said, "and Malfoy for competence," Harry added. That got the ghost of a smile out of Hermione and none at all out of Ron. The duel began. Draco opened exactly as everyone expected him to. Sharp, quick, mildly showy, using speed and confidence to make cruelty look like polish. Neville blocked the first jinx badly and the second better. By the third exchange, it became clear Draco had spent time practicing beyond school standards, and just as clear that Neville had spent years surviving people who underestimated him long enough to build stubbornness into bone. The room watched with the avid hush of students relieved for once to be spectators. Draco tried a silent, stinging hex. Neville dodged late, took it in the shoulder, flinched, recovered, and answered with a disarming charm so forceful it nearly tore Draco's wand free. That got a real reaction. Not applause, because Umbridge had forbidden excessive outbursts, but the room pulled inward around the moment with collective surprise. Draco's face thinned. He retaliated with a curse too sharp for school practice. Flitwick snapped it aside before it landed and deducted points with such brittle cheerfulness that the temperature in the room dropped further. Neville lost in the end, mostly on precision, partly on speed, but he did not humiliate. That to Slytherin's visible irritation and Gryffindor's half-concealed pride mattered. As Neville came back, breathing hard, Harry clapped him once on the shoulder. "You were good," Harry said. Neville blinked at him. "I lost." "Yes," Harry said, "you were still good." Neville, who had been expecting comfort and found assessment instead, looked oddly steadied by it. Then Umbridge smiled. "Next," she said, voice sugary and bright, "Mr. Potter and Mr. Rosier." The silence was immediate. Harry felt Ron go rigid beside him. Hermione swore under her breath. Across the room, Evander Rosier stepped forward. He was sixth-year Slytherin, broad-shouldered and dark-haired, with the kind of calm self-possession that usually came from money, private instruction, and a childhood in rooms where losing was treated as a moral flaw rather than an event. His face was not cruel exactly. That made him worse. There was a composed, inherited certainty in it, as if the world had spent years explaining to him that he belonged in front of weaker things. Harry had seen him before in corridors and never paid much attention. That was no longer possible. Rosier's wand rested loosely in his hand. He looked at Harry with polite interest and absolutely no doubt. Umbridge clasped her hands. "A useful pairing, I think. Useful for whom went unasked." Harry stepped onto the marked dueling floor. He was aware, all at once, of everything. The chalk lines under his shoes, Hermione's breath catching somewhere to his left. Ron's posture locked so tight it looked painful, Ginny leaning slightly forward, Snape not moving at all. Flitwick's eyes sharp behind his spectacles, and his own empty hand, Rosier noticed. A small expression crossed his face, not mockery, not surprise, recalibration. "Where's your wand, Potter?" he asked. The room listened harder. Harry could have lied, could have said broken, misplaced, confiscated, irrelevant. Instead he heard himself answer with dreadful honesty. "I don't use one." Something flickered behind Rosier's eyes, not amusement. Now, for the first time, caution. Flitwick raised a hand. "Wands or otherwise recognized magical foci at the ready. No lethal intent, no dark curses, and by all means try not to bring the ceiling down. Bow, if you please." They bowed. Harry straightened. Rosier did not wait. The first spell came silent. Harry recognized Reducto only because the air changed before impact, pressure compressing along a narrow line and racing toward him with demolition in its bones. He moved. Not by thinking. Not even by instinct, as he had once known instinct. This was cleaner, colder. A precise shift of weight and space, half a step cut at the correct angle before thought had time to phrase the danger. The curse tore past his shoulder and hit the far floor with a blast of white stone and dust. A collective gasp went up. Harry had already known, in some abstract way, that the primer had changed his reflexes. This was the first time he saw other people notice. Rosier noticed too. He cast again, faster. Harry moved again, not backward. Never backward. Slightly left, inside the line of attack, where Rosier had assumed no schoolboy would go because British dueling taught avoidance in broader arcs. Harry slid through the space like he had been reading geometry instead of danger. The second curse missed. The third Harry deflected with a small, economical rune traced in the air by 2 fingers. Green sparks fell harmlessly to the floor. Now the silence in the room turned absolute. Rosier's expression was still composed, but the certainty had left it. Harry felt the glintstone shard in his sleeve like a held breath. "Don't do too much," Hermione had said. "Do not under any circumstances let Umbridge decide the scale of this," another part of him answered. Rosier's wand came up for a 4th curse. Harry reached into his sleeve. The shard was no larger than a broken fingernail. Blue at the core, faintly translucent at the edges, it looked like almost nothing in the hand. But it had taken him days to attune and longer to stop hearing it in his dreams. A high, cold note somewhere behind the scar and sleep. He held it between finger and thumb. Rosier stopped dead. The room felt that pause like a crack in glass. "What is that?" Umbridge demanded from somewhere behind Harry. He ignored her. The shard cooled his skin instantly, not painfully. Precisely. Harry held the pattern. Glintblade phalanx answered. 6 blades of starlight unfolded into the air before him soundlessly. They did not appear one by one. They clarified. As if the room had briefly failed to notice, they were already there and then been forced to correct itself. Long, translucent, edged in faint blue fire with no warmth in it whatsoever, the blades hovered in a perfect semicircle around Harry's shoulders. Their points aimed forward. Their surfaces shimmered with impossible geometric depth, each one seeming both thin as glass and heavier than iron. Somebody dropped a wand. The noise rang through the room like a bell. Hermione's hand closed hard enough around Ron's sleeve to wrinkle the fabric. Ron did not seem to notice. Flitwick had gone very still. Snape's face, for once, betrayed something close to open shock. Umbridge stood up. "What?" she said, voice thin with strain. "Is that?" Harry looked at Rosier. Rosier, to his credit, did not step back. He raised a protego. The shield sprang up bright and textbook perfect, blue-white, humming with formal ward structure and 6 years of dueling confidence. Harry sent 2 blades forward. They crossed the distance between them in less than a blink. They did not hit the shield so much as enter a more fundamental conversation with it. The protego came apart, not shattered, not overwhelmed, dissolved. The glint blades met the spell, and the spell remembered, all at once, that it had been built on a smaller grammar. White light unraveled across the air in frost-like filaments and vanished. The force behind the collapse threw Rosier backward as if an invisible hand had struck him square in the chest. He hit the floor hard, slid, and came to rest breathless but visibly unharmed. The remaining 4 blades hovered exactly where they had been, patient as verdicts. No one spoke. Harry lowered his hand. The blades dissolved into blue dust that hung for a second in the air before disappearing entirely. Rosier pushed himself upright, dazed, and stared at the space where his shield had been. "I cast protego," he said, not to anyone in particular. Harry believed him. Umbridge did not. She rounded on Flitwick. "That was an illegal object," Flitwick blinked. "I what? A contraband implement?" "Some sort of cursed shard." Harry turned toward her. Umbridge's face had gone blotchy pink around the edges. Fear and outrage made strange partners in her. Each seemed offended by the other's presence. "It was not on the approved equipment list," she snapped. "You didn't ask for a list," Harry said. A dangerous silence followed. The entire room felt suddenly balanced on something narrow and bright. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge said, each syllable sugar-coated and poisoned, "you will surrender that object immediately." The scar on Harry's forehead warmed, not painfully, approvingly. He looked at the far stone wall of the annex, not at students, not at Umbridge, not at Rosier still rising to his feet in furious disbelief, at the wall. He had not meant to do this when he woke that morning. He knew that with the last clean part of himself. He had not come intending spectacle, or declaration, or challenge, but something in him, something made sharper by sleepless weeks, great rune transcription, the loss of his wand, Dumbledore's plea to stop, and the steady, humiliating presence of adults who kept trying to decide what power meant before the children carrying it had even named it, reached a point beyond caution. Harry lifted the shard again. Hermione made a noise unlike any sound he had ever heard from her. Not words. Protest before language. Harry, he already had the pattern. Comet Azur was not a student's spell. It was not even a duelist's technique in any reasonable sense. It was a theorem weaponized. Total alignment, condensed stellar matter, annihilating precision held on a line so exact the world briefly mistook it for permission. Harry loosed it for 1 second. Blue-white brilliance erupted from the shard in a column narrower than a man's torso and bright enough that half the room reeled backward, blinded. It crossed the annex without heat, without noise at first, only impossible radiance compressing the air into silence. Then the far wall ceased to be uninterrupted stone. A perfect circle vanished from it, not cracked, not blasted loose, not blackened by force, simply removed. 4 feet of 1,000-year-old Hogwarts masonry opened around the beam as if subtraction had become holy for the length of a heartbeat. Beyond the new aperture lay open corridor darkness and drifting dust lit from behind by cold, fading starlight. Harry cut the spell. The aftersound hit then deep, concussive, not explosion so much as architecture realizing too late that it had been edited. The room shook. Students stumbled. Trophy cases rattled violently. Silver cups rang against glass. Somewhere someone screamed. Flitwick threw up 3 shields at once purely on instinct. Snape moved in a blur toward the center of the room, wand out, all pretense of detached supervision gone. And in the middle of it, Harry stood absolutely still with the glintstone shard cooling in his hand. Dust drifted through the circle cut in the wall like pale snow. He turned toward Umbridge. Her mouth was open. For once in her life, Dolores Jane Umbridge had no sound available. Harry looked at her and heard his own voice come out low and level and far older than 15. "I think," he said quietly, "I'm done with the curriculum." No one laughed, no one moved. The silence afterward felt less like shock than treaty. The meeting with Dumbledore took place before the dust had fully settled from the annex. Harry knew, because there was still powdered stone on the hem of his robes when he climbed the moving staircase behind the gargoyle, and because Fawkes cried out the moment he entered the office. Not in alarm. In grief. The sound stopped Harry harder than any shouted order could have. Dumbledore stood by the window when Harry came in. He did not offer a lemon drop this time. The bowl remained on the desk untouched, which somehow made the room feel emptier. "You have rendered several disciplinary questions irrelevant by scale alone," Dumbledore said without turning. Harry closed the door behind him. "I didn't hurt anyone." "No," Dumbledore said, "you did not." The old wizard faced him then. There was no theatrical disappointment in his expression. No anger shaped for instruction. Only exhaustion and something so tightly controlled it took Harry a second to identify it. Fear, not of Harry hurting him. Not physically. Fear of consequence finally entering the room in a form he could not steer. "You used it publicly," Dumbledore said. Harry thought of Rosier's dissolving shield, of the wall, of Hermione's face as the beam crossed the room. Yes. Why? The question landed harder than accusation, because Umbridge pushed, because Rosier was chosen as humiliation, because British shields coming apart under glintstone felt like a truth too large to keep pretending was theoretical. Because part of Harry had wanted, desperately and for one stupid second, for the adults in the room to stop treating him like a problem to catalog and start understanding that the category had already broken. He could not say any of that without sounding like a child defending arson on philosophical grounds, so he said, "She wanted a demonstration." Dumbledore's face changed very slightly. "And so you gave her one?" Harry held his gaze. "Yes." The air between them tightened. For a moment Harry thought Dumbledore would finally raise his voice, would let the careful gentleness crack and show the full shape of his anger. Instead, the headmaster walked to the desk, set both hands on it, and bowed his head once, as if steadying himself against an old pain. "When I asked you to stop," he said quietly, "I was not attempting to diminish you, I was attempting to buy you time." Harry's reply came too fast. "Time for what?" Dumbledore looked up. "For a self," he said, "before power begins deciding which parts of you are efficient enough to keep." The words cut cleanly because they were true enough to hurt. Harry thought of his wand splintering, of staring at it without grief, of the terrible lucidity in that absence, but he also thought of Umbridge's face, of Rosier's shield dissolving, of the feeling, cold and exact and undeniable, that he had accessed something more honest than any classroom duel had ever been allowed to become. "And if the self you're buying time for?" Harry asked. Can't survive what's already coming. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. You are still asking, he said at last, as though survival and transformation are the only two categories available. Aren't they? No, Harry almost laughed at that, not because it was funny, because it was precisely the kind of answer older, wiser men gave when they wanted alternatives to exist badly enough to call them present. Dumbledore saw the reaction. His shoulders lowered a fraction. Harry! The gentleness in his voice then was the worst thing in the room. I do not think you are lost. Harry had not realized until that moment how much he had expected to hear the opposite. The shock of it must have shown. Dumbledore continued, but I think you are walking quickly toward a threshold from which choice becomes harder to recognize. Power does not always corrupt by making monsters. Sometimes it clarifies. Sometimes it reveals the shape a person might most effectively become and makes every other version of them feel indulgent. Harry looked away first, because that was too close. Dumbledore knew it too. The old wizard's silence shifted from challenge to grief in the span of one breath. I cannot stop you now, he said. It was not concession, it was fact. Harry felt something inside himself go colder and more alone. I wasn't asking you to, I know. Another pause, then Dumbledore said, Miss Granger is frightened. Harry's head came up sharply. Do not punish her, Dumbledore said, for being the only person in this castle honest enough to fear the correct things. Anger rose at once, not because Dumbledore was wrong, but because he was right in a place Harry had been carefully refusing to look. I'm not punishing her. No, Dumbledore asked softly. Harry had no answer. The office held still around him. Fawkes watched now, golden eyes bright and sorrowful. The phoenix was no longer pressed against the wall. That, oddly, made Harry feel worse. Dumbledore drew a long breath. There will be reports, he said. The Ministry will ask questions I cannot indefinitely prevent. Severus and Filius are already arguing over vocabulary downstairs. Minerva wants Umbridge thrown from the astronomy tower, which is the most I have liked her all week. Despite everything, that nearly pulled a smile from Harry, Dumbledore's eyes remained steady on him. For the next few days, do nothing spectacular, Harry thought of the primer, of the great rune fragment in his pocket, of the glintstone shard cooling against his palm like a second pulse. That seems unlikely, he said. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, as if precisely this honesty had exhausted him. When he opened them, the old kindness was back, but thinner now. Less a shelter than a choice he was making with conscious effort. Then do as little spectacularly as possible. Harry nodded once. It was not agreement, it was the closest thing either of them had left. Ron stopped making jokes for a week. That frightened everyone who knew him, though only Hermione understood the scale of it. The change was not dramatic. Ron still spoke, still swore at homework, still complained about the weather and the food and the specific moral failures of Slytherin Quidditch strategy. But the easy stream of irreverence that usually rose between him and Harry like a bridge went missing, and the silence it left behind had edges. On the first night after the duel, Harry found Ron awake in the dormitory long after the others had fallen asleep. Moonlight stretched across the floor. The room smelled faintly of old wood, wool blankets, and the castle's impossible cold. Ron sat up in bed with his arms resting on his knees. You could have killed him, he said into the dark. Harry stopped halfway to his own bed. I wasn't aiming at him, I know. Ron's voice did not shake. That made the words heavier. That's not the point. Harry stood there in silence for a moment. He wasn't in danger. Ron looked up then. There was no anger in his face, no accusation, just the plain, wounded seriousness of someone trying very hard to say exactly what he meant because jokes had stopped being enough insulation. You made a hole in Hogwarts, Ron said. By accident. Harry wanted to say not accident, not entirely, but the correction died before it formed. Because intent and control had become too close to one another in him lately, and Ron deserved cleaner truths than technical ones. I know, Harry said. Ron held his gaze for another second. Then he nodded, once, not agreement but acknowledgement, and lay back down without another word. Harry lay awake for a long time afterward, listening to the castle settle around them. He did not know whether the distance growing between them had started tonight or weeks ago. He only knew it had become visible. The ministry report went out before midnight. Umbridge wrote it with shaking hands and a feverish neatness that made the loops in her handwriting resemble restraints. Subject: Potter, Harry James Incident Classification. Uncontrolled anomalous magical discharge / public student demonstration / probable contraband focus artifact. Additional note: subject verbally rejected approved curriculum after destructive event recommendation. Immediate ministry review. Consider containment, confiscation protocols, and psychiatric evaluation. She sanded the page too heavily. 3 grains stuck in the ink and ruined the bottom of containment. Umbridge stared at the floor for several seconds, then folded the report anyway. In the Department of Mysteries, the same witch with the closed-eye ring read it under the same shaded lamp as before. She turned the page once, then again. At last she opened a drawer and withdrew a thinner folder marked only with Harry's name. Inside were notes spanning 15 years. Scar observations. St. Mungo's references never filed properly. Redacted testimony from Godric's Hollow. Mentions of golden residue in records where no one had understood enough to name what they were seeing. She added Umbridge's frantic report to the stack. Beneath it, on a fresh sheet, she wrote, "Public manifestation confirmed, not passive fracture. Active bearer, escalation window closed. Retrieval options deteriorating." She sat with the paper for a while after that. Then she took a second sheet and wrote a different note in a smaller hand. "Inform no one outside inner review that Hogwarts architecture is now vulnerable." That one she sealed separately. Hermione began carrying herself as though the entire castle were one bad sentence away from collapse. Harry noticed because he noticed everything lately, and because Hermione Granger's fear did not look like anyone else's. Other people went pale or loud. Hermione became organized. She color-coded her notes. She began keeping 2 journals instead of one for theory, one for observation. She never said so aloud, but Harry saw the difference in the way she held them. The theory journal she opened with hunger. The observation journal she handled like evidence at a trial no one could afford to lose. And each night, when the primer returned to her pillow after they studied, she checked the wrapping twice before sleeping. 3 days after the duel, she sat alone in the library annex during lunch, quill moving across the private journal in short, furious strokes. The room around her was quiet except for turning pages and the distant clatter of younger students being scolded for existing too enthusiastically among reference materials. Light from the high windows fell across the table in pale bars. Hermione wrote, "The problem is not that Harry is becoming cruel." She stopped, crossed out cruel, wrote again. "The problem is not that Harry is losing himself." She stared at that line for a long time. Then more slowly, "The problem isn't that Harry is losing himself. The problem is that what he's becoming might be exactly who he was always supposed to be." The words looked wrong and true at once. Hermione set the quill down, pressed her fingers to her eyes, and sat very still while the library held its breath around her. After a minute, she picked the quill back up. "I don't know which outcome is worse." She blotted the page carefully. Then she closed the journal, slipped it beneath her stack of books, and went to find Harry before someone else decided to measure him again. The problem with discovering that magic had a deeper grammar was that sooner or later you had to reread all your old horrors in the new language. Hermione began doing exactly that on a Tuesday. At first, Harry thought she was only angry. That was not unusual. Hermione Granger spent a great deal of her life angry at things that deserved it. Bad policy, lazy thinking, teachers who confused authority with competence, textbooks that lied by omission, and anyone who treated the phrase good enough as a defensible intellectual position. Anger, in Hermione, often looked like productivity with sharper elbows. This was different. This was the kind of fury that came when the world rearranged itself under a brilliant mind and left behind evidence that it had always been built wrong. Harry found her in the library annex with 6 books open around her, 3 rolls of parchment stacked in uneven towers, and the primer lying shut at the center of the table as though even she had decided not to let it look too triumphant. She had not noticed him yet. That alone told him how serious it was. Hermione always noticed him lately. Even when pretending not to, even when studying, even when furious enough to have a visible weather system. Some part of her attention had turned permanently toward Harry after the duel and never quite turned back. Now she sat bent over a page of notes, one hand tangled in her hair, the other stabbing a line with the end of her quill as if punctuation itself had become personally offensive. Harry stopped a few feet away and read the heading upside down. Sole anchoring as derivative LAW failure, he considered turning around and coming back later when the phrase seemed less dangerous. "You might as well sit down," Hermione said without looking up. "You're doing that thing where you pretend not to hover while radiating concern." Harry pulled out the chair opposite her. "I thought you hadn't noticed. I notice everything." "That sounds unhealthy." "It is," Hermione said. "Sit." He sat. The library annex was quieter than the main hall, tucked back behind older shelves and window alcoves where light arrived thin and dusty through high panes. At this hour, only a handful of students used it, mostly Ravenclaws engaged in their natural hobby of exhausting themselves attractively over footnotes. The air smelled of paper, polish, and old cold trapped in the stones. Between them, Hermione's notes looked like the aftermath of a small, orderly war. Harry glanced at one page and saw words circled hard enough to nearly tear the parchment. Shattering death removed from total law immortality by exclusion, not transcendence prototype soul partition. Horcrux equals crude imitation, he looked up. "That seems bad." Hermione raised her eyes at last. The expression on her face was not merely bad. It was the look of someone who had found a pattern and disliked what it implied about everyone alive. "It's worse than bad," she said. "It's embarrassingly bad." Harry blinked. "That's a strange category." "No, it isn't. There are lots of terrible things in magic that are at least internally elegant. Fiendfire is horrifying, but it has a coherent logic. Basilisk venom is appalling, but it behaves consistently. Horcruxes—" Hermione stopped, pressed 2 fingers to her forehead, and began again with the controlled precision of someone trying not to shout in a library. "Horcruxes may be the magical equivalent of a man finding a cathedral blueprint, not understanding any of it, and deciding the correct response is to nail bits of his soul to furniture." Harry stared at her for 1 second. Then, despite everything, he laughed. It came out short and sharp and more tired than amused, but it was laughter all the same. Hermione exhaled once through her nose in what might have been satisfaction at having bullied humor into existence. "Explain," he said. Hermione turned one of the parchments toward him. At the top she had drawn, in dense, exact strokes, a partial reconstruction of the branching structure they had seen in the primer's chapter on death law. Beneath it sat another diagram, jagged, ugly, unevenly split, full of crude arrows and boxes that looked less like magic and more like a butcher's diagram produced by a lunatic. "I went back through everything we know about Horcruxes," she said. "Everything, the diary, the chamber. What Dumbledore said in second-hand references. Every mention of soul division in British dark magic, which is already an appallingly underdocumented field because people like pretending if we don't catalog something, it doesn't exist. You make it sound like a personal insult." "It is a personal insult." Harry nodded once. That felt safest. Hermione tapped the cleaner diagram. In the primer, death isn't treated as punishment or annihilation or even tragedy exactly. It's treated as law, a structural function, a necessary endpoint built into the system so life, change, inheritance, and consequence remain meaningful. "That sounds suspiciously sensible." "Exactly, which is why it's terrifying." Her quill moved to the rougher drawing. "Now look at Horcruxes. Voldemort wanted immortality, not longevity. Not protection, not resilience. He wanted to remove himself from the ordinary relationship between soul and death. She gave Harry a taut, humorless look. And according to this framework, he did not invent that idea, he found damaged echoes of it. Harry leaned forward slightly. Hermione's voice dropped. I think somewhere in his research, probably in texts so degraded the original meaning was already broken, Voldemort found references to the removal of death from total law. He didn't understand what he was reading. He mistook cosmic architecture for dark magical technique. And because he was Voldemort, his response wasn't "I may be out of my depth." It was "I shall now attempt metaphysical surgery with a hammer." Harry looked again at the diagrams. One was all balance, terrifying elegance, interlocking meaning. The other looked like hatred forced into engineering. Marika, he said slowly, removed death to make her children immortal. Hermione nodded once. Or to alter the governing law around death, yes. And Voldemort tore his soul apart and stapled the pieces to objects. They sat with that. The library seemed to recede around them. Somewhere at the far end of the annex, a page turned. Dust drifted in the light. Madame Pince hissed at someone in the distance with the energy of a dragon defending eggs. Harry looked down at the ugly diagram Hermione had drawn for Horcruxes. So Horcruxes aren't just dark magic, he said. Hermione's mouth tightened. No, she said quietly, they're counterfeit rune law. The words settled between them with too much ease. Harry thought of Tom Riddle's diary in the chamber. Not the ink and pages alone, but the thing inside it. The adolescent arrogance, the hungry intelligence, the way it had seemed more than haunted and less than alive. At the time, Harry had thought of it as possession, memory, enchantment sharpened into malice. Now, in the primer's shadow, it became uglier. A fake soul anchored by fake law, a copy insisting it counted as continuation. Can we prove it? He asked. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into her satchel and drew out a folded piece of cream paper. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, Dumbledore's. He took the note and read it. Miss Granger, I am not in the habit of rewarding academic trespass. However, I am marginally less in the habit of discouraging correct lines of inquiry when they have already become unavoidable. The enclosed object was secured after the destruction of Tom Riddle's diary and has remained under layered wards since. I would advise restraint. I suspect you will interpret this as encouragement, which is regrettable but likely accurate. A.D. Harry looked up sharply. Hermione was already unwrapping a second parcel from within the satchel. Inside, nested in black silk and 2 layers of silver-threaded mesh, rested a splinter no larger than Harry's thumb. At first glance, it was only a fragment of dark, water-warped leather and paper fused together into something brittle and wrong. At second glance, it became impossible to mistake. The object did not move, did not glow, did not hiss. Yet the moment Harry's eyes settled on it, his scar tightened and the room seemed to lose a degree of warmth. The fragment felt aware in the way mold feels alive when found in old bread, not intelligent, not sentient in any full sense, but inhabited. Harry's mouth went dry. He gave this to you? He gave it to us, Hermione said, though I don't think he'd phrase it that generously. More likely he decided if we were going to continue anyway, he preferred the catastrophe occur with at least one controlled variable. That sounds like him. Yes, Hermione said, it does. Harry kept looking at the splinter. He could almost smell the chamber again. Damp stone, old water, basilisk musk, Ginny's terror, the diary's quiet, patient cruelty. He knows what we're thinking, Harry said. Hermione folded Dumbledore's note once, twice, until it became a narrow strip between her fingers. I think he knows enough to be afraid of where the thought goes. Harry met her eyes. And are you? The question came out before he meant to ask it. Hermione held his gaze. Yes, she said. There was no hesitation in it. Harry looked back down at the diary fragment, relieved by the honesty and wounded by it at the same time. Good, he said after a moment. Hermione blinked. Good! I'd be more worried if you weren't. Something shifted in her face then. Not comfort, something smaller. Sadder. Recognition, perhaps, of the fact that Harry now said things like that with a clarity he had not owned 6 weeks ago. She repacked the fragment carefully. "We aren't doing it here," she said. Harry almost said, obviously. Instead he said, "The chamber." Hermione nodded. "No one interrupts us there. And if this theory is correct, I want as much old stone and higher-order architecture around us as possible." Harry rose. "So," he said, voice lighter than the subject deserved, "just a quiet evening proving Tom Riddle reverse-engineered immortality badly." Hermione looked at him. "You sound more like yourself when you're being flippant." He did not answer that. The hidden stair opened before they touched the wall. That had started happening 3 days ago. Harry did not tell Hermione every time it did, because she was already dividing her attention between helping him, fearing for him, and trying not to behave as though fear itself were contagious. But tonight the opening occurred so immediately, so cleanly, that even she stopped. The seam of gold appeared in the stone and widened without sound. Hermione stared at it for a second. "It recognizes intent now. That's cheerful." "No," she said, "it really isn't." They descended together. The staircase seemed less like a descent and more like agreement. Pale ashlar, carved runes, the steady patient light rising from nowhere visible and everywhere implied. Harry had stopped thinking of the chamber as beneath Hogwarts in any ordinary sense. It felt adjacent now. Nearby in the wrong direction. Halfway down, Hermione said, "I brought the observation journal." Harry glanced at her. "That sounds ominous." "It is ominous. Should I be offended? Only if the observations become sufficiently troubling." Harry gave a short laugh. "That's not an answer." Hermione looked straight ahead. "I know." They reached the chamber. It waited exactly as it always had. Vast, circular still, with the lectern at its center and the runic circles carved into the floor so faintly they seemed more remembered than visible. The air smelled of cold stone and the dry, almost metallic sweetness that came whenever the primer was near. Harry set the wrapped book on the lectern. Hermione, by tacit agreement, handled the diary fragment. She placed it in a shallow silver dish she had brought from the hospital wing stores under circumstances Harry had chosen not to examine closely. The fragment sat there inert and vile, a tiny piece of ruin that nevertheless changed the feeling of the entire room. The gold in the chamber dimmed around it, not visibly enough that someone less attuned would have noticed. But Harry felt it, the place itself seeming to lean away, not in fear but in distaste. He was really reading the wrong books, Harry said. Hermione made a thin noise that might have been laughter under better conditions. Harry unwrapped the primer and opened to the death section. The pages turned slower here than elsewhere, as though the book recognized the category and preferred solemnity. The chapter on death law was unlike the glintstone sections and unlike the early great runes. Its diagrams were narrower, cleaner, more severe. There was less ornament in it, less architecture and more verdict. At the top of one page, the meaning clarified. That which has refused ending may be instructed. Harry's scar warmed. Hermione went very still. "What did it say?" he told her. She closed her eyes briefly. Of course it did. The rune of death was not something he had completed, not properly, not yet. The full transcription, even in fragmentary lesser form, lay beyond where his body currently ended and something colder began. He knew that with the same clarity he knew his own name. But over the last 2 weeks he had been working toward a smaller branch of it. Not the total law, not the full devastating architecture of ending, but a narrow glyph of recognition. Enough, the primer suggested, to make false continuance impossible in its immediate presence. He drew the prepared parchment from inside his robes. Hermione inhaled sharply, despite having seen it before in draft. The glyph did not look finished in any comforting sense. It looked like a wound taught geometry. Long, black gold strokes nested inside one another in a structure so exact the eye kept wanting to slide away from it. Not because it was ugly, because some part of ordinary perception objected to looking directly at something that meant not pain, not injury, but finality. The parchment had frosted at the edges where Harry carried it. His fingers tightened once around it before he laid it beside the silver dish Hermione swallowed. How close! Harry looked at the diary fragment. He could feel it already. A greasy resistance in the air, not physical pressure but metaphysical sulking. The counterfeit wanting badly to continue being mistaken for a valid object. Close enough to force an introduction, he said. That, Hermione said faintly, was one of the worst things you've ever said. He ignored that because he was concentrating. Slowly, carefully, Harry lifted the Deathglyph parchment in both hands and angled it toward the dish. Nothing happened. Then the fragment moved, not visibly at first, not enough to count as motion, a tiny change in its wrongness. The sense of something inside it becoming aware, all at once, that a larger authority had entered the room. Hermione stepped closer in spite of herself. "Harry! I know." The scar on his forehead burned gold. Harry brought the glyph nearer. The diary splinter gave a sound. It did not travel through air. It arrived straight in the bones, a tiny whimpering tear of protest that made Harry's stomach tighten and Hermione go white. Ink began seeping from the crack in the fused fragment, not liquid exactly, but memory pretending to be fluid. Black strands slid over the silver dish, thick as old blood and glossy as fresh oil. The chamber grew colder. Harry held steady. The whimpering sharpened. Words tried to form in it, not complete words. Fragments, boy, stop, mine, no. Harry felt, briefly, the edge of Tom Riddle's adolescent self not as personality, but as insistence. A copied soul fragment recognizing, too late, that it had anchored itself with imitation and was now being shown the original principle it had parodied. Hermione's hand closed hard around his sleeve. The black seep on the dish began to smoke, not from heat, from contradiction. The Deathglyph parchment flared once with thin gold lines moving beneath the ink. Harry saw the false lore inside the fragment try to hold, try to preserve shape, try to continue on force of mutilated will alone. It failed instantly. There was no duel in it, no great clash of opposing systems. No beam, no struggle, no dramatic recoil. The diary fragment simply understood and dissolved. The black fluid collapsed inward, the leather paper splinter folding into itself as if shame had mass. The whimpering rose to a single impossible note, small, scared, and young in a way Harry hated. And then the whole thing sank into gray ash and finer dust, and finally nothing at all, leaving behind only a stain in the dish that faded even as they watched. The chamber went still. Harry did not realize he had stopped breathing until Hermione's grip on his sleeve tightened hard enough to hurt. "Harry," she whispered. He lowered the glyph. The silver dish sat empty, not broken. Not scorched, not cursed, empty. For several seconds neither of them moved. Then Hermione let go of his sleeve and took one careful step toward the dish, like someone approaching a grave that might still have an opinion. She touched the rim with one fingertip, no recoil. No lingering curse, no residue of soul magic. "It's gone," she said. Harry's voice came out rougher than intended. "Yes." Hermione looked at the empty dish again as though waiting for the magical world to object to what had just happened. When it did not, she took a shaky breath and laughed once, not from amusement but from sheer intellectual overload. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, that is horrifying." Harry sat down on the nearest step of the runic circle without deciding to. Hermione turned and looked at him. In the gold-lit cold of the chamber, Harry's face had gone pale and strange. The scar on his forehead lit along its branching edges like molten wire laid under skin. The parchment with the Deathglyph rested across his knees, harmless-looking in the worst possible way. Hermione lowered herself onto the stone beside him. For a long time, neither of them spoke. It was not a peaceful silence. It was the silence after proof. Before tonight, Horcruxes had been terrible in a distant, almost academic sense. A hidden architecture of Voldemort's immortality, loathsome and important and abstract enough to approach through conversation. Basilisk venom could destroy them. Fiendfire could destroy them. Those were already terrible facts, but they belonged to categories Harry understood. Dangerous weapon meets dangerous object. This was different. This was law meeting counterfeit and resolving the matter instantly. The fake could not persist in the presence of the genuine. Harry stared at the empty dish. "He has 6 Horcruxes," he said at last. Hermione's answer came quietly. Had. He looked at her. She was staring at the place where the diary fragment had ceased to exist. Her face was pale. Her voice, when it came again, was steady only by force. "Presumably," she said, "he'll make more if he finds out we can destroy them this easily." Harry felt the thought settle before the words. Not a plan, not yet, more like a line drawn across the future with sufficient clarity that alternatives immediately looked decorative. "He won't find out," he said. Hermione turned her head. Gold light from the chamber caught in Harry's eyes. Not reflected light, something thinner and stranger, visible even in the steadiness of his gaze now, like a pale ember behind the green. "Because," Harry said, and his voice sounded to Hermione like cold iron made articulate, "we're not going to give him time." The words did not echo. They simply remained. Hermione looked at him and felt, all at once, 2 equally dreadful truths collide. The first was that he was right. The second was that he did not sound like a boy who had reached the conclusion through ordinary fear. He sounded like someone to whom urgency had begun to feel native. She said nothing. Because what was there to say? Slow down. The Ministry was already circling. Voldemort was alive. Dumbledore had spent years managing truths until they became emergencies. The Horcruxes had just proven vulnerable to something Harry could, with enough cost, actually wield. Hermione wanted to ask whether he heard himself. She was not certain she wanted the answer. Instead, she said, carefully, "Then we need information first." Harry looked at her. "Locations," she said. "Patterns. Which ones still exist? Where? What protections? Yes, not just force." "No," Harry said. "Not just force." The relief she felt at that answer was real and insulting in its smallness. Hermione stood, paced 3 steps, came back, then did the thing she always did when terror and intellect collided. She organized. "We start with what we know. The diary is gone already, which means this confirms method, not progress. The ring, if Dumbledore found it, is likely under higher wards. The locket could still be with Regulus Black or somewhere connected to him. The cup would be somewhere important enough to Bellatrix or Voldemort to treat as secure. The diadem," she stopped. Harry had not moved. He sat with the deathglyph across his knees and looked, for a moment, less tired than he had in weeks. That frightened her more than the coldness in his voice. "Hermione," he said. She hated the sudden gentleness in the way he said her name. It made him sound older, not kinder. "What?" "You're shaking." She looked down. Her hands were shaking. Hermione made a face, clenched them once, and sat back down beside him as if by choosing the motion she could turn it into decision rather than reaction. Harry did not comment. That was almost worse. She stared across the chamber. "The diary cried," she said after a while. Harry's jaw tightened. "Yes. I know it wasn't really alive." "No," he said. "It wasn't." Hermione wrapped her arms around herself and looked at the empty dish again. That didn't make it easier. Harry thought of the sound too, not heard, felt. The counterfeit soul fragment, realizing that continuation had ended. The terrible juvenile note in it, the fact that some piece of Tom Riddle had remained young enough to sound frightened at the instant law finally refused him. "No," Harry said. "It didn't." Silence again. This one held longer. Not comfortable. Not broken. The kind of silence people share only after witnessing something that rearranges future conversations by existing. At length, Hermione said, very quietly, "We're going to have to become the sort of people who can do that more than once." Harry did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice had lost some of its iron and gained something worse, certainty without drama. "I think," he said, "we already are." Hermione closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the chamber looked the same. Pale stone, gold light, primer breathing softly on the lectern. Empty silver dish. Harry beside her, changed in ways that no longer arrived slowly enough to deny. Yet some final illusion had ended. They were no longer learning in secret for the sake of understanding. They had found a method, and methods, unlike theories, demand use. Later, after the dish had been warded and wrapped, and the deathglyph returned to Harry's inner robes, Hermione lingered at the threshold of the chamber while he rewrapped the primer. "Harry," he looked up. She almost asked the obvious question, "Are you still you?" She did not. Not because the question wasn't real, but because it had already become too small. Harry was still Harry in the ways that mattered most and least at once. Still protective, still stubborn, still willing to laugh at precisely the wrong moment, still capable of making terrible decisions for reasons he considered noble. But he was also becoming something more exact around the edges, less permeable to doubt, less patient with smaller systems pretending to be total. The better question frightened her more. Are you becoming what was waiting for you? She could not ask that either. So what came out was, "Don't carry the death glyph against your skin while you sleep." Harry blinked. "That's your concern." "It is one of many. Answer the question." "I wasn't planning to." Hermione studied him a second longer. "Good." He came to stand beside her at the threshold. The hidden stair beyond rose in patient spirals toward Hogwarts and all its smaller rules. "You can say it," Harry said quietly. She looked at him. "Say what?" "That you think I sound different." Hermione was silent for a moment. Then, "You do." Harry nodded once. "I know. No defense, no flippancy. No attempt to soften it, just acknowledgement." That made her throat ache. "Different," she said carefully, "isn't always lost." Harry looked ahead, not at her. "I know," he said. This time she believed he meant it, which did not help very much. They climbed. By the time the hidden corridor admitted them back into the castle, it was long past midnight. Hogwarts felt oddly ordinary after the chamber. Drafts under doors, torchlight, distant creaks from old beams settling into colder air. Somewhere a suit of armor shifted and muttered to itself. Somewhere else Peeves gave a single suspicious cackle and vanished again. Harry and Hermione walked in silence until they reached the branching corridor where Gryffindor paths and library paths parted. Hermione stopped first. "We don't tell Ron yet," she said. Harry looked at her. "Not because he doesn't deserve to know," she added at once. "Because I need one night, one single night before this becomes real in anyone else's mouth." Harry considered that and nodded. "All right," Hermione exhaled, then because she could not help herself. "And tomorrow you eat breakfast. A real breakfast, not tea and whatever tragic approximation of toast you pretend counts." He almost smiled. "Yes, Hermione," she narrowed her eyes. "That sounded suspiciously easy. I'm tired." "That," Hermione said, "is the least reassuring reason you could have given," but she let him go. Harry turned toward Gryffindor Tower. After a few steps, he glanced back. Hermione was still standing where he had left her, watching him with the look of someone trying to memorize the exact line between present and approaching disaster. He lifted one hand once in something too small to be a wave. She nodded. Neither smiled. Far away, in a house no one called home except out of fear, Lord Voldemort woke screaming. The sound tore through the upper room like fabric ripping under too much strain. Candles guttered. A snake coiled beneath the window struck its head upward in alarm. Outside, wind worried at dead branches and carried nothing human in reply. Voldemort sat bolt upright in the narrow bed, one hand locked so hard against his chest that his fingers had gone bloodless. No one entered. No servant was foolish enough. For several seconds he could not breathe properly. Pain radiated through him in a pattern that made no earthly sense. Not the sting of curse backlash, not the hot crackle of severed wards, not bodily injury at all. It came from elsewhere, far away and deeper than distance, like a hook sunk into part of him that did not lie inside flesh. Something had ended. Impossible. His red eyes widened. The room around him swam in and out of focus. The candle flames seemed too bright, the air too thin. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a shrill, childish terror was still echoing as if a younger version of himself had just discovered, at the worst possible moment, that arrogance did not count as immortality. "No," he whispered. The word came out ragged. He pressed harder against his chest, as though fingers and will alone could locate the missing absence and force it back into place. His breathing grew harsher. The old, cold brilliance of his mind began assembling possibilities and rejecting them with near-instant violence. No basilisk venom had touched the remaining vessels. No fiend fire, no known method. And yet there, again, not pain now but a phantom sensation, distant and gold-edged, traveling across some invisible connection he had spent decades pretending mastery over. A thread cut cleanly. A fragment of his divided self ceasing to exist not by damage but by invalidation. As if some older law had looked at his workmanship and declined to count it, Voldemort's face changed. For perhaps the first time in many years, genuine terror entered it without disguise. He threw off the blankets and rose too fast, one hand catching the bedpost hard enough to splinter wood. Nagini slid toward him across the floor, but he barely noticed. His attention had turned wholly inward and outward at once, following the impossible gold-tanged absence across the dark map of what remained of his soul. It led nowhere he could name, only to certainty. Something had found the lie in his immortality. Something far away, cold and exact and touched by that same impossible gold he had glimpsed once in a nursery and spent the rest of his life refusing to understand. Harry Potter. The name arrived not as deduction, but as dread. Voldemort stood in the candlelit dark with one hand on the shattered bedpost and felt, for the first time since the night in Godric's Hollow, the full shape of an impossible truth turning to face him. The boy had become a method. And somewhere in the distance, beyond walls and wards and all the small provincial boundaries of the wizarding world, a piece of Tom Riddle had just died screaming. Ron Weasley was not stupid. This was something the world occasionally forgot, because Ron made it easy to forget. He laughed first, talked fast, and had spent most of his life in the shadow of brothers bright enough to become folklore by breakfast. People mistook noise for thoughtlessness, mistook ease for absence, mistook the fact that Ron rarely announced what he understood for evidence that he understood very little. Harry had never fully made that mistake. But Harry had, Ron thought, made a different one. He had mistaken silence for mercy. The realization sat with Ron on a wet Thursday evening while the common room blazed warm around him, and no part of him felt warm at all. Rain hissed softly against the tower windows. Firelight painted the ceiling beams in moving amber. Someone near the far armchairs was losing a loud argument about gobstones. Lavender was doing her homework with the expression of a woman personally betrayed by parchment. Dean and Seamus had pushed 2 tables together and were engaged in some elaborate strategy conversation about Quidditch that contained several arrows drawn on scraps of parchment, and no evidence that either of them understood strategy better than shouting. All of it was normal. That was the problem. Because across the room, Harry sat in a worn armchair by the window and looked normal enough to pass at a distance. Black hair untidy as ever. Thin shoulders folded inward slightly. One hand resting open on the arm of the chair, while the other held a book he had not turned the page of in at least 10 minutes. If Ron looked quickly, carelessly, the picture still assembled into the same friend he had known since the train in first year. If Ron looked properly, the differences started appearing all at once. Harry no longer slouched like someone bracing for impact from every direction. He sat with a new stillness now, as though his body had stopped wasting motion on indecision. His eyes, green still, yes, but not only green anymore, caught the firelight wrong. Sometimes, when he lifted his head too quickly, a thin wash of gold moved beneath them like something reflective under deep water. The scar on his forehead no longer looked like lightning. Ron had tried, once, not to stare at it, and discovered that not staring only made the shape more obvious in his mind. The old line still there at the center, but branching now with deliberate geometry, as if some invisible quill kept revising it between breaths. And then there was the way Harry moved. That might have been the worst part, not because it was dramatic. Because it wasn't. Harry had begun crossing rooms like water around stones. Like he knew, before he took the first step, where the empty spaces would be by the time he reached them. He never quite bumped into anyone anymore, never hesitated in doorways, never turned and found someone suddenly there with the surprised, irritated shuffle of ordinary people. He just arrived. The path always seemed to have existed for him already. Ron had been watching it for weeks. Watching and keeping count, the wand gone, the sleeplessness, the cold focus, the secrecy that had stopped looking like panic and started looking like choice. Hermione noticed all of it too, obviously. Hermione probably noticed more. But Hermione noticed like a scholar and a guardian at once, which meant she was always half busy understanding and half busy trying to keep Harry from turning himself into an experiment with tragic consequences. Ron noticed like a friend who had spent years next to Harry in disasters and knew exactly when the shape of a disaster changed. This one had changed. Harry looked up suddenly from the book. Their eyes met across the room. For the smallest instant, Ron had the strange sensation that Harry had not merely caught him looking but had known, before lifting his head, precisely when Ron's attention would sharpen enough to matter. Then Harry gave him a brief, tired half-smile, same as ever. Almost. Ron stood up. Hermione, who sat 2 chairs away from Harry with a stack of books balanced on her lap and a quill tucked behind one ear, looked over immediately. She read his face in one glance and went very still. Ron jerked his head toward the portrait hole. Harry's smile faded. Hermione opened her mouth. Ron gave her a look that translated roughly to not this time. She closed it again, though the set of her jaw promised future violence. Harry rose without argument. That made Ron feel worse. They left the warmth of the common room and stepped into the corridor beyond, where the castle's nighttime chill lived in the stones, and the torches burned with patient, draftless light. The fat lady muttered something about boys and weather and went back to pretending she had not been listening. Neither of them spoke at first. Ron led the way down 2 flights of stairs and into a side corridor near a disused tapestry where the walls were thick, the traffic thin, and the castle usually content to mind its own business. Rain tapped faintly at a narrow slit window near the corner. The air smelled of wet stone and old dust. Harry stopped a few feet away, hands in his pockets. "All right," he said. "What's wrong?" Ron laughed once, not because it was funny, because Harry had asked the question like someone troubleshooting weather damage. "What's wrong?" Ron repeated. Harry's expression tightened by a degree. "Ron, no, seriously." Ron folded his arms because if he didn't, his hands were likely to start doing things he couldn't justify. "That's your opening line. What did you want me to say?" Ron looked at him and realized, with a sharp twist somewhere below his ribs, that Harry honestly did not know, not because he was being stupid, because he had started measuring the world by different scales, that angered Ron in a way ordinary lying never had. "I want you," he said, voice low and painfully controlled, "to stop acting like I'm upset because you've got new magic, or because you're stronger, or because any of this is about you being impressive." Harry's face changed, only slightly, but enough. "Ron, no, let me finish." The words came faster now, not because Ron had lost control, but because he had finally reached the point where silence felt more dangerous than speech. "I'm not stupid, Harry. I know power happens. I grew up in a magical family, remember? I've seen cursed objects, old wards, weird family magic, things people shouldn't touch and always do anyway, because apparently wizarding culture is mostly built on terrible curiosity and bad storage decisions." He took a breath. "This isn't about power." Harry held his gaze and said nothing. Ron stepped closer. "It's about secrecy," he said. "You're not telling us things, not small things, big things, things that are going to matter when whatever this is finally breaks into the open." The last sentence landed and stayed there between them. Harry looked away first. That was answer enough to hurt. The torchlight along the wall painted hard gold edges across his face, caught in the branching scar, and for an instant Ron saw with jarring clarity how tired Harry really was. Not ordinary tired, not the sort tea and sleep fixed. The exhaustion of somebody carrying too much shape inside one body. Ron hated that the sight of it made him want to apologize. He did not. At length Harry said, "I didn't tell you because once I started, it wouldn't sound like anything that belonged here." Ron snorted. "Mate, we went into a giant chest set in first year and followed spiders into the forest in second. The bar for belonging here died ages ago. Against all reason, that almost pulled a real smile out of Harry. Almost. It's different, Harry said quietly. Then explain it. Harry's shoulders went still. Ron knew, suddenly, that he had reached the point Hermione must have reached weeks ago, the moment where asking for the truth no longer felt like a friend's right so much as a demand with consequences. Whatever Harry said next would not be easily put away. It would not become lighter because Ron heard it. It would simply become shared. Ron lifted his chin slightly. Explain it. Harry let out a slow breath. All right, he said. And then, to his credit, he tried. He started badly, not because he meant to, because the truth itself had bad edges. He began with the dreams. The plane of gold, the wounded tree, the voice calling him Tarnished before he had any idea what the word meant. He moved to the chamber under the restricted section, the hidden stair, the book breathing on the lectern in a room older than any architecture Hogwarts should have been able to hide. He told Ron about the lands between, not all of it, perhaps. Ron noticed that. There were details Harry stepped around, some instinct still trimming certain horrors away from the telling as if spare silence might count as protection. But the skeleton of it came out clear enough. A world, or something near enough to a world built on older laws, an Erdtree burning in a dead sky. An Elden Ring not worn but broken, a total structure of law shattered into fragments called great runes. A grace that chose, guided, and demanded. A crack between worlds opened wider the night Voldemort's curse rebounded in Godric's Hollow, and found something behind the nursery wall that had been waiting longer than Britain had language for. Ron listened. He had expected madness, or symbolism, or the sort of mystical nonsense people used when they'd had too much contact with things that glowed and began talking as if metaphors counted as maps. He got none of that. Harry spoke without drama, without trying to sell it. That made it worse. Every sentence arrived with the flat, hard weight of something already integrated into him, no longer bizarre by the standards he used to sort reality. When he got to Glintstone, starlight compressed into matter, sorcery willed through the body rather than a wand. Ron went quiet in a different way. When Harry described great runes as fragments of total lore and Horcruxes as counterfeit copies too crude to survive real death lore, Ron's skin went cold. He had no framework for any of it. He had never needed one. Magic had always been strange, yes, but familiarly strange. Local strange. Family strange. School strange. Even Voldemort, for all his horror, belonged to the same underlying world as everyone else. Dark magic was still their magic, twisted and sharpened and fed terrible things, but recognizable. This made every lesson he had ever taken feel smaller by comparison. Harry fell silent. The corridor listened around them. Rain tapped at the slit window. Far away, a staircase shifted with a long old groan. Ron realized Harry had finished not because he said so, but because the telling ran out of road and they were left standing at the edge of it. For a while, Ron only looked at him. Harry waited. No defensiveness. No impatience. Just the exhausted stillness of someone who had set down a burden and already knew it weighed the same on the floor as it had in his arms. At last, Ron asked the question that had been sitting in him from almost the first sentence. "Is there any version of this," he said, "where you walk away from it?" Harry did not answer immediately. The pause was not long. It did not need to be. In that pause, Ron saw the whole thing. Not just that Harry wouldn't walk away, that some part of him no longer fully believed walking away existed as a category. Ron nodded slowly. "Okay," he said. Harry's eyes flickered. "Ron! No, I mean okay." He turned his head once, looked at the torchlight on the wall, the rain-dark slit window, the ordinary stones of Hogwarts, and felt something in himself settle with painful finality. "So you're going to do it no matter what I say?" Harry did not deny it. Ron laughed again, quieter this time. Bitter around the edges and not aimed at Harry so much as the shape of fate in general. Thought so. Harry took one step forward. "Ron, I didn't want— I know." That part, at least, Ron believed absolutely. Harry had hidden things out of fear, arrogance, stubbornness, protectiveness, and the occasional astonishing lack of judgment, but never out of malice. The secrecy itself wasn't the insult. The insult was Harry thinking, for even a second, that Ron couldn't survive the truth if Hermione could. That, Ron decided, was a problem for later. For now, there was something worse and more immediate sitting between them. The simple reality that Harry was heading toward something huge and old and probably catastrophic, and nothing Ron said in this corridor would redirect it. Ron took a breath. Then he said the most mature thing he had ever said in his life, and it cost him something to say it. "Then I'm going to be there when it goes wrong." Harry looked at him sharply. Ron held the gaze. "Because it's going to go wrong, Harry. Things this big always go wrong." The words landed cleanly. Harry stared for one suspended second, and Ron saw the exact moment the sentence got through whatever new hard structure had been arranging itself behind his eyes. Not because it challenged the power. Because it treated disaster as a certainty and loyalty as a choice made afterward. Harry's throat moved. For once, he had no quick answer. Ron went on before either of them could ruin the moment by trying to make it smaller. "That doesn't mean I like any of this," he said. "It doesn't mean I'm fine with you deciding things for everyone like you're already halfway to becoming some cosmic war criminal with good intentions. And it definitely doesn't mean I'm not still furious you didn't tell me sooner." Harry made a weak, involuntary sound that might have been almost laughter. Ron pointed at him. "Don't, I'm still working, all right. And I swear to God, if you start talking like that book in your head and stop eating entirely, I'll drag you to the kitchens myself." Harry blinked. "That's your line." "That's one of several lines." To Ron's surprise, Harry's mouth actually twitched. The expression vanished quickly, but it had been real, not performed, not strategically reassuring. Ron clung to it with the desperate practicality of someone salvaging evidence from a collapse. Harry looked down for a moment, then back up. "I'm sorry," he said. Ron studied him. There were apologies and apologies. Harry had used enough of both over the years that Ron knew the difference by instinct. This one was not convenient, not defensive, not trying to smooth the problem over. It hurt to say, and that made it worth something. "Yeah," Ron said. "You are." Harry accepted that too. The corridor went quiet. Somewhere overhead, thunder rolled faintly through the storm. At length Ron said, more carefully, "Does Hermione know all of it?" Harry hesitated. That was answer enough. "Brilliant," Ron muttered. "Love that for me," she found out in pieces. "I'm sure that's a huge comfort." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "Ron, no, I know." Ron let out a breath. "I know," and he did, infuriatingly. Hermione had found the secret the way she found everything, by noticing the shape left in the air by missing facts and refusing to stop until she filled it in. Harry had told her eventually, because by then not telling her would have required an entirely separate branch of deceit. Ron understood the mechanics. Understanding them did not improve his mood. He pushed away from the wall. "So," he said, because the alternative was sitting in the emotional crater they had just made and staring at it until dawn. "What does the greater will actually want?" Harry's face altered in a way Ron did not entirely like. "That," Harry said, "is the question." There was too much in the way he said it, too much weight, too much uncertainty flattened down into shape. Ron filed the tone away for future alarm. Then, because friendship apparently meant repeatedly volunteering to stand adjacent to impossible things out of love and bad judgment, he said, "Right, fine, you can show me the book tomorrow." Harry looked at him. "What? If Hermione doesn't kill me for asking, she might." Ron considered that. "Fair." For the first time since leaving the common room, Harry looked almost his age, not because the gold in his eyes faded or the scar became less wrong. Because surprise, genuine and unguarded, crossed his face. "You still want to see it?" Ron stared at him. "Harry, you've just told me there's an ancient cosmic instruction manual under the school that's been teaching you how to edit reality and kill Horcruxes more efficiently." "Yes. I'm obviously going to want to see it." "Against the wall and the rain and the old cold stones," Harry laughed. Properly this time, it was brief and tired and edged with something cracked open by pain, but it was real enough that Ron felt a stupid, fierce rush of relief. "There you are," Ron muttered. Harry's laughter faded. What? Nothing. Ron did not say you keep vanishing in pieces and then coming back for half a second when someone says something ridiculous. He suspected Harry knew. They stood in silence a little longer, the hard kind finished and the easier kind not yet fully born. When they finally started back toward Gryffindor Tower, the castle seemed changed less by structure than by knowledge. Same corridors, same torches, same drafts and mutters in the walls. But Ron was carrying a new map now, one that put secret chambers and broken laws and stars as ammunition somewhere under the category of things my best friend forgot to mention. He hated the map. He folded it anyway and kept it. Hermione took one look at their faces when they climbed back through the portrait hole and knew the confrontation had happened. She was still by the fire, though the pile of books around her had grown into a small territorial claim. The common room had thinned since they left. Dean and Seamus had gone. Lavender was asleep over her notes. A third-year boy Ron vaguely recognized from Charms had annexed one sofa and was drooling softly onto a cushion. Hermione's eyes moved from Ron to Harry and back. Something in Ron's expression must have reassured her, because the immediate panic in her face did not deepen. It simply changed categories. She rose. "Did you?" "Yes," Ron said. "And," Harry opened his mouth, "Ron cut him off, he told me." Hermione went very still. For a moment no one said anything. Then Hermione, in a voice so neutral it had to be held together by force, asked, "All of it?" Ron gave her a look. "Enough." That landed too. Guilt crossed Hermione's face before she could stop it. Ron hated that it mattered to him and liked, against reason, that it did. "We weren't exactly organizing tea and explanations," she said quietly. "No," Ron said. "Apparently you were organizing private apocalypses." Harry muttered. "Ron, I'm not shouting," Ron replied. "That's growth." Hermione, to her credit, did not argue the point. She looked from one to the other and said, "Are we all still friends?" Ron stared at her. Harry closed his eyes briefly. Then Ron said, "That's the most insulting way you could have asked that." Hermione's mouth twitched despite herself. "I'm tired." "That is not a defense." "It is the only one I have." He wanted, rather badly, to stay angry another 10 minutes at least. Anger was useful. Anger had kept the corridor conversation from turning into something worse. But Hermione standing there in firelight with ink on her fingers, fear underneath her shoulders, and the world's least convincing attempt at casual concern made sustained fury feel like a waste of energy he would soon need for larger disasters. So Ron sighed the sigh of a man handing mercy to people who were clearly going to require more of it than they deserved. "We're still friends," he said. Hermione's shoulders dropped by about half an inch. Harry quietly. "Thanks." Ron pointed between them. "You're both on probation." Hermione actually snorted. Harry looked like he wanted to. It was not peace. It was better than the absence of it. Ginny noticed Harry's eyes the next morning, not because she had suddenly begun paying attention. Ginny Weasley, like her mother, could pay attention with such terrifying thoroughness that people sometimes mistook her silence for disinterest and made regrettable mistakes around her. She had been noticing Harry for weeks, the newer stillness in him, the way Hermione's gaze never fully left him in shared rooms, the gap between Ron's jokes and the place the jokes used to land, the rumor weather curling through the school with Harry at the center, and no one yet sure whether it would break as storm or revelation. This morning, though, the light was especially unkind to secrets. Breakfast spilled gold through the great hall windows in long bars that lit dust and steam and the tops of heads. The enchanted ceiling wore a pale, storm-washed blue. Students moved in the usual pre-class clatter. Cutlery, owls, muttered revisions of homework no one had done properly the first time. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, not speaking much, hands folded around a mug of tea. He looked tired enough to qualify as haunted, but there was a keenness under the exhaustion now that made tiredness feel almost cosmetic. Ginny slid onto the bench opposite him with her toast. Harry looked up automatically, and there it was, not bright, not theatrical, just a faint, impossible filament in the green, like the center of his gaze had caught the wrong sunrise and kept it. Most people who saw that looked frightened. Ginny did not. She leaned forward a little instead. Harry blinked. "What? Your eyes?" He went still. "What about them?" "They're doing that again." Hermione, 2 seats over, looked up so fast she nearly dropped her quill. Ron, beside Harry, muttered, "Subtle." Ginny ignored him. She kept watching Harry with naked curiosity, head tilted slightly as if examining a spell form half visible in air. "Gold," she said. "It's clearer today." A few students nearby had begun listening with the furtive enthusiasm of people who had no intention of being obvious, and every intention of hearing everything. Harry reached, unconsciously, toward his face. Hermione caught his wrist halfway. "Don't," she said quietly. The single syllable carried far more alarm than Ginny's comment deserved on the surface. Ginny's gaze flicked to Hermione. Something there sharpened. Not suspicion exactly, recognition of protectiveness taken to the point of strain. "I'm not saying it like it's bad," Ginny said. Hermione's jaw tightened. "I know." Ginny looked back at Harry. "It's just interesting." Ron choked slightly on tea. Harry, perhaps because he genuinely did not know how to answer that, said nothing. Ginny bit into her toast, still studying him over the crust with the kind of frank fascination that made Hermione visibly more tense by the second. This, more than open fear, seemed to unsettle her. Fear could be managed. Fear produced caution, distance, protective instincts, rules. Fascination was worse. Fascination leaned closer. Fascination asked questions because it wanted the shape of the thing. Fascination liked fire enough to see what colors it made before remembering burns. Ginny, maddeningly, had always had more tolerance for dangerous curiosity than the rest of them. "I mean," she said after swallowing, "you look less ill today." Ron turned to stare at her. "That's your reassurance." "It's better than yours." "I told him I'd drag him to the kitchens," Ginny considered. "That is quite good, actually." Hermione put her quill down with small, threatening precision. "Can we not," she said, "treat the unstable, unknown magical transformation as though it's become the most interesting feature at breakfast?" Ginny's eyebrows rose. "That wasn't what I was doing." "It is exactly what you were doing." "No," Ginny said. "I was observing." Ron, perhaps sensing that the family version of war might break out before porridge, said, "Can everyone please stop talking about Harry like he's a cursed astronomy exhibit?" That might have helped if Ginny had not chosen that exact moment to say, almost idly, "I wonder if it's the grace showing more strongly in daylight." Hermione went white. Harry's head snapped up. Ron stared. "How do you know that word?" Ginny looked mildly surprised by the intensity of the reaction. "Because you lot are terrible at whispering in houses made of stone." Hermione actually made a sound of despair. Ginny set her toast down. "Oh, don't look like that. I don't know all of it, just pieces. Chamber, grace, something about stars." Ron saying the word cosmic like he was being insulted by it yesterday. Ron frowned. "I do not sound like that." Ginny turned her head and gave him a look that all 6 Weasley children had weaponized by adolescence. "You absolutely do." Then she looked at Harry again. He had not flinched, had not denied. He was simply watching her with the careful attention of someone recalculating another person in real time. Ginny, because she was Ginny, found the recalculation interesting rather than offensive. "You don't have to tell me anything," she said. "I'm not asking for the secret handbook. I'm just saying everyone else is so frightened of you changing that they're forgetting it's also remarkable." Hermione closed her eyes briefly. Ron rubbed a hand over his face. Harry, after a long second, said, "That's not as comforting as you think it is." Ginny shrugged. "Maybe not. Still true." The bell rang then, blessing them all with interruption. Students began rising in waves, collecting bags and half-finished conversations. The spell broke. Ginny stood. As she moved past Hermione, she paused just long enough to say, too quietly for anyone else to hear, "I'm not being reckless." Hermione looked up sharply. Ginny held her gaze. "I know what it looks like when someone comes back wrong. Trust me, this isn't that." Then she was gone into the current of students heading toward the doors. Hermione sat very still. Harry watched her. Ron watched both of them and had the sudden, piercing thought that his sister understanding Harry might be more dangerous than his sister fearing him. He did not yet know why. Neville Longbottom found the pebble by accident. That was the sort of sentence that explained Neville's life rather well. Important things happened near him when no one properly intended them to. Old magic, secret rooms, dangerous plants, absurd levels of courage arriving in shy packaging. All of it had a tendency to find Neville and then act surprised when he did not immediately die. He found the glintstone pebble 2 days after the duel. The Trophy Hall Annex had been partially sealed for repairs. Though repairs in Hogwarts usually meant Filch muttering obscenities at debris, while professors layered structural charms over whatever had just been taught a lesson. A few students still cut through the side passage when the tape wards thinned between classes. Neville, having forgotten a herbology text in charms and gone back for it by the long route, noticed a faint blue glimmer under the edge of a cracked baseboard near where Harry had stood. Most people would have ignored it. Neville had spent enough time around dangerous magical plants to know that ignoring odd-colored things on the floor was often wise. He had also spent enough time around school disasters to know that useful evidence went missing when left lying about in corridors. So he looked. The shard was no larger than a bean, cold blue at the center and almost clear at the tips, like a bit of sky frozen in glass. It lay in dust and powdered stone from the wall Harry had edited out of existence and looked, in the wrong light, almost ordinary. Neville picked it up. It was ice cold for one heartbeat, then merely cool. He frowned at it. Nothing exploded. No one screamed. No sinister voice offered him kingdom and ruin. So naturally, because Neville's life had trained him toward a terrible form of practicality, he wrapped it in a handkerchief and put it in his pocket for later. Later became that night, behind the greenhouses. The Hogwarts greenhouses at dusk had always felt to Neville like a separate country annexed only reluctantly to the school. Wet glass, soil smell, rows of sleeping leaves and dangerous roots, heat lingering in panes after sunset. There was comfort in it. Plants made sense. Even the lethal ones usually wanted something straightforward. Blood, damp, warmth, less singing. Neville took the wrapped pebble out behind Greenhouse 3 after dinner while the grounds darkened around him and the first stars emerged in a sky washed clean by yesterday's storm. He set the thing on an overturned flower pot and stared at it. "All right," he muttered. "What are you?" The pebble declined to answer. Neville glanced around. Empty path. No professors, no lurking Slytherins. Just the greenhouses breathing heat into the cooling evening and the distant castle rising dark against the sky. He held out his hand the way he had seen Harry do once by accident in the corridor after the duel, palm open. Fingers slightly curled, not wand grip and not quite reaching either. Neville had only caught the posture for a second before Harry realized he was visible and stopped, but Neville remembered shapes well. Especially shapes other people overlooked. He tried to think at the pebble. Nothing happened. "Fine," Neville said. He tried harder, still nothing. After 10 minutes, he had achieved only cold fingers and the growing conviction that he was behaving like exactly the sort of idiot his gran had warned him about since infancy. He almost packed the thing away. Then the pebble gave the tiniest blue spark. Neville jerked so hard he nearly fell over the flower pot. The light vanished at once. For several seconds he only breathed. Then slowly a smile spread across his face, not triumph, not even confidence, just stubborn delight. "All right," Neville said again, quieter now. "So you can do something?" He tried until full dark drove him inside, and the spark never returned. He tried again the next day in an unused courtyard and achieved absolutely nothing. He tried once more on Saturday in the privacy of the greenhouse potting shed and got, perhaps, a faint vibration or perhaps only hopeful imagination. It did not matter. Neville Longbottom had more tolerance for failure than almost anyone at Hogwarts. He kept the pebble. He kept trying. And because the universe had the instincts of a dramatist, no one important noticed. Not yet. The week split itself into strange, uneven pieces. Ron was in now, not fully perhaps, not gracefully, but in. That changed the shape of everything. There was more talking, for one thing. Not the abstract, circling kind Hermione and Harry had perfected out of mutual fear and scholarship, but Ron's blunter, more practical style of questioning. He wanted to know how much of the Hogwarts architecture they thought had already shifted. Whether Glintstone could break Dragonhide. If the Ministry's unspeakables knew enough to be dangerous, or were merely dangerous in the standard bureaucratic fashion. Whether the lands between had food that wasn't metaphorical, and if not, why anyone still lived there. Some of his questions were ridiculous. Some were better than Hermione's because they assumed less and hit structural weaknesses harder. Harry answered what he could. He did not realize, at first, how much easier certain explanations became when speaking to Ron. Hermione always pulled at meaning until it yielded theory. Ron wanted usable shape. That forced Harry to translate concepts he had begun carrying in internal shorthand back into language a person could live with. It helped. That, too, frightened Hermione in ways she tried not to show. Because Harry was easier around Ron now, in the odd pockets between dread. The coldness did not vanish. The scar did not smooth. The gold in his gaze remained and sometimes strengthened when he concentrated or grew angry or held certain pages of the primer too long. But conversation dragged him sideways out of the narrowing path. His thoughts sometimes took when left alone with great runes and inevitability. Hermione approved of this. Hermione also resented, in some exhausted and guilty corner of herself, that Ron could do it by accident what she had been trying to do by force of vigilance for weeks. She hated herself for resenting it. Then Ginny started asking interested questions. Not many. Not enough to qualify as interrogation. Just one here, one there, always with that same maddening calm curiosity. She wanted to know whether the stars felt different to Harry now. Whether Glintstone always came blue or if color changed by function. Whether the phrase the Grace chose you meant destiny or merely invitation. Hermione disliked these questions on contact. Ginny noticed. Of course she noticed. On Saturday afternoon, she cornered Hermione in the girls' stairwell while carrying a stack of library books and wearing the expression of someone who had fully decided not to be managed. "You're glaring at me," Ginny said. Hermione, who had in fact been glaring, said, "I am not." "You are, but it's all right. I've seen worse." Ginny shifted the books against her hip and leaned one shoulder against the wall. The light from the narrow stair window cut a pale bar across the red of her hair. "I'm not trying to encourage him to explode," she said. Hermione folded her arms. "That's a strange sentence to open with. It's a strange situation. That, unfortunately, was fair." Hermione let out a breath. "Ginny, I know you're not being stupid." Ginny's mouth twitched. "Charming, I mean it." "That doesn't improve the wording." Hermione closed her eyes briefly. "You know what I mean." Ginny waited. When Hermione looked at her again, the anger had thinned into something more honest. "I'm worried because you aren't frightened," she said. Ginny considered that with more seriousness than Hermione expected. Then she said, "I am frightened." Hermione blinked. Ginny looked down at the books in her arms, then back up. "I'm just not frightened of the same part." Something in Hermione's chest tightened. "What part are you frightened of?" Ginny's gaze was steady. "The part where everyone else decides what he is before he gets to?" The stairwell held still around them. Hermione had no immediate answer, because the words touched too many truths at once. Dumbledore's caution. Umbridge's reports. The Ministry's invisible interest. Her own journals filling with observations that too often risked turning Harry into subject before he could remain simply friend. The primer's terrible patience. The greater will or the grace or whatever vast and impersonal structure had noticed him in a nursery and kept noticing ever since. Ginny watched understanding land and did not push. At last Hermione said quietly, "That doesn't mean fascination is safe." Ginny nodded once. "No." "Then why do you keep looking at him like that?" Ginny's expression turned briefly unreadable. Then she said, "Because I spent a year with Tom Riddle in my head. I know what wrong feels like from the inside." Her voice stayed level, but the memory in it chilled the air. Harry doesn't feel wrong. He feels pulled, pressured, sharpened in ways I don't like, but not wrong. Hermione's throat felt tight. Ginny shifted the books again. And, she added with maddening honesty, because it is remarkable. Hermione almost protested, stopped, because Ginny was right in the worst possible way. It was remarkable. That did not make it safe. It did not make it good. It did not mean Hermione was wrong to fear the speed of it or the oldness in some of Harry's newer silences. But denial had become impossible. There was wonder in this, even if wonder stood too close to ruin to be trusted. "You make me uneasy," Hermione said. Ginny smiled slightly. "You make everyone uneasy. That isn't comforting. It wasn't meant to be." Then Ginny went up the stairs, leaving Hermione alone with the cold stone, her own reflection in the narrow window glass, and the deeply irritating realization that Ginny Weasley was being smarter than most adults in the castle. Hermione disliked that almost as much as she disliked being unable to disagree. That night Harry climbed the astronomy tower alone. He told no one he was going, not out of secrecy this time, out of a need he could not fully phrase. The castle was quieter after midnight than people imagined. Not silent. Hogwarts never managed silence for long. Stones settled. Portraits muttered in dreams or pretense of dreams. Far away, doors sighed against drafts and suits of armor shifted weight they technically did not possess. But the noise became sparse enough that thought could stretch. Harry needed stretch. The conversation with Ron had left something raw and clearer in him. Ginny's steady gaze at breakfast had not helped. Neither had Hermione's watchfulness, sharpened now by the constant balancing act between trust and fear. The chamber below the school waited. The primer waited. The death glyph against his ribs felt at times less like paper and more like permission, not yet fully granted. He needed sky. The astronomy tower gave him that in abundance. The stone steps spiraled higher and thinner until the wind found him before the stars did. By the time he reached the open platform at the top, his robes were pulling lightly at his legs, and the air had gone knife-clean with height. The night over Hogwarts had cleared completely. Below him, the grounds lay in layered dark. Lawns silvered faintly by moonlight, the lake a wide black mirror broken only where wind troubled the surface. The forbidden forest massed at the edge of sight like something asleep, and not entirely harmless in sleep. Far off, Hagrid's hut showed one warm square of windowlight before darkness ate the rest. Above was the real thing. Harry had looked at stars all his life, as a child at Privet Drive through a narrow bedroom window, on broomsticks. At Hogwarts when sleeplessness or dread made him seek the comfort of distance. In the astronomy tower before, in other years, while trying to feel small in a healthy way, tonight the stars were different, not because they had changed, because he had. He stepped to the parapet and rested his hands lightly on the cold stone. The sky spread over him in hard winter clarity, each star a point too clean to call gentle. White, blue, distant gold. Constellations he half recognized from astronomy classes and 100 nameless fires beyond them. Ordinary people looked at stars and saw beauty. Navigation. Scale. Poetry, if they were built that way. Harry looked up and saw sources, raw material, not metaphorical source, not emotional, not symbolic, actual. Somewhere impossibly far beyond England and weather and school, those distant furnaces compressed themselves toward order so severe the pressure became substance. Glintstone. Tears of the cosmos, the primer had called it, shed at the moment of the universe's first ordering. He had understood the words intellectually before. Now he understood them the way one understands thirst while looking at a river. Harry's breath slowed, the scar on his forehead warmed, not the hot pain of Voldemort, not the bright pressure of a rune clarifying itself. This was gentler, almost intimate. A thread being touched from very far away. The stars did not look colder for being usable, they looked more themselves. That was the dangerous part. Harry lifted one hand he did not plan to, or rather some smaller, older part of him had not planned to. The motion happened with the same grave simplicity as raising a hand toward rain when one already knows the sky is about to open. Palm up, fingers slightly curled. The wind moved around him and seemed, for 1 second, to hesitate. Harry looked at the stars and let the pattern settle. Not a spell. Not even sorcery in the narrower sense he had been learning. Recognition, invitation answered by structure. Far above, one point of starlight sharpened, then another. The sky remained the sky. No beam split it, no dramatic omen rolled across the heavens, no cosmic herald announced itself in sound. But Harry felt something align, vast, patient, and older than the tower beneath his hand. A thread of light descended, thin as spider silk, paler than moonlight and bluer than silver, barely visible at first except where it caught against the dark. It drifted down through the open air with impossible softness, swaying once in the wind as if testing whether gravity here counted as command or suggestion. Harry did not move. The thread touched his palm. It did not burn. It did not freeze. It sank into the skin with a sensation so familiar it made his chest ache. Home. Not home as in Gryffindor Tower or Hogwarts, or even the lost idea of a house that had once held his parents alive inside it. Home as in the thing on the other side of the scar recognizing him completely and finding no contradiction in the shape. Harry's fingers closed slowly around the strand. It vanished into his fist. For a second the whole platform seemed brighter, not lit from outside but from some corrected relationship between Harry and the night around him. The wind dropped. The stars above sharpened further, every point too precise for comfort. Harry stood alone atop the astronomy tower with his hand closed around invisible starlight and felt, terrifyingly, not possessed, not changed, not invaded, claimed. No, that was not quite right. Welcomed. The difference mattered so much it hurt. He opened his hand again. Nothing visible remained. Yet the skin of his palm held a faint blue-gold luminescence beneath it, subtle as a pulse, and gone the moment he tried to look directly. Harry laughed once under his breath, not because it was funny, because if he did not laugh, he might have admitted aloud how profoundly the feeling had reached into him. Below, the castle slept on, half aware and half not that one of its students had just reached into the sky and found the gesture answered. Above, the stars burned with patient, structural indifference. Harry lowered his hand. For a long moment he simply stood there and looked up, no longer seeing lights in the dark, but furnaces, sources, an architecture of cosmic pressure waiting beyond the old provincial habits of British magic. Ammunition, a colder part of him thought at once, raw material for someone who knew how to reach it. The thought should have frightened him more than it did. That frightened him enough for both. Wind moved again across the tower. Harry slid both hands into his pockets, forcing warmth back into them, and stared at the sky until his eyes watered. Behind him, the stair down into Hogwarts waited. Below that, friends, fear, Horcruxes, Dumbledore's worry, the Ministry's narrowing interest, Hermione's journals, Ron's loyalty chosen with full knowledge of the bill, Ginny's fascination, Neville unknowingly coaxing a dead shard of starlight toward answer. Ahead of him, more, much more. Harry looked up once more at the stars and thought, with a strange blend of dread and calm, that the universe had just proven it could touch back when invited. Then he turned from the parapet and descended into the tower, carrying the thread of starlight inside his closed hand long after the light itself had vanished. Hogwarts began changing on a Monday, not dramatically, not in the way stories preferred, with thunder and cracked towers and screaming portraits and students running through corridors while history visibly rearranged itself behind them. Hogwarts was too old for that kind of panic, too proud. The castle did not shatter when disturbed. It adapted with the grim patience of something that had survived generations of children, wars, ministers, founders, ghosts, and architecture itself. So at first, the changes looked like mistakes. A staircase that should have led from the 4th floor to the portrait gallery instead deposited 2 Ravenclaws outside the Trophy Hall annex, where they stood for a full minute insisting they had climbed correctly, and the castle was being insolent. A tapestry corridor near Charms developed a dead end overnight where none had been the day before. The dead end remained there for 6 hours, then vanished after lunch and took a perfectly innocent broom cupboard with it. 3 suits of armor outside the Great Hall, previously content to rust in ceremonial sulk, repositioned themselves into a triangular formation facing the front doors. No one saw them move. They were simply one arrangement at breakfast and another by dinner, great metal lances angled downward. Helms turned outward as though watching an enemy field no one else could see. By Tuesday, the staircases had become treacherous. They no longer merely moved. Moving was an old Hogwarts habit, familiar and irritating. Students complained, adjusted, got lost, and blamed the founders as tradition required. This was different. The staircases had begun to move with intent. They led not merely to the wrong places, but through wrong patterns. Loops where no loops should exist. Angles that felt narrower than stone permitted. One staircase near the west tower developed a second landing halfway up that lasted only at dusk and always overlooked a corridor no one could later find. Harry noticed before anyone else did because the castle's changes reached him first. He would be walking to breakfast and feel the shift before it happened. A faint pressure behind the scar, not pain but alertness, like listening to something very large decide to turn over in sleep. Then the stones around him would seem to align differently, not visibly at first but in logic, and a staircase ahead would choose a new destination with the solemnity of a verdict. He told himself he was only noticing more. That stopped being plausible by Wednesday. Because by Wednesday, the castle had started remembering things it had never been. Harry stood midway up a moving staircase after herbology, and watched 3 lower flights rearrange themselves beneath him into a brutal zigzag formation that made his skin go cold with recognition. He had never walked Stormvale Castle. He had never stood on its broken approaches while wind tore at old banners and murder hid above every incline. Yet the pattern below him was familiar, not visually, not exactly. Hogwarts stone was Hogwarts stone, portraits still muttered in niches. The banisters remained carved in school-style swirls and old polished oak. The windows still showed the grounds, the lake, the long gray morning, but the logic of the thing had changed. The staircases were no longer moving for inconvenience or whimsy, they were defending height. The realization landed like ice in his throat. Harry looked down over the shifting steps and knew, with the same horrible certainty that had accompanied his first glance into the chamber, that the castle was not merely changing around him, it was answering. The great runes he had transcribed, first protection, then death in lesser branch, then the narrow intermediate forms he had barely dared even show Hermione, had not remained private acts of scholarship. They had weight, accumulation, presence. He had been drawing fragments of total lore into a school built on older, stubborn magic and expecting the two systems to ignore one another out of politeness. The school, apparently, had declined. Students pressed past him on the stair, muttering, complaining, laughing in the easy way people do when they have not yet accepted that inconvenience is the first stage of omen. Harry stayed where he was another few seconds, one hand resting against the cold stone wall, and felt the castle's shifting structure hum beneath his palm. Not like speech, like agreement. He pulled his hand away sharply and kept walking. Peeves vanished on Thursday. This would have been celebrated under ordinary circumstances. The news spread through the school with the sort of incredulous delight usually reserved for cancelled essays or professors forgetting quizzes. No one had seen the poltergeist since late Wednesday, when he had last been observed upside down over a third-floor landing singing a song about ministry underwear, and trying to drop spoiled figs into Filch's bucket. By Thursday afternoon he was simply gone. No cackling in the rafters. No rude songs from inside walls. No water balloons, chalk ambushes, or suspiciously coordinated ink accidents. Filch stalked the corridors with the haunted expression of a man whose worst enemy had either died or evolved. Students joked about it. The ghosts did not. Harry noticed that first. Nearly headless Nick, usually so eager to fold school gossip into long and self-referential anecdotes, had gone subdued. The gray lady passed him once near the library and looked over his shoulder at the empty space above a set of sconces, as if listening for something that had stopped making a noise she had mistaken for part of the building. The bloody baron seemed pleased. That was not reassuring. By Thursday evening, Hermione had produced 4 pages of notes under the heading Poltergeist Theory/Architectural Rejection Events and was speaking faster than usual, which was how Harry knew she was worried enough to become brisk in self-defense. "Peeves is not a ghost," she said in the abandoned classroom while Ron ate toast over one of her observation journals as though crumbs in a theoretical crisis were a valid human choice. "He's a materialization of accumulated student energy and institutional chaos, a pressure phenomenon. That sort of being doesn't simply disappear unless the conditions sustaining it change drastically." Ron swallowed. "Or unless someone finally strangled him, which would be tragic and heroic." Hermione ignored this because she had discovered the superior emotional tactic of pretending certain Ron comments belonged to a universe not worth indexing. "The castle is reorganizing its magical load-bearing structures," she said, pacing now. "If the runes are accumulating enough metaphysical mass, they might be displacing smaller emergent phenomena. Not destroying them necessarily, but reclassifying them," Harry said quietly. Hermione stopped. "Yes," she said after a beat. "Exactly that." Ron looked between them. "I hate when you two do that." Harry did not answer, because he knew the word was right, reclassifying. Peeves had not been banished in the ordinary sense. The castle had simply begun caring about different kinds of presence. School chaos mattered less to it now than older defensive instincts, heavier architecture, stranger echoes. The system was reprioritizing. The thought sat in Harry's mind with appalling ease. He had begun noticing that about himself more often lately. Certain conclusions arriving too smoothly because some colder structure in him already understood them. Hermione saw his expression change and slowed. "Harry," he looked up. "Tell me what you're thinking." It was not an order. It was a plea shaped like one because Hermione had learned the hard way that directness sometimes caught him before distance did. Harry leaned back against the desk. "I think," he said carefully, "Hogwarts isn't becoming Lanedale or Stormvale or anything else exactly. I think it's translating." Ron frowned around a fresh piece of toast. "Into English?" Hermione gave him a look. "That is not what he means." "No," Harry said. "It's still itself, but the parts of it that know how to defend, how to carry old magic, how to orient danger, they're being pulled toward alignment." He searched for the least dreadful phrasing and found none. "Toward forms the runes recognize." Silence followed. Ron put the toast down at last. Hermione's face had gone very still. "That," she said quietly, "is an alarming sentence." Harry let out a humorless breath. "I know." "No," Ron said. "Actually, I'd like to register that both of you saying 'I know' every 5 minutes is beginning to sound like the prelude to a structural collapse." Hermione rubbed a hand over her eyes. "It may be." "Brilliant," Ron muttered. Harry looked toward the window. The sky outside had gone dark with incoming rain. Across the grounds, the castle's outer walls rose in the gathering weather, familiar in shape and less familiar in feeling with every passing day. For a split second, he thought he saw the line of one distant tower sharpen into something more severe, more vertical, almost spired in a way Hogwarts did not usually choose to be. Then the light changed, and it was only stone again. Almost. Dumbledore called the emergency staff meeting at dusk on Friday. Harry learned this later from 3 separate sources, each with different priorities and identical unease. The first source was Hermione, who heard McGonagall telling Flitwick in low, rapid tones outside the staff staircase that further delay is no longer academically defensible, never mind administratively prudent. The second was Ron, who overheard Seamus overhear Dean overhear a portrait outside the hospital wing report that the little professor looked ready to hex the furniture, and the tall one was doing that quiet thing that means somebody clever is about to ruin tea. The third source was Harry himself. Because when Dumbledore convened the staff in the headmaster's office, the scar on Harry's forehead warmed and the castle around him went attentive. He was in the library at the time with Hermione and Ron, pretending to read, while not pretending very successfully. The shift came all at once. A tightening under the skin, a subtle rearrangement of nearby sounds, the sense of height in the building correcting itself around a central point. Harry looked up from the page. Hermione saw the motion instantly. "What? Something's happening," Ron straightened. "Specific enough to be useful?" Harry listened, not with ears, with the wronger, newer sense that had been opening in him since the chamber and was now apparently taking liberties. Somewhere above, in Dumbledore's office, the old powers of Hogwarts had focused around a circle of adult voices and serious intent. The castle new attention had turned toward itself. "I think the staff are meeting," Harry said. Hermione stared. Ron swore softly. "Can you hear that?" "Not exactly." "That," Ron said, "is worse." Later, piecing together details from McGonagall's expression, Flitwick's visible strain at breakfast the next morning, and what Snape let slip in one of his more venomous comments to Harry in potions, the shape of the meeting emerged. McGonagall presented evidence first. Of course she did. Clinical, orderly, damning evidence. Staircase routes documented over 6 days. Sketches of armor formations outside the Great Hall, each compared against their prior positions with meticulous timestamps. Reports from prefects describing corridors extending and contracting at inconsistent hours. Peeve's absence noted not as comic relief, but as environmental anomaly. 3 first-year Hufflepuffs, having become trapped in a loop between the 2nd and 5th floors for nearly an hour, before an exasperated portrait directed them through a wall niche that had never before been a passage and ceased being one immediately afterward. Flitwick, by all accounts, contributed ward readings. This frightened him. That, more than raised voices, told the truth of the matter. Phileas Flitwick loved magical complexity the way musicians love difficult compositions. New things delighted him. Intricate things nourished him. For him to be frightened meant the pattern was elegant enough to surpass charm work and wrong enough to make beauty irrelevant. He had measured the castle's harmonic fields, as Hermione put it when reporting this in the abandoned classroom later. Measured and found density distortions around the lower west wing, the central stairwell, the restricted section, and, most sharply around Harry himself whenever he remained still too long in one place. Ron said, "I continue to find every new sentence in this story worse than the previous one." Hermione ignored him. Snape apparently said almost nothing at first. That was the telling part. When Snape spoke quickly, he was usually angry. When he spoke slowly, he was often cruel. When he went very still and very quiet, it meant his mind had seized something important and was turning it like a blade. According to McGonagall's dry paraphrase to Dumbledore later, overheard in part by a portrait and filtered down through 3 separate networks of castle gossip, Snape recognized the underlying theory before anyone else in the room except perhaps Dumbledore, not the lands between, not the great runes by name, but the older category, pre-medieval law inscription. He had seen references in black market manuscripts, obscure continental treatises on binding sorcery, and fragmentary dark magic texts that postdated the Norman conquest while clearly misunderstanding something older and larger than themselves. He did not call British wandwork a cargo cult, as Hermione had. Snape was too precise and too disdainful for such phrasing, but he did, reportedly, say this: "If Potter has been drawing higher-order rune structures into an already ancient magical complex, then the school is not malfunctioning. It is reorienting around precedents." When Hermione repeated that sentence later, she looked almost offended by how competent it was. "Did he just say what I've been saying?" she asked, but in a more sinister accent. Ron said, "Yes." Harry said nothing because Snape had been right. And because if Snape had recognized even that much, then the number of people capable of becoming truly dangerous in this situation had just gone up by 1. Dumbledore's response, apparently, was calm enough to terrify McGonagall afterward. That old, soft-voiced calm he wore when the scale of a problem had surpassed visible panic and entered mathematics. He began preparing containment, not public containment, not ministry intervention, nothing so blunt, quiet adjustments. Flitwick reinforcing the oldest wards rather than the strongest ones. McGonagall mapping routes of instability in the staircases and instructing prefects subtly away from certain corridors. Sprout asked to keep students out of the lower lake passages behind Greenhouse 5, where root systems had begun growing in patterns no plant textbook could justify. Snape told to review sealed records on rune law failures and all known British attempts to reproduce foundational inscription. And Dumbledore himself, Harry later realized with a chill, had begun preparing for the possibility that Hogwarts might have to contain not an outside invader, but one of its own students. The castle did not give them time to act. Voldemort moved on Saturday night. The attack began in Hogsmeade, not at the school itself. That would have been crude, and Voldemort had never been crude when a cleaner humiliation could be arranged. Hogsmeade was softer. Close enough to strike the school emotionally, close enough to drag Dumbledore's attention outward, civilian enough to make delay look like negligence. A test disguised as terror. The first alarm reached Hogwarts as a pulse through the perimeter wards. Harry was in Gryffindor Tower with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny when it happened. The common room still held a few older students lingering over homework and chess. Firelight blazed warm against stone. Outside, the night beyond the windows had gone moonless and raw, the grounds reduced to dark suggestion under low cloud. Harry's scar flared so sharply he was on his feet before the pain even fully arrived. At the same instant, somewhere far below the floor, the castle itself recoiled. Portraits cried out. The fire in the common room guttered blue for one heartbeat. A vibration passed through the tower stones like a plucked string running the length of the school. Everyone froze. Hermione dropped her quill. Ron swore, then the wards screamed, not audibly to everyone, perhaps. Some students only gasped and looked toward the portrait hole, sensing something wrong without knowing why. But Harry heard it clearly, a strained metallic shriek along the edges of Hogwarts' ancient protection as foreign magic struck the village boundary and pushed inward. He knew at once and with dreadful certainty what it was, Bellatrix, not her name as sound. Her signature. Frenzied, elegant, blood-bright malice racing across the ward lines in a cluster with many others around it. Harry moved. Hermione caught his sleeve halfway to the portrait hole. "Don't." The word was breath and fear and command at once. Harry turned. The scar on his forehead was burning gold so hard Ron actually flinched. "Death Eaters," Harry said. "No," Hermione said immediately. "You don't know that." Harry looked toward the door. Golden light spilled across the inside of his vision, not metaphorical light, grace. A narrow trail of it unfurled in his sight as cleanly as ink on paper, running from the portrait hole down through the castle, across the entrance hall and out toward the front gates. It did not ask. It indicated. Harry stopped resisting the truth of what he was seeing. "I do," he said. Ron had risen too. "Then we go get McGonagall. No time." "That," Hermione snapped, "is exactly when there is time to get an adult." Harry should have listened. He knew that even then, in the small remaining chamber of himself, where ordinary caution still had a chair. But beyond that chamber lay the grace and the screaming wards, and the sudden crystalline certainty that the attack on Hogsmeade was only the first hand of the move. The real test lay at the school perimeter. At the gates, the golden trail brightened. Harry pulled free. Ron grabbed his arm. "Harry!" Harry looked at him. Something in Ron's face changed then. Anger stripped clean by recognition. He saw, all at once, that Harry was already half gone, not gone from himself, not yet, but caught in alignment so powerful that speech would only delay the body from catching up with what had already been decided elsewhere inside. "Damn it," Ron muttered. Then, louder, "Then I'm coming." "No." Harry said, "Yes." "No," Hermione said, fiercer than either of them. "Neither of you are doing anything until—" But the portrait hole had already opened below with a shout from somewhere in the corridor beyond. Boots on stone, prefects yelling. The tower had begun waking to disaster. Harry did not choose in that moment. That was the problem. The Grace had already chosen movement, and his body followed. He was through the portrait hole and down the first staircase before his friends' voices fully reached him. Behind him, he heard Ron swear again. He also heard Hermione running. The castle helped him. That truth landed midway down the second-floor stairwell, where a moving staircase that should have been turned away swung back into place just as Harry reached it, giving him a direct descent toward the entrance hall no ordinary route could have matched. Another corridor shortened. A side door that was never unlocked stood open. Suits of armor lining the lower hallways had turned outward, helms angled toward the main doors, their arrangement no longer decorative at all. The school knew, not the full story. Not names and history and horcruxes and cosmic law. But it knew the perimeter had been tested, and the student carrying the heaviest foreign weight within its walls was moving to meet the strike, so it cleared the path. That frightened Harry later. In the moment, it only made him faster. He burst into the entrance hall just as McGonagall came out of the staff corridor with her wand drawn and Snape 2 steps behind her, black robes cutting across the torchlight like a wound. Students were spilling from side passages, some crying, some wild-eyed, all talking at once. "Back to your common rooms," McGonagall snapped, voice amplified by raw authority. "Prefects now." Then she saw Harry. For one thin second, teacher and student locked in the terrible understanding that this specific child in this specific moment was already beyond the useful range of ordinary instructions. "Potter," she said. He did not stop. Snape moved first, intercepting with a speed that should have caught him. It did not. Harry slipped past on the angle before Snape's hand quite reached his shoulder. Not by force, not by deliberate evasion even, but because the line the Grace had marked did not include being delayed there, and Harry's body now obeyed clean geometries faster than adult reflexes designed for schoolboy rebellion. Snape's eyes flashed black with something between rage and alarm. "Potter!" The front doors were already opening. Not outward under Harry's hand, on their own. The latches released with a thunderous metal crack. Old oak swung wide. Rain-stung night and the scent of smoke rushed in. Beyond the stone steps, the grounds fell away dark toward the gates. And there, in the distance near the perimeter line where the school met the road to Hogsmeade, fire moved among figures in black. 24, maybe more, some attacking the outer wards, some cutting toward the gatehouse, some spreading laterally in tactical arcs that would have impressed Harry once for their coordination, and now only looked provincial. Bellatrix stood at the center. He knew her at once by movement alone. That delighted, predatory momentum she wore even standing still, as if violence in her had to be carried like posture because otherwise it would leak. Lightning showed her face for a split second, and she smiled when she saw the doors open. Not at the school, at him. The Grace drew a single line down the front steps and across the dark lawn. Harry followed it. Behind him, McGonagall shouted. Shields flared at the windows high above as the staff began reacting in earnest. Filch was screaming somewhere about students. The castle stirred with defensive force. None of that reached Harry fully. Rain hit his face. Grass slicked under his shoes. The night air was full of smoke from burning carts in Hogsmeade, and the metallic taste of curses discharged too close to ancient wards. Ahead, Death Eaters were still spreading under the assumption that Hogwarts would answer by deploying adults, professors, and layered defenses. Instead, Harry Potter came down the hill alone. Bellatrix laughed when she realized it. The sound carried clearly across the wet dark. "Well," she called, wand lifting. "Look what the school sends." Harry kept walking, not quickly. That was the first wrong thing, not a sprint, not even a charge. just a steady descent through the rain with his robes moving strangely little in the wind and the gold in his scar bright enough now that even masked Death Eaters along the outer edge of the formation shifted on instinct. Bellatrix raised her wand higher, her grin widened. Avada Kedavra. The curse ripped green across the night. Every death spell Harry had ever seen before moved with violence. Fast, yes, but emotionally so, rage or hatred or triumph pouring down the line of intent with it, making the curse feel like a spear hurled by a living will. This one did too. And for the first time in his life, Harry did not dodge. He traced a glyph in the air with 2 fingers, small, economical, almost contemptuous in its simplicity. A narrow warding branch from the protection rune, translated for transit interception rather than body defense. The green curse struck it, and came apart, not deflected, not blocked, unmade. The Avada Kedavra crossed half the distance to Harry and then hit a law it had never been required to negotiate before. The killing intent shed from it like broken lacquer. Emerald light unraveled into soft, harmless sparks that drifted downward through the rain and died on the grass. Silence hit the battlefield like impact. Bellatrix stopped smiling. One of the Death Eaters to her left actually lowered his wand in disbelief. Harry kept walking. Behind him, at the front steps, several professors had emerged and stopped dead under the shelter of the doors, confronted with a scene that no school training or battlefield history had prepared them to parse. A student dissolving an unforgivable curse as if it had tried to pass through the wrong customs checkpoint. Snape made a low, involuntary sound. McGonagall did not move at all. Bellatrix recovered first, because Bellatrix was Bellatrix, and insanity often wears speed like grace. "Take him." She snapped. They obeyed. The night erupted. Red curses, blasting hexes, slicing spells, black jets of old dark magic and white spears of brute destructive force all crossed at once toward Harry from half a dozen angles. British dark magic at scale, efficient, vicious, built on fear and pain and refinement through terrible repetition. Harry lifted his right hand. Stars answered, not from the sky directly, not dramatically. The glintstone already carried in his body and gathered in his attuned shards clarified along his fingers in 6 hard points of blue-white radiance. Stars of ruin unfolded around him like judgment-given orbit. The homing fragments launched. Chaos followed. The sorceries did not travel in straight lines. That was the part that broke the Death Eaters first. Curses they understood. Shields they understood. Dodging, redirecting, counterfire, British combat magic was built around interaction. Force met force, will met will, and skill lived in the brutal elegance of how one made the meeting favorable. Stars of ruin ignored that grammar. The blue-white projectiles veered around shields, curved through the rain, corrected mid-flight, and struck from impossible angles. One Death Eater near the left flank threw up Protego only for the starlight to arc around the edge and slam him sideways into the ward line hard enough to leave him sprawled gasping. Another dodged the first star and took the second in the wand arm, his fingers opening in involuntary shock as the weapon flew into the mud. A third was hit square in the chest by 2 converging fragments and dropped to one knee with his robes smoking and his breath knocked utterly from him. Bellatrix fired again and again, curses like shards of hatred, and Harry moved through them with that terrible new stillness Ron had noticed weeks ago. Not hurried, not frantic. The rain hissed around him. Mud sucked at his shoes. The grass darkened under curses that struck and missed. He seemed, to the watching professors and terrified Death Eaters alike, less like a boy surviving combat than a pattern around which combat had been forced to misalign. Harry reached the gates. That mattered. The instant his foot crossed the inner boundary line, Hogwarts' ancient defenses surged behind him, not striking outward but rising in support. The ironwork of the gates shone faint gold. The outer stones of the gateposts hummed under rain, old inscriptions waking under the pressure of newer laws nearby. Bellatrix saw it happen. So did Snape. And both, for very different reasons, understood that the school itself had just chosen a side in the immediate argument. Bellatrix snarled and sent a blasting curse at the gate. Harry answered with Reichard's rancor. He had been developing the sorcery in secret for days, and had not yet used it outside the chamber. The primer described it in a tone of academic disgust, usually reserved for sorceries with strong opinions about pain. Harry had translated it through instinct and stubbornness, and a growing familiarity with the nastier corners of rune-burst logic. Now he let it go. The ground in front of the Death Eater line split, not massively. Not enough to tear the earth open in some theatrical canyon. Just a jagged burst of volcanic force racing outward in black-red fissures full of golden magmalite that should not have existed under a wet Scottish hillside. Flaming skull-like arcs rose and burst from the rupture in cascading sequence, each one carrying not just heat but insistent ruin, a chain reaction of explosive spite-given structure. The first rank of Death Eaters broke formation instantly. Mud and fire and runeburst hit them together. Shields shattered under the repeated impacts. Black robes caught flame at the hem. One masked wizard screamed and rolled away as a burst of molten force struck the ground beside him and sent him tumbling. Another was launched bodily backward into the road fence, where he hit hard enough to tear half the planks free. Bellatrix leapt clear with impossible agility, landed in the rain with hair plastered dark around her face, and stared at the scorched ground as if the hill itself had insulted her bloodline. At the doors behind Harry, Flitwick whispered, "Merlin!" McGonagall did not answer. Because the fight was no longer operating within school categories, Bellatrix's expression changed. The wild delight remained, but it had acquired something it almost never wore: respect. "Oh," she said softly enough that only those nearest heard it, "you really are something else." She lifted her wand two-handed now, no play, no taunts. She cast to kill. Harry met her in kind, not with Avada Kedavra, not with any British curse, but with the narrow black gold branch of destined death he had only barely survived transcribing in partial form. He did not use the full rune. He could not. Perhaps no mortal body could without becoming more law than flesh in the process, but the lesser branch was enough. He drew the mark through the air. The world seemed to dim around it. That was what everyone remembered later, not light but the subtraction of it, rain losing its shine. Torchfire behind Harry going briefly flat. The air itself pulling taut as if reminded that endings existed and had authority. Bellatrix's curse met the black gold arc halfway and failed on contact, not because Harry's magic was stronger in the childish sense. Because the arc did not engage the curse as force. It recognized the deeper appointment beneath it. The killing curse, the shield, the body, the soul's path toward ending, all of it lived downstream from a higher rule. Harry's partial branch of destined death touched that rule, and every smaller spell in its path remembered its place. Bellatrix's second Avada unraveled into dark ash-green dust. The black gold line kept going. Bellatrix moved. Even she, even then, did not try to shield. Instinct screamed the truth too loudly for pride to override it. Shielding was irrelevant. Protection was irrelevant. The line was not coming for her robes or wand or body first. It was coming for the contract that allowed her to continue toward an eventual end at all. She twisted aside with feral speed. The arc passed close enough to graze the sleeve of her robe. The cloth blackened, not burned, ended. A section of fabric simply ceased to count as continuous matter and came away in gray, particulate ruin. Bellatrix landed hard, rolled through the mud, and came up on one knee staring at the damage with a face so nakedly alarmed that half her own followers recoiled from the sight of it, because Bellatrix Lestrange did not look afraid. Until now. Harry stood by the gates with rain running off his hair and the black gold afterimage of the rune still hanging in the air around his hand. Every Death Eater saw Bellatrix hesitate. That was enough to break the field, not completely. Not yet. But the confidence went out of them in a wave so visible that even the professors on the steps could feel it across the distance. The line wavered. Several attackers shifted backward. One turned outright and ran for the road. Another tried to apparate, hit the outer school wards, and only managed to vanish after staggering beyond their edge in panic. Bellatrix looked at Harry. Harry looked back. For one suspended second, the whole night narrowed to those two figures in the rain. The Dark Lord's most devoted killer and a 15-year-old boy standing under school gates with cosmic death law still smoking in the air around his fingers. Bellatrix made the correct decision. She ran. Not a tactical withdrawal, not a graceful step back. She fled full speed toward the dark road beyond Hogsmeade, shouting for retreat as she went. The command cracked across the field, and the rest of the Death Eaters broke with it, stumbling, apparating, dragging the injured, abandoning any pretense that this had been reconnaissance rather than catastrophe. Within seconds, the perimeter was chaos moving outward. Blue-white stars still hunted the last of them through the rain. One hit a fleeing Death Eater at the tree line and spun him face-first into the mud. Another cracked against the road stones beside Bellatrix herself and sent sparks spraying around her like furious constellations. But she never turned back, never cast over her shoulder, never laughed. Bellatrix Lestrange ran from Hogwarts. That alone would have remade the rumor network of Britain by morning. Harry did not pursue, he could have. This would haunt Hermione later. The fact that he stood there, breathing steady, gold in his scar and black gold ghost light fading from his hand, and visibly weighed pursuit not with anger but with geometry. Distance. Remaining power. Gate integrity. Field collapse radius. The sort of calculations that did not belong naturally in a 15-year-old's expression. Then the moment passed. The Death Eaters vanished into rain and dark. The grounds fell still except for the hiss of weather on scorched grass, the far-off shouts from Hogsmeade, and Harry's own breath moving white in the cold air. The fight was over. No one spoke. Then behind him came the sound of running feet from the castle path. Hermione, Ron. Ginny just behind them, because of course she had not stayed where ordered. Hermione reached him first and stopped dead 2 steps short. Not because she feared him, but because the field around him still felt wrong, charged, exact, the air full of endings and starlight and broken assumptions. Her face was white with fury and terror in proportions too volatile to separate. "What?" she said, voice shaking. "Did you do?" Harry looked at her, and for the first time since leaving the tower earlier, he seemed to realize how the scene must appear from outside. Scorched earth. Gateposts shining faint gold, a line of blackened mud where Reichard's rancor had passed. One perfect section of the road fence simply missing where destined death had touched it on the backswing. Professors silent on the steps. Death Eaters gone. Harry swallowed once. "They attacked," he said. Ron actually laughed at that, one sharp, unbelieving bark of sound. "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! That explains everything." Ginny, breathing hard from the run, looked past Harry at the ruined field and then at the empty road where Bellatrix had vanished. "She ran," Ginny said softly. No one corrected her. Behind them, Dumbledore appeared at last in the open doorway of the school. Not because he had hidden. Because he had been doing what headmasters must do when war reaches a school. Stabilizing wards, counting lives, keeping children behind walls, making 10 catastrophic decisions in 10 heartbeats, while everyone else gets to call any of them too slow afterward. He stood with one hand on the doorframe and looked out across the field. His gaze moved over the scorched earth, the gate, the vanished enemy line, Harry at the center of it, and the professors flanking the steps like witnesses at the edge of a new age they had not agreed to attend. Then Dumbledore looked toward the road where the last of the Death Eaters had fled. Something in his face changed. Not relief. Not triumph, recognition sharpened by grief. The rain silvered in his beard. The school's golden wards reflected faintly in his spectacles. For a long moment he said nothing at all. Then, so softly that only those nearest truly heard, Dumbledore spoke into the night. "I have been afraid of the wrong thing for a very long time." The wind took the words. No one answered. Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts with the rain cooling on his skin and the grace gone quiet at last, and understood with a clarity that felt almost merciful that whatever came next, nothing in Britain would fit back into its old shape again. By morning, Hogwarts had decided not to pretend. The grass at the gates remained scorched in a branching pattern no amount of rain could wash back into innocence. The broken road fence beyond the perimeter still contained one perfect absence where matter had ceased to be continuous under destined death. Two of the stone gateposts glowed faintly gold in darkness, as though the night battle had left behind a memory the castle could not entirely repress. Students noticed. Students always noticed. By breakfast, the rumors had divided into camps. One insisted Harry Potter had personally dueled Bellatrix Lestrange and made her run. Another said Bellatrix had retreated because Dumbledore had appeared behind Harry with 20 invisible aurors and a dragon. A third, more inventive theory held that Hogwarts itself had come awake and Harry had merely been the mouth through which it cast. That version traveled fastest among Ravenclaws and terrified everyone else. Harry did not eat much. That did not escape Hermione. Nor did the way the staff table had changed. McGonagall sat with her shoulders set too squarely, as though bracing against the fact of the room. Flitwick looked as if someone had asked him to perform surgery with a lullaby. Snape's expression had gone beyond hostility and into something colder. A kind of clinical fury sharpened by unwilling respect. Sprout kept glancing toward Harry and then away with the look of a professor recalculating whether one of her students still fit comfortably within the category of children. Dumbledore was not there. That absence had weight enough to make the Great Hall feel lopsided. "He's meeting with the governors," Ron muttered, stabbing at eggs he was not really eating. "Or the ministry, or both." Hermione shook her head minutely. "No, how do you know?" "Because if the ministry were already here, Umbridge would be performing relief in public." Ron considered that. "Fair." Ginny, across from them, tore a piece from her toast and said, "He'll call Harry first." Harry looked up. Ginny met his eyes without any of the flinch most people now had. That still unsettled him in ways fear somehow did not. "Why?" he asked. Ginny shrugged. "Because whatever he's doing next depends on whether he thinks he can still talk to you." Hermione went still. Ron muttered, "Brilliant. Thank you, that's made breakfast even nicer." Ginny ignored him. Harry looked down at the untouched tea in his hands. He knew she was right. The letter arrived before lunch, not folded into a bird this time. No little ceremony, no attempt at charm. A plain square of parchment appeared beside his plate in Transfiguration, carried by a school owl that dropped it with nearly offended efficiency and left at once. McGonagall saw it arrive. Her mouth tightened, but she did not interrupt the lesson. She only said very evenly, "Mr. Potter, you may go." The class turned to stare. Harry stood, slid the note into his pocket unread, and left with every pair of eyes in the room following him until the door closed behind him. The corridor outside was empty. For a moment he did not move. The castle around him had the still, listening quality it sometimes wore now when old decisions were about to be made in places of authority. Somewhere far above, the headmaster's office waited. Somewhere below, beneath floors and hidden stair and pale, rune-carved stone, the chamber waited too. Harry took out the note and unfolded it. "Harry, please come. This time I will not ask for half-truths from either of us. Albus Dumbledore, no lemon-drop joke, no softness laid over the edges." Harry folded the parchment once. Then again. By the time he reached the stone gargoyle outside the office, Hermione was already there. She must have run. Her hair was half loose, one side of her robes not properly fastened, breath not quite steady. Ron came up the corridor 3 seconds later, less graceful and more openly furious at the concept of timing. "You got one too?" Ron asked. Harry held up the note. Hermione's eyes flicked over the words. Her face changed, not with surprise, but with the grim satisfaction of a theory confirmed under bad conditions. "This is it," she said quietly. Ron looked between them. "That's not a reassuring sentence. It was never going to be." The gargoyle remained shut. Harry stared at it. "Password." Before either of them could speculate, the stone creature leapt aside of its own accord. The staircase behind it was already moving. That frightened Hermione more than the note had. She saw it at once. He's removed the choice. Ron swore under his breath. Harry looked back at them once. Hermione reached for his sleeve and stopped herself halfway. The restraint in it hurt more than touch would have. "Don't let him turn this into guilt," she said, Ron harsher. "And don't let him do that thing where he says the worst thing you've ever heard in the gentlest voice possible." Harry almost smiled. Almost. Then he stepped onto the moving stairs and went up alone. The office felt different before he even entered, not darker, not colder, stripped. That was the word for it. When the door opened, Harry found the room almost unnaturally clear of distraction. The silver instruments were there, but quiet, as if set deliberately to rest. Half the portraits were asleep or pretending more earnestly than usual. The bowl of lemon drops was gone. Fawkes remained on his perch near the window. This time the phoenix looked at Harry immediately, no shrinking back, no pinned feathers, no visible fear. That should have reassured him. It did not. It meant something had been decided. Dumbledore stood not behind the desk, but beside the pensive cabinet near the wall, one hand resting lightly against the wood as though it had become necessary to anchor himself to older things. He looked very tired. Not in the ordinary administrative sense. Not the weariness of late nights and crises and the burden of a school full of children in wartime. He looked like a man who had reached the exact point in a long-avoided conversation where postponement finally became more shameful than disclosure. "Harry," he said. Harry stepped inside. The door closed behind him with soft finality. Dumbledore raised his wand once, not threateningly, not even formally, and a ring of pale blue light moved outward through the office walls. Privacy wards, listening wards. Something older beneath them that made the room feel a fraction more distant from the castle around it. No half-truths from either of us. Harry understood now that Dumbledore had meant it literally. He did not sit. Dumbledore noticed and did not ask him to. For a moment neither spoke. The rain had stopped outside. Through the high window the grounds lay damp and silvered, the scarred earth near the gates visible in the distance like a black mark in the school's memory. At last Dumbledore said, "I owe you more than one confession, and I suspect making you wait through them in polite order would insult us both." Harry kept his face still. "That depends what they are." The faintest hint of something like regret moved through Dumbledore's expression. "Yes," he said, "quite." He crossed to the desk and opened a shallow drawer. From it he withdrew a single sheet of parchment sealed inside glass, not ordinary glass. The panels shimmered faintly, layered with ward lines too intricate to track at a glance. The page within was old enough that age had ceased to be a number and become instead a condition. Not browned and brittle exactly, but preserved in the strange, careful way things are preserved when their danger outlives their material. Harry's scar warmed the moment he saw it. The page inside the glass held only one visible line of text and part of a diagram that continued beyond the tear. He did not need translation. Grace precedes the one chosen to bear repair. Harry's breath stopped for a second. Dumbledore set the case on the desk between them. "In 1945, he said, "the same year history remembers for the duel between Gellert Grindelwald and myself, another event occurred. It was kept from public record, from the Wisengamot, from most of the ministry, and eventually from almost everyone still alive." He paused. "I have aided that secrecy for decades." Harry looked from the page to Dumbledore's face. The old wizard did not look away. "A crack," Dumbledore said quietly, "appeared in the Department of Mysteries. The words should have sounded absurd. They did not. It did not open with noise, not at first. One morning there was simply a seam in the wall of a lower chamber never intended for public use, and from that seam came golden light and the sound of something breathing." Fawkes shifted once on the perch. Dumbledore's eyes did not leave Harry's. 3 unspeakables entered. 2 were brilliant. One was wise enough to be afraid. Only one returned. Harry heard echoes of older stories in that immediately: the chamber under Hogwarts, the sealed ministry records, the raving survivor Dumbledore had mentioned before. But this was earlier, deeper. The prototype wound. The survivor brought back several things, Dumbledore said. Not by intention, by accident, or perhaps by refusal on the part of the place itself to be entered empty-handed. Most were useless beyond terror. A fragment of ashlar. Dust that glowed gold for 11 minutes and then ceased to be matter as we understand it. And this page. He touched the edge of the sealed glass case with one finger. I was consulted because the war with Grindelwald had made me inconveniently famous for two qualities the Ministry values only when frightened, being difficult to fool and willing to read things other people should perhaps decline. Harry's voice came out flat. So you read it? Yes. And understood it. Dumbledore's mouth thinned. Enough! That answer was not evasive, it was worse. Harry stepped closer to the desk despite himself, looking at the page. The text felt alive in the way the primer felt alive. Not breathing, not moving, but existing at a higher level of insistence than ordinary writing. He could sense the missing continuity beyond the tear, the rest of the page somewhere impossible and near. Dumbledore's voice softened. I did not understand the lands between fully. I still do not. But I understood immediately that the fragment described a system of law, not spellwork, a metaphysic older and more rigorous than anything in British magical tradition. Not a school of power, a structure of reality, he paused. And I understood something else, though I told no one at the time. Harry turned from the page. Dumbledore met his gaze. That if such a crack could open once, he said, it might do so again under sufficient violence. The room had grown very still. Harry did not ask the next question. He wanted to hear Dumbledore say it. The old man drew in a breath that seemed to age him in the space of the inhale. When Hagrid brought you to me as an infant, he said, I examined your scar. Harry felt something behind his ribs go hard and cold. Not as a healer, I am not one, but as a wizard who had already once seen a wound between worlds and recognized its shape. Dumbledore's voice remained quiet, but no longer gentle. He had left gentleness behind in favor of truth. The rebounded killing curse did not merely destroy Voldemort's body. It punched through a place already weak in reality and forced that weakness to remain open. The seam anchored itself in the only living thing at the point of contact. Harry touched his forehead without meaning to. Dumbledore watched the motion. Your scar, he said, is not merely the site of Voldemort's failed murder, nor merely the mark of his fragmented soul. It is an aperture, a permanent fracture between this world and the lands between, anchored in you like a door with a living hinge. Silence. Harry stood with his fingers against the altered rune scar and felt no shock at all for about 3 seconds. Then it hit in stages, not disbelief. He had gone too far past disbelief for that. The chamber, the dreams, the grace, the starlight thread on the tower, the way the castle answered him now, the way older laws unmade younger magic in his hands, none of it left room for denial. What struck him instead was the size of the knowing Dumbledore had known, not guesses, not suspicions, not some vague concern that Harry had become adjacent to forbidden things. Known since infancy. Harry lowered his hand slowly. How long, he asked, and his own voice sounded distant to him. Have you known exactly that wording? Dumbledore did not pretend misunderstanding. Not exact wording. He said, exact certainty arrived in pieces over years, but enough. Enough from the beginning. Harry laughed once, not humor. Impact, of course, he said. Dumbledore flinched. It was tiny. Another person might have missed it. Harry did not. The realization that he noticed such things with increasing ease passed through him almost unnoticed beside the larger pain. Dumbledore went on, because stopping now would have been cowardice dressed as mercy. I told myself, for many years, that ignorance might still function as a kind of protection. That if the crack remained dormant, if the grace did not fully awaken, if Voldemort died or could be defeated by means native to our world, then you might have a life not entirely defined by being the hinge between two damaged realities. Harry looked at him then, really looked, and saw not only the famous headmaster, not only the manipulator so many people were too dazzled or too grateful to call by his proper names, but a man trying to confess the shape of his own fear without flattering it into nobility. It almost worked. Almost. "What changed?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyes moved briefly to the sealed page, then back. "You touched the primer," he said. "Or perhaps it touched you. In any case, the possibility I had been postponing became a fact." "The possibility," Harry repeated. Dumbledore nodded once. "That the lands between does not gift power." The sentence hung there. Harry knew suddenly where the conversation was going, knew it with the same dread calm he had felt the instant the chamber recognized him. "It imposes destiny," Dumbledore said. There it was. He spoke the words carefully, not because they were difficult to pronounce, but because he had spent too many years refusing them in private, and now their honesty had edge. Every account that could be reconstructed from the 1945 breach and from later ministry fragments agreed on one thing. He continued, "Grace is not bestowed for comfort, nor admiration, nor abstract potential. The Tarnished of that world were graced because some larger order needed them in motion, called them to labor, to battle, to repair, to die if required." His face had gone very pale under the office light. "The Elden Ring was shattered. The Erd Tree is rotting. The world beyond that fracture remains unresolved in ways we do not yet comprehend. The greater will, if that name is even adequate, reaches across worlds not out of generosity but necessity." Harry heard each word land. Not because he had never thought them himself, because hearing Dumbledore say them made them irreversible. The old man looked at him with terrible steadiness. "You were chosen," he said, "not to save your world, to be spent saving a world you have never visited." The room shrank. Even Fawkes went motionless. "And I," Dumbledore finished, voice lower now than Harry had ever heard it, "could not bear to tell you that." Harry did not move. This, more than the revelation about the scar, more than the 1945 breach, more than the sealed page of the primer and the decades of management and omission, was the point at which anger should have come. Immediate, burning, clean it did not. That frightened him. Instead, there was only a long, spreading clarity. He saw, all at once, the pattern of years, every carefully rationed truth, every partial explanation, every season in which adults arranged ignorance around him like furniture and called the arrangement safety. The prophecy withheld. The chamber withheld. The structure of Voldemort's survival withheld. The precise nature of his scar withheld. Not because the facts were irrelevant, because people older than him had wanted him manageable by the dimensions available to schoolboy life. Dumbledore had not merely protected him. He had curated him. Harry looked at the headmaster and felt the truth of that settle into place with the same terrible neatness he had once reserved for runes. "You've been managing me," he said. Dumbledore did not interrupt. "Every year," Harry went on. His voice remained quiet. That seemed to disturb Dumbledore more than if he had shouted. "Every careful answer, every half-truth, every version of the greater good that somehow required me to stay just small enough not to decide anything for myself." He took one breath. "Managing what I knew so I'd stay small enough to stay yours." The last words landed harder than either of them expected. Dumbledore closed his eyes, not in denial, not to escape, in acceptance. When he opened them again, all the old brilliance remained, but it had been stripped of any ornamental defense. He looked, for a moment, only like a very intelligent man standing in the ruins of one choice too long deferred. "Yes," he said. The simple honesty of it nearly undid Harry more than argument would have, because there it was, no speech about love, no claim that everything had been necessary in ways only age can see, no rhetorical cloak thrown over decades of stewardship, just the answer, yes. Harry let out a breath and felt, in the same instant, both vindicated and newly exhausted. Outside the office windows, clouds moved over the grounds in a low gray procession. The school below them went on containing children and schedules and the ordinary machinery of education while, here in its highest room, one of its oldest lies finally stopped pretending to be guidance. "And Voldemort's still out there," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. "Yes. And I'm the only one who can use the runes." There was a fractional pause at that, not hesitation, precision. "As far as I can determine," Dumbledore said. "Yes." Harry stared at him. He heard the hidden clauses in that answer. For now, perhaps, unless another crack forms or another bearer is chosen or one of 1,000 theoretical horrors proves true. But theory no longer mattered very much. Practice had arrived at the gates in black robes, and Bellatrix Lestrange had run from it. Harry stepped back from the desk. Then he stood very still. When he spoke next, the room changed, not magically, not visibly. Nothing flared, no rune clarified in the air. Yet Dumbledore felt it all the same, the quality in Harry's voice flattening into something more exact than anger. More dangerous, perhaps, because anger can be met, negotiated around. Softened by grief or affection or time, this was declarative, a rule entering the room. "Then stop managing me," Harry said. It was not loud, it did not need to be. The words sat in the office with such finality that even the portraits pretending to sleep seemed to understand they had just heard a border being redrawn. Dumbledore had faced Grindelwald. He had stood against dark magic at scales most wizards only study in sanitized history books. He had buried friends, lovers, colleagues, students. He had looked into prophecies and blood and the appetites of power and come away, if not unmarked, at least still standing. He did not frighten easily. Yet in that moment, before him a 15-year-old boy with rain battles still in the hem of his robes, a scar no longer shaped like lightning, and eyes whose green now held something gold-edged and remote, Dumbledore felt fear. Not because Harry threatened him, not because Harry looked cruel. Because for the first time, Albus Dumbledore understood in his bones that Harry no longer needed him to define the moral frame of the room. And that had been Dumbledore's central power for most of his adult life. To step into any space and set, by quiet consensus or sheer force of long-earned authority, the terms by which good and terrible things would be named. Harry had just declined the offer. Dumbledore drew a breath. He chose his next words carefully because the old instinct to shape, to guide, to lead by rhetoric was still there and more dangerous than any curse in the room. "I do not ask to own your choices," he said at last. "No," Harry replied. The question was not hostile. That made it hit harder. Dumbledore looked at him and did not lie again. "I asked for too many years to own their timing." Harry's expression did not change, but something in the air between them eased by the smallest, most painful degree, because that was closer to truth. Dumbledore went on. "I told myself that knowledge delayed might become knowledge less destructive. That each year you remained only Harry Potter, student, friend, boy, it would be harder for the rest of this to devour you whole when it finally arrived." His eyes dropped once, briefly, to Harry's scar. "I may even have been right in part." Harry felt a strange impulse to laugh at that, not because it was funny, because it was perhaps the most Dumbledore sentence ever spoken, morally compromising, intellectually defensible, emotionally unbearable. "Does it matter?" he asked. Dumbledore answered too quickly. "Yes." Harry waited, the old man's voice lowered. "It matters to me," he said, "and that is not enough, but it is true." For a long moment Harry said nothing. He thought of Sirius, of Cedric, of his parents, whose deaths had never once been allowed the decency of staying personal when systems larger than grief kept finding uses for them. He thought of the lands between, a world he had never walked, and yet which had reached through his scar for years, patient as hunger. He thought of the grace showing him a path to the gates before any human voice called his name. He thought of the part of himself that had not even questioned following, and he thought, too, of Dumbledore afraid not only of power, but of expenditure, of a universe that might look at Harry and see not a child, not even a hero, but a viable cost. That fear was not false. It was simply no longer the whole decision. "When were you going to tell me?" Harry asked. Dumbledore did not answer at once. That silence was answer enough. Harry's mouth twitched once without humor. "Never." Dumbledore's face tightened. "If the path could have been avoided," he said, "then yes, never." The answer struck cleanly because it was stripped of all softness. Harry had expected hedging. He got a brutal kind of respect instead. "And if it couldn't?" Dumbledore looked at him across the desk, across the sealed fragment of the primer page, across years of managed truths and deferred reckonings. "Then I had hoped," he said quietly, "to tell you only when there was no longer time for the knowledge itself to shape you." Harry absorbed that, and for the first time in the conversation, anger rose properly, not hot. Cold, exact, the kind that arrives when one finally sees the whole architecture of another person's good intentions and realizes how much of oneself has been arranged inside them. "You wanted me informed?" Harry said, but not influenced. Dumbledore's gaze did not waver. "Yes. So I'd have just enough truth to die usefully." Fawkes cried out, a single sound, sharp as struck gold. Dumbledore went very still. "No," he said. Harry waited. The old man's composure did not break, but effort showed now at the edges of it. "I wanted," he said slowly, "for you to have every possible year in which your life belonged more to you than to the fracture. If I failed at that, and I have failed in much, then let me at least fail precisely." Harry looked away first, because that too was true, not sufficient, not absolving, but true. And truth, Harry had learned from runes, could be unbearable without ever becoming simple. He crossed to the window. Below, the grounds lay wide and damp under the moving sky. From here, the black scar near the gates looked almost small. Students crossed the courtyards in little groups, carrying books, gossip, essays, laughter, the ordinary choreography of school life. The thing Dumbledore had tried to preserve in fragments for him, perhaps at too great a cost. The thing Harry had wanted once, without even knowing how unusual the wanting was. Did Grindelwald know? He asked without turning. The question took Dumbledore by surprise. "Yes," he said after a moment, "or enough to suspect." Harry looked back. Dumbledore came to stand a short distance away, not close enough to claim intimacy, not far enough to retreat. "In our younger years," he said, "Gellert and I were both far too interested in thresholds. Death. Power, the Hallows, the architecture beneath ordinary magic. We mistook appetite for destiny and cleverness for worth. By 1945, he recognized the significance of the breach before many in the ministry did." Dumbledore's mouth thinned. "He believed such fractures should be exploited. And you," Dumbledore's answer came without delay. "I believed," he said, "that anything which looked at human beings and sorted them first by usefulness should be resisted with all one had." Harry took that in. There it was, the deepest truth beneath Dumbledore's management, beneath even affection or protectiveness. A philosophy forged out of his own youthful ruin. He had seen systems that chose people for greatness, necessity, sacrifice, correction. He had once been in love with one of their brightest human advocates. Of course he would hate the grace. Of course he would fear it. Harry understood all of that. He still did not forgive it. "Then why are you still helping me?" he asked quietly. "If you think the whole thing is trying to spend me." Dumbledore looked out at the grounds for one long second before answering. "Because refusing to help you now would not protect you," he said. "It would only abandon you to worse guides." The words settled in Harry with bleak precision. "Not because I trust the greater will, not because this is noble, just a clean acknowledgement that history had moved too far forward for purity." Dumbledore could no longer keep Harry from the path. He could only choose whether to stand near it honestly or leave it to older hungers and colder institutions. Harry turned from the window. "Then be honest," he said. Dumbledore met his gaze. "All right." Harry gestured once toward the sealed page. "How much does the ministry know?" "Very little in coherent form," Dumbledore said. "Enough fragments to be dangerous, enough fear to justify overreach. The Department of Mysteries knows more than the rest of the ministry and less than it imagines. Some of its people have been watching for signs of renewed breach activity since 1945. Since before you," Dumbledore said, "since the first crack, after your scar, their observation intensified." Harry felt something cold slide into place. "They were watching me as a child." "Yes, and you let them." Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. "I constrained what I could," he said, "interfered where I was able, redirected records, denied access, blurred measurements, but I could not erase the interest entirely without drawing worse kinds." He looked older again when he opened his eyes. "This, too, I'm not proud of." Harry believed him. He also hated that belief. Who else knows everything? No one. That answer came so quickly Harry knew it was true. Hermione knows much, Dumbledore continued. Ron, enough. Severus suspects the theory. Minerva knows the school is reorienting around a higher-order structure and that you are central to it. But the full nature of the fracture, the 1945 breach, and the degree to which your scar serves as hinge. He shook his head once. No one else knows the whole. Harry thought of Hermione, of the journals and the fear she organized so carefully into usefulness. He thought of Ron choosing loyalty with full knowledge of the bill. He thought of Ginny saying fascination was not recklessness, and Neville somewhere at Hogwarts quietly trying to coax Glintstone into answer with the stubborn patience of a boy who had spent years learning failure was not final. No one else knows the whole. That could not last much longer. You should tell McGonagall, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. She's already helping contain the castle, Harry went on. If this gets worse, and it will, she deserves more than half a map. Dumbledore considered. That is fair. Harry looked at him. Something unreadable moved through the old wizard's expression. I find, Dumbledore said softly, that honesty becomes easier in principle the less authority one has left to spend. Harry did not smile. That sounds like a confession you should have made years ago. Yes, Dumbledore said. It does. Silence settled again, not empty this time. Worn, after truth, rooms often do not know what to do with themselves immediately. At last, Harry asked the question that had been sitting beneath all the others. If the greater will is reaching across worlds, he said. Why me? Dumbledore did not answer right away, because there was no clever answer, because any answer would wound in some direction. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, he said slowly, it struck an infant already standing at a place where love, death, soul, and sacrifice had all converged in a single instant. Your mother's protection was not merely emotional magic, Harry. It was law made specific by human choice. I suspect the fracture found in you not only a hinge, but a compatibility. Harry went very still. Compatibility, he repeated. Dumbledore's gaze did not soften. He had promised truth, and there are certain truths one has no right to drape in kindness if one means to say them at all. Yes. The office seemed to contract by an inch. You have always had, Dumbledore said, a ruinous capacity to stand where pain ought to make others step away, to continue, to refuse narrowing into bitterness when offered every excuse, to choose repeatedly a burden that does not flatter you. He paused. If one wished to select a human being most likely to bear impossible law without becoming immediately monstrous, you would be a very dangerous candidate to notice. Harry swallowed. It was, he realized dimly, the kindest and cruelest thing Dumbledore had ever said to him, because it named the quality and made of it, at once, virtue and vulnerability. The greater will had not chosen randomly, it had chosen efficiently. Harry looked back at the sealed page, at the line inside it, at the old fragment of a system that had started noticing him before he knew what noticing meant. Then he said, I still don't know if I'm going to fix anything for it. Dumbledore's expression changed, not hope exactly, but recognition. Good, he said. Harry looked at him sharply. The old man's mouth gave the faintest, saddest shape of a smile. Harry, he said, my deepest fear has never been that you are powerful. It is that you are too capable of making any burden handed to you feel like a moral obligation. His eyes moved once to the grounds, then back. Refusal, when refusal is possible, remains a sacred act. Harry stood very still. Then, because the truth had become too dense to survive without some smaller, almost childish form of directness, he asked, Are you afraid of me? The question lived in the room with them. Dumbledore answered without evasion. Yes. Harry did not move. Dumbledore's voice stayed level. Not in the way you fear a dark wizard. Not because I think you cruel or lost or eager for conquest. I am afraid, he said, because power and suffering have met in you at an age when neither should have been asked to. And because what emerges from that meeting may yet be magnificent, terrible, or both. And I no longer trust my own right to shape which. Harry heard that, and for the first time in the conversation, felt some fraction of the rigid cold inside him loosen. Not forgiveness, never that quickly, but recognition. At least Dumbledore had finally stopped pretending his fear was purely for Harry's sake. It was also fear of consequence, of history, of what the boy before him might become beyond the old man's language and moral reach. That honesty counted for something. Not enough. Something. Harry stepped away from the window and toward the door. Dumbledore did not stop him. At the threshold, Harry paused. "When Voldemort comes again," he said without turning, "I'm not waiting for permission from you or the Ministry or anyone else who thinks ignorance is a safer shape for me than choice." Behind him, Dumbledore's answer came quietly, "I know." Harry's hand rested on the doorknob. "And if this ends with me going through the fracture," he said, "that will be my decision." There was a long pause then, long enough for the office to feel the weight of it, long enough for Fawkes to lower his head and watch the two of them as if this were a language older creatures understood better than people ever had. When Dumbledore spoke, his voice had lost all rhetoric. "Yes," he said. Harry opened the door. Then, with one last impulse toward honesty that surprised them both, he looked back and asked, "Did you ever think I'd hate you for this?" Dumbledore stood among his silent instruments and quiet portraits, blue robes dark in the office light, and looked more tired than any man ought to. "Every day," he said. Harry held his gaze for one moment longer, then he left. The stairs carried him down more slowly than before. Or perhaps he only noticed them now. At the bottom, Hermione and Ron were waiting exactly where he had left them. Ginny stood a little farther back under a torch bracket, arms folded, pretending with poor success that she had only happened by in the right corridor at the right hour. Hermione saw his face and did not ask what happened, not immediately. She only searched him with her eyes the way healers check for visible blood first before asking about pain underneath. Ron pushed off the wall. "Well," Harry looked at them, at the people who had stayed, at the people Dumbledore had kept the whole from because truth changes whoever has to hold it. And he knew, with sudden bone-deep certainty, that he was too tired to say any of it standing in a corridor outside the headmaster's office while stone creatures and portraits and castle rumor waited 3 feet away. "Not here," he said. Ron opened his mouth, saw something in Harry's expression, and closed it again. Hermione nodded at once. "The classroom." Ginny said nothing, but fell into step with them when they started walking. Harry did not stop her. Much later, after the abandoned classroom had held the first rough version of the truth, and Ron had gone pale at different points than Hermione had, and Ginny had reacted to the phrase door with a living hinge by going silent in a way Harry had never heard from her before. After the primer had been rewrapped and hidden, and the castle itself had grown quieter under midnight, Dumbledore remained awake in his office. Fawkes had gone to sleep with his head beneath one wing. The portraits, sensing perhaps that no further gossip of quality would be forthcoming tonight, had surrendered to real slumber. The office lamps burned low. Dumbledore sat at his desk with a single sheet of thick cream paper before him and a pen in hand. For several minutes he did not write. He only looked at the blank page and felt the full weight of timing settle at last into consequence. There are moments in a life when delayed action becomes its own form of decision, and decisions, once ripened past usefulness, begin demanding company. Witness, correction, help. Albus Dumbledore had reached one of those moments. At length he wrote. The handwriting remained steady. "That was almost insulting. It has begun." He stopped, then continued. "The fracture is beyond my ability to contain. I am sorry I did not act sooner. We should meet. No greeting, no signature." None would be needed where the letter was going. He folded the page once, sealed it with plain wax unmarked by school or ministry, and held it in his hand for a moment longer than necessary. The address he wrote on the front was not one Harry would have recognized because it was not a place in the ordinary sense. Not fully. A location in Britain, yes, but veiled under older naming habits and protections that made its true nature difficult to hold in the mind. Not Grimmauld Place. Not the Borough, not any ministry chamber, somewhere quieter. Older. chosen long ago for reasons Dumbledore had hoped never again to need. When the address was complete, he rose and crossed to the window. Outside, the grounds of Hogwarts slept under a broken wash of moonlight and drifting cloud. The scar at the gates lay dark from here. The lake reflected almost nothing. Beyond the forest line, the world remained maddeningly itself. Dumbledore opened the casement. A grey owl arrived out of nowhere, not from the owlery, not from the ordinary currents of school life. It came soundlessly through the night and settled on the sill as though it had been waiting beyond visible range for precisely this summons. Its feathers were pale ash-gray, almost silver where the moon touched them. Its eyes were old enough to be unsettling. Harry had never seen it. No one at Hogwarts had, so far as Dumbledore knew. The headmaster tied the letter to its leg. "I am later than I should be," he murmured. The owl blinked once. No more. Dumbledore stepped back. The bird launched itself into the dark without a sound and was gone so quickly it might never have existed at all. He watched the night where it had vanished for a long time after. Then he closed the window, turned back into the quiet office, and for the first time since Harry had left, allowed himself the smallest visible measure of weariness. Not defeat, not yet, but the knowledge that containment had ended and consequence, at last, had taken the field. War announced itself at Hogwarts in subtler ways before it finally bothered to arrive. Owls came less reliably. That was the first thing Hermione noticed. Not because the owls stopped altogether, but because School Post, usually one of the few systems in Britain that functioned with cheerful indifference to politics, prophecy, or adolescent disaster, began arriving in jagged waves. 12 letters at breakfast, then none for 2 days. Parcels redirected. A daily profit bundle that never appeared. 2 ministry notices delivered to the school and quietly confiscated before lunch. By the second week after Dumbledore's confession, the entire castle had that taut, listening quality that precedes storms and exams and funerals. Students felt it, even when they lacked language for the source. Ravenclaws began carrying too many books at once, as if knowledge might become a shield if layered thickly enough. Hufflepuffs clustered more tightly in corridors. Slytherins got quieter, which was far worse than ordinary sneering. Gryffindors attempted humor with the desperate energy of people using firelight to hold off something larger in the dark. The staff stopped pretending. McGonagall no longer scolded students for running after curfew if their running had a sensible direction. Flitwick spent long stretches with his wand pressed against walls, listening to the school's deeper harmonics with a face so pale even first-years noticed. Snape vanished for entire afternoons into sections of the library Madame Pince normally guarded like state secrets. Sprout had begun moving several volatile plants out of Greenhouse 3 and into underground storage strictly as a precaution, which, coming from her, translated to prepare for siege. And Dumbledore had become visible in a way he usually avoided, not emotionally. Never that, but physically visible. On corridors, at meals, standing in archways after dark like a man taking the measure of every stone he might soon be required to spend. He and Harry did not speak alone again. That was almost worse than argument. There are relationships that survive truth by being rebuilt, and there are relationships that survive it only by being forced into new shapes neither party has yet accepted. This was the second kind. Harry noticed all of it. Harry also slept 4 hours a night. That, more than anything, was what frightened Hermione. The rune of death had gone beyond study. At first the work remained incremental. Narrow branches, failed strokes, fragments transcribed and then burned, calculations made in the chamber under the school with the primer open to pages that seemed colder each time they turned. But once Dumbledore told him the whole truth, something in Harry's pace changed. Not recklessness, not exactly, more like the removal of a final internal argument. He stopped asking whether he should complete the rune. He began asking how fast. The act of transcribing it fully took 3 months. Not continuous months. No mortal body could have survived that, not and still passed for a student between breakfast and defense. But over those weeks, Harry's life narrowed into layers. Classes, war preparation, friends, the school's reshaping architecture, and beneath all of it the chamber, the primer, the great black gold glyph growing line by line into completion. Every part of him paid. He stopped tasting food properly by the second month. Slept in dense, abrupt blocks too short to count as rest. The scar on his forehead no longer merely glowed sometimes. It had become a branching mark of gold under flesh so steady that even students who tried not to look ended up looking twice. His hands shook after longer transcription sessions, not from weakness, but from a kind of structural exhaustion. As if his body spent hours negotiating with laws it had never evolved to host and resented the paperwork afterward. Hermione watched all this with the concentrated misery of someone who could neither stop the process nor honestly argue that stopping it would improve their odds. Ron watched in a different way. Ron fed him, not metaphorically. Literally. He would shove toast, sandwiches, peeled oranges, stolen kitchen pastries, anything, into Harry's orbit with the blunt efficiency of a man who had concluded cosmic law might be unavoidable, but low blood sugar was not. Ginny, without announcement, began standing on Harry's blind side in crowded corridors whenever the school's mood shifted. Neville quietly delivered a pouch of glintstone fragments one evening and said, not meeting Harry's eyes, "I've been practicing. I thought you might need more." Harry took them without asking where Neville had learned to refine raw shards into something usable. That felt, somehow, like respect. And all the while the castle changed. The great hall ceiling no longer merely reflected weather. Sometimes, especially near dusk, veins of impossible gold moved above the enchanted clouds in the shape of branches too large for weather to own. The Chamber of Secrets far below had begun rejecting Parseltongue as sole authority. The old entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom now opened only half the time, while a second route, through a sealed lower crypt no one remembered existing, had started forming under the lake foundations. The moving staircases, once whimsical, now behaved like battlements in thought. Students stopped joking that Hogwarts was alive. It had become impossible to call that a metaphor with a straight face. Voldemort, of course, learned enough, not everything. The full shape of the runes remained Harry's advantage, but fear moves quickly through dark networks. Bellatrix's retreat from the gates had become legend among the Death Eaters in exactly the way Voldemort hated most, not merely as failure, but as contamination of certainty. Something at Hogwarts had rendered British killing curses provincial. Something had made Bellatrix Lestrange run, and then, one night, Nagini woke shrieking, not hissing, not striking in sleep, shrinking from nothing visible, writhing in her basket as though some far-off sensation had entered her borrowed immortal life and shown at a cliff edge. Voldemort made the correct inference. Waiting had become a greater risk than war, so he came with everything he had. The first strike hit at moonrise, not on the gates, not on Hogsmeade, not even on the perimeter wards, on the sky. Students in the common rooms saw it first. A black fracture moving across the clouds above the school, not storm and not smoke, but the visible signature of massed apparition trying to force entry against ancient protections. The wards over Hogwarts answered in rippling bands of gold and pale blue that flashed from tower to tower and rang through stone like struck glass. Then the alarms began, portraits shouting, bells in corridors that had not rung for decades. The school's own defensive inscriptions lighting under floors and along arches, faint at first and then with terrible clarity as older magic accepted the category of event and moved from latency to war footing. Harry was already awake. Of course he was. The completed rune of death lay across the lectern in the chamber beneath the school, black gold ink dry at last. The full glyph so exact it made the eye ache to look at directly. He had finished it 6 hours earlier and had come back to Gryffindor Tower only because Hermione physically positioned herself between him and the stairs and said, with the utterly frayed authority of someone 2 breaths from breaking. If the apocalypse arrives tonight, it can wait until you've eaten soup. So Harry was in the common room when the ceiling flashed gold, and the walls gave that deep, impossible shudder of architecture, deciding it was part of a battlefield now. He was on his feet before the first scream reached the portrait hole. Ron, already moving. Hermione, white-faced and fast, Ginny halfway to her wand. Neville upright from an armchair near the window with the instantaneous alertness of someone who had spent most of his life underestimating his own speed. Until circumstances corrected the habit, the portrait hole burst open. A 6th-year prefect nearly fell through it. "Death Eaters at the west wall," he shouted. "The wards are holding," but he stopped when he saw Harry. Not because Harry was frightening. Because Harry looked like someone who had been expecting exactly this particular sentence and regretted only its imprecision. Harry turned toward Hermione. No words, none needed, they both knew. The rune, it had to happen now. If Voldemort reached the castle with his Horcruxes intact, if Nagini crossed the grounds, if the locket, cup, diadem, and every other false soul anchor remained viable somewhere in the dark architecture of his war, then every death tonight became collateral to delay. Hermione understood all of that. She also understood with equal clarity the cost of using the completed rune. "Not alone," she said, Harry's scar lit gold. "I wasn't going to." Ron looked between them and swore. "Right, brilliant. Love when I know enough to hate the sentence and not enough to improve it." "Neville," Harry said. Neville straightened as if he had been waiting years for his own name to be used in that tone. "Take everyone who can fight and hold the west corridors if the outer wall goes. Protect the injured route." Neville blinked once. "Me!" Harry met his eyes. The old Neville might have looked around for the more suitable person behind him. This Neville only swallowed and nodded. "All right." Ginny stepped in before anyone could turn her into an afterthought. "What do I do?" Hermione answered first. "Stay with Neville." Ginny's expression sharpened. "I wasn't asking you." "No," Hermione said. "You were asking the room. The room says stay alive and prevent 12-year-olds from becoming martyrs by enthusiasm." Ron actually barked out a laugh in the middle of the sirens and shouting. "That's our girl!" Ginny glared at him, then at Harry. Then, visibly recalculating under the pressure of real war instead of school rebellion, gave one curt nod. "Fine." Harry looked to Ron. Ron already knew. "You're not leaving me behind for the secret horrible bit," he said. Harry did not argue. There was no time, and more honestly than that, he no longer wanted to. "Hermione," he said. She was already moving for the door. "The chamber beneath Hogwarts accepted war with unnerving grace." By the time Harry, Hermione, and Ron reached the hidden stair, the school above them had become a storm of motion. Professors barking orders, students herded, walls humming, distant explosions from the outer grounds as Death Eater curses hit wards old enough to feel insulted. Yet below the tapestry, below the moving stone and descending gold light, the chamber remained vast and still. The lectern waited at the center, and on it the completed rune of death. Ron stopped dead when he saw it properly. He had seen fragments, pages. Harry's partial transcriptions tucked under wards and wrappings. But this was not a page of magic. It was verdict made visible. The glyph filled almost the entire sheet of ash-pale parchment, black lines nested within hair-thin gold channels, every angle pulling toward a center that did not look like a center so much as a place where endings had agreed to become articulate. The chamber around it had changed in response. Candle flames burned straight downward toward the floor in silent gold. Shadows clung not to corners but to the spaces between the runes carved in the stone. The air smelled like cold metal, and the second before snowfall, Ron whispered, "Bloody hell!" Hermione did not look at the rune. She looked at Harry. "Once you start," she said, voice painfully steady, "you cannot interrupt it." Harry nodded. "You cannot break concentration. You cannot respond if something goes wrong upstairs. You cannot stop halfway because you suddenly decide being alive is a nicer hobby than this is." He almost smiled, almost, I know. Hermione caught his wrist before he could step to the lectern. I am not saying this as theory, she said quietly. I am saying it as a friend who would very much like you to still be a person after the next 10 minutes. Ron looked away at that, jaw tightening. Harry held Hermione's gaze. The gold in his eyes was visible now even here, even in the chamber's own light. But there was still Harry beneath it, exhausted, too thin, trying with his whole fractured self not to become something easier and colder simply because cold things calculate better. I'll come back, he said. Hermione's expression did not change. Because they had moved beyond promises that simple, at last she let go. Harry stepped to the lectern. The rune of death did not flare. It did not need to. Its presence deepened, that was all, the chamber acknowledging the bearer and the purpose together. Harry placed both hands on either side of the parchment and closed his eyes. Above them, somewhere distant and near, Hogwarts was at war. He reached through the crack in his scar and let law speak. The Horcruxes died together, not with noise first, with recognition. In a vault under another house, the cups split from base to rim as though an invisible line had always existed there and merely received permission to continue. The locket's serpent-etched surface blackened, then caved inward with a sound like breath sucked out of metal. In a hidden room beneath impossible junk, the diadem of Ravenclaw gave a single bright pulse and shattered into dust that glittered for one heartbeat like frost before refusing to remain matter. And Nagini convulsed mid-strike on the western lawn. One moment she was a great pale shape surging through churned mud toward a Professor too occupied with shields to notice the movement behind him. The next she screamed. Snakes should not be able to scream. That made it worse. Every Death Eater nearest her recoiled. The serpent's body reared impossibly high, scales splitting along invisible lines as the false anchor buried in her living soul met a greater rule and lost the argument instantly. Black gold light flashed once beneath her skin. Then Nagini ruptured, not into gore, not into spectacle, into ash and torn scale and the awful impression of something parasitic being evicted from the concept of continuation. Voldemort felt all of it. He was on the east approach, far enough from the gates that the fighting still looked manageable by mortal standards. Order members holding barricades. Professors flinging shields wide enough to cover fleeing students. Masked figures in the dark pressing forward under cover of curses and smoke. Then the debt came due. Voldemort screamed. The sound froze both armies. It had nothing human in it. Not rage, not pain in the ordinary register, not even fear in a way mouths were built to hold. It was the sound of structure failing, of counterfeit immortality being audited by a system older than arrogance. He staggered like a man taking a physical blow, one hand clawing at his chest, the other dropping the wand for a fraction of a second into the mud. Every Horcrux still extant. Every hidden, cherished, mutilated piece of Tom Riddle he had anchored outside death had just been found, and named invalid. He dropped to one knee in the rain. Death Eaters nearest him fell back in panic, some because they thought he'd been struck, some because the shape of terror in their master's face made all other interpretations irrelevant. Far below Hogwarts, Harry did not hear the scream, he felt it. Through the rune, through the scar, through the terrible, exact path by which law travels when it no longer requires distance as an obstacle. The parchment on the lectern burned black gold so brightly the chamber vanished from sight. The full glyph had ceased being ink and become function. Harry stood inside it and let death find what had been refusing it. Every soul anchor in Voldemort's network lit in his mind as wrong stars. False continuities, nailed fragments, shabby imitations of Marika's greater blasphemy, and the rune touched each one with perfect indifference, not hatred. Not vengeance, just appointment. Harry's knees nearly gave. Ron caught one shoulder, Hermione the other, neither spoke. There are moments when language only insults scale. The rune completed its declaration and went still. Harry collapsed against the lectern, breath tearing through him, blood bright on one knuckle where the old scar had leaked down over his temple in a line of molten gold. Hermione looked at the parchment. The full rune of death remained, but it had changed, not exhausted. Not dimmed, satisfied. The thought came unbidden and made her sick. Above them, the castle roared. The battle turned uglier after the scream. This, too, was inevitable. A retreating army can be broken quickly. A cornered one becomes terrible. The instant Voldemort understood, truly understood, that his Horcruxes were gone, something in the battle's emotional temperature changed. The Death Eaters no longer fought like raiders, or even like zealots serving a living immortality. They fought like people who had just watched invincibility die in the mud and decided everyone else ought to pay for the revelation. Curses stopped being tactical. They became murderous. The west wall went first, not fully breached, but cracked under repeated impact. Old stone split, and wards bled light down the mortar seams in liquid threads. Through that broken point surged 3 Death Eaters, and a curse volley aimed not at fighters, but at the evacuation path behind them. Neville Longbottom stood there with a glintstone pebble in his palm. Later, no one quite agreed on how it happened. Neville would say, with total honesty, that he simply did not want the injured to die because he had been standing in the wrong corridor with the right fear. Ginny would insist it happened the moment Neville stopped trying to cast, and instead made the much more Neville decision to remain. Ron would claim, loudly and forever, that the universe itself occasionally rewarded stubbornness out of exhaustion. What mattered was this: Neville held the pebble. He looked down the corridor at the oncoming Death Eaters, and the stretchers behind him and the younger students huddled against the wall, and something in him aligned at last. Not brilliance, courage, and loyalty so ingrained it had become a structural fact of the boy. The pebble answered. Blue light fractured through his fingers into a cluster, 5 hard points of cold starlight orbiting his hand like patient, furious beads. Neville did not understand the pattern. He did not name it. He threw. The glintstone pebble cluster hit the lead Death Eater in the chest with enough concentrated force to fold the man backward over his own spine and send him skidding into the wall. The next 2 stars followed impossible curves around the corridor shields and struck the other attackers high and hard, blasting one wand free and driving the second flat into the flagstones. Neville stared. Then, with the sort of immediate practical adaptation that had kept him alive around magical plants far cleverer than people gave him credit for, he did it again. And again. For 11 minutes, Neville Longbottom held the west corridor alone, not elegantly, not mythically. He was sweating, swearing, half ducking under curses he barely saw in time, throwing imperfect glintstone clusters with both hands by the end because terror and duty had become indistinguishable fuel in his veins. Ginny got 2 of the injured moving. A prefect dragged a 4th-year Hufflepuff by the collar around the bend. Professor Sprout arrived midway through with a flailing, venomous vine like a battle standard and took over the left flank with agricultural enthusiasm. But Neville held first, and the corridor did not fall. In the great hall, the ceiling opened. No one cast it. No professor had time. No charm pattern in the schoolbooks covered what happened next. The enchanted sky above the hall, already flickering under strain, tore not downward but outward into impossible depth. Cloud and candlelight, and the ordinary illusion of weather peeled back like thin paint over gold. Above the hundreds gathered there, students too young to fight, injured older ones, teachers moving triage beds, ghosts circling uselessly in distress. The great hall ceiling became the Erdtree's canopy. Not fully, not as some crude replacement of Hogwarts with another world, but as translation again. Golden branches vast beyond sense spread across the darkness above the hall, shedding soft motes of light that drifted down like pollen or grace or the memory of both. The whole room glowed with it. Blood on bandages turned amber. Silver goblets caught gold reflections. The old house banners hung under an impossible tree, and, for one breathtaking, terrifying interval, the war inside Hogwarts was lit by a heaven that did not belong to Britain. First years started crying, some from fear, Some because children, being less theoretically defended than adults, sometimes recognize the numinous more honestly. McGonagall looked up once, face hard and white in the golden rain, and then returned to binding a wound in one student's leg without losing a second to awe. Practicality, under proper pressure, is a sacred art, far below the Chamber of Secrets reconfigured. The old basilisk lair did not disappear. It was overwritten. The carved serpents, the wet black stone, the long tunnel of Slytherin's private arrogance, all of it remained and yet altered, as if the oldest hidden place under Hogwarts had finally accepted a grander category of sanctum. The pillars straightened. The sunless dark filled with amber luminance. What had once been a monster's nest became, in structure if not in peace, something closer to an Erdtree sanctuary. No one saw that happen. But Harry felt it as he staggered up from the lectern and forced himself toward the stairs. The school was a lining beneath him, and war above was still killing people. Hermione, he said, voice gone rough. She did not ask whether he was capable of standing. She had learned better than to waste questions on impossible answers. I know, she said. Ron had Harry's arm already. You look awful. Thanks, you're welcome. Together they climbed. By the time Harry reached the ruined courtyard, the battle had narrowed around one absence. Voldemort had advanced through his own collapsing line like the wrath of a wounded idea. Without Horcruxes, something essential in him had changed. Not weakened exactly, though the scream had cost him. Not humanized, that would have been too neat. But focused in a new, terrifying way, no reserve lives, no distributed soul. No secret cowardice outsourced into objects waiting in the dark. Just Tom Riddle, decades of mastery, and the incandescent fury of a man who had discovered mortality at the precise moment he most needed to deny it. The courtyard bore the proof of him, broken stone. Blasted archways, 2 gargoyles smashed to powder. A blackened crater near the fountain where 3 defenders had been standing seconds too long. Order members and professors held the outer line, driving the remaining Death Eaters away from the heart of the school, but the center had opened, for Harry, for Voldemort. He stepped through the shattered arch with mud on his robes, blood dry at his temple, and the afterlight of the runes still faint beneath his skin. Voldemort turned. There are recognitions that happen too quickly for the mind to narrate. This was one of them. Tom Riddle looked at the boy crossing the broken courtyard and saw at once what no one else in Britain could yet name properly. Not just power, not just otherness, not just the ruin of his Horcrux network made flesh and walking. He saw category failure. Harry Potter no longer fit within wizard. The wandless stillness. The scar as a branching golden fracture rather than old wound. The way the air around him did not merely respond, but seemed to correct itself as he moved. The traces of great rune lore smoking invisibly through the stones of Hogwarts behind him. The complete absence of any need to posture, boast, or prove. Power that had moved beyond spellwork and become jurisprudence. Voldemort smiled. It was not a sane expression, not even especially cruel. It was recognition sharpened into delight, because at last, at the center of all his fear, stood something worthy of it. Rain began again, light and cold, touching ash and ruined stone. Around the courtyard edge, the battle seemed to recede a little, not because it lessened, but because everyone still conscious enough to understand knew the real axis had shifted here. Voldemort spoke first. "You're not a wizard anymore, are you?" The words crossed the broken courtyard cleanly. Harry stopped 3 paces inside the arch. Water ran down the cracked stone behind him. The faint gold in the scar at his forehead held steady, not brightening, not dimming. He looked at Tom Riddle, not the legend, not the Dark Lord, not the abstraction of evil that schoolboys and newspapers use when they need a shape large enough to hate safely from a distance. A man. A brilliant, ruined man with no Horcruxes left and nowhere left to put the debt. And Harry answered. "No," he said, "I'm not." The courtyard held its breath, and the war, at last, narrowed to 2 people who understood more of each other than anyone else alive. Rain moved across the ruined courtyard in fine, slanting lines. It touched broken stone, Shattered arches, blood-dark mud, and the blackened edges of curses that had struck too close to old Hogwarts masonry and left behind the smell of burnt magic. Around the courtyard's perimeter, battle still existed in fragments. Shouts from the western cloister, the crack of spells colliding above the lower stairs, the distant howl of someone being dragged from danger or into it. But here, at the center of the courtyard, the war had narrowed. Voldemort stood with no Horcruxes left in the world. Harry stood with the rune of death still warm in his blood, and for one impossible second there was almost silence. "You're not a wizard anymore, are you?" Voldemort had asked. "No," Harry had answered. That answer did not end the question. It only stripped away every smaller lie around it. Tom Riddle looked almost human in the rain. That was the first horrifying thing, not because the snake-like distortion had vanished. It had not. The face remained too pale, too sharp, too badly translated back into something human after years of dark magic and self-mutilation. The eyes were still red, the mouth still too thin, the body too light for the weight of power it carried. Yet without the silent certainty of Horcruxes propping up his existence from 6 distant corners of the world, something fragile had entered him, not weakness, mortality. He had become, all at once, killable in the way ordinary men are killable. That should have made him less frightening. It made him worse, because whatever cowardice had once driven him to split his soul was gone from the field now. There was nowhere left for him to retreat except backward through his own life, and Tom Riddle had never once been the sort of man who stepped back gracefully. He smiled. Not the high, gleeful horror Bellatrix wore like perfume. Not even the cold, theatrical smile he often used in front of followers to suggest that everything remained beautifully within design. This smile belonged to a brilliant man who had just been denied eternity and decided, in the same heartbeat, that he would spend every remaining breath making the denial expensive. "Good," Voldemort said softly. Harry heard the word and felt the runes in his skin burn once, gold beneath flesh. He was 17 years old. That fact arrived abruptly and absurdly, as facts often do in the center of catastrophe. 17. Too young to drink in pubs, too young to vote on ministry policy, too young by every reasonable metric to stand in a ruined school courtyard holding complementary aspects of death and order inside one exhausted human frame. He would have given anything for this to be simpler. A spell. A wand. A duel the world already understood. Something narrow enough to survive afterward in story without damaging the furniture of reality. Instead, there was this. Voldemort moved first, not with Avada Kedavra. That, more than anything, told Harry how serious he was. The Dark Lord's wand cut a savage diagonal through the rain, and a curse of black-red force lashed outward. Not green death, not theatrical murder, but something older in British dark magic than many ministry bans. A severing hex braided with blood binding, designed not merely to destroy flesh, but to destabilize the magical structure around it. Harry recognized the shape of it half a second too late. The curse hit the air before him, and the air tore. For one violent moment, the rune-ward instincts that had unmade Bellatrix's killing curse failed to engage cleanly. Voldemort's magic did not approach like ordinary spells. It hit sideways, as if some part of him, some residue from decades of counterfeit runic contact through Horcrux making, had taught his curse how to slide between categories and strike at the seam. The ground beneath Harry exploded upward. Stone and mud tore loose in a fan of shattered force. Harry twisted hard, got half clear, and felt the edge of the hex graze his left side. Pain flashed white across his ribs, not skin-deep, structural, like a line in him had been pulled too far and snapped back short of breaking. He hit the courtyard stones, rolled, and came up already breathing too hard. Voldemort did not give him time to think. A second curse followed immediately, this one white and thin and terrible with compression. Harry barely got a Carrion Ward arc between them in time. The light blade shield appeared, beautiful and exact, and shattered, not dissolved. Shattered, blue fragments of glintstone force burst apart in the rain like broken ice. Harry stared for one instant in genuine shock. Voldemort laughed. There it was. The interesting interaction the outline had promised, the thing Harry had known in theory but not yet seen in practice. Horcruxes had been crude proto-rune technology. Counterfeit, yes. Monstrous, yes. But Tom Riddle had spent decades living in constant contact with his own imitation of cosmic law. He could not name the architecture. He could not wield it properly. But his magic had adapted around the pressure of it the way bone adapts around old injury. That meant his curse work did not behave like anyone else's. Harry pushed himself upright and tasted blood at the back of his throat. Voldemort saw it. "Did you think," he said, voice carrying strangely clearly through the rain, "that I had studied only toys?" Harry's scar burned, not in warning, in answer. The duel began properly then, Voldemort cast in sequences. That was the next terrible thing. Most British duelists, even brilliant ones, cast like tacticians. Spell, counter, reposition, pressure, kill shot if opening appeared. Combat by conversation, however murderous the language. Voldemort cast like an architect collapsing a building in chosen directions. Every curse forced shape into the next. Explosive force drove Harry sideways into lines already seeded for constriction. Bloodbinds turned missed impacts into environmental traps. Transfiguration came in quick, brutal flashes. Stone under Harry's feet twisting into grasping spikes. Broken gargoyle shards whipping up into razored shrapnel. The rain itself momentarily hardened into needle-fine black hail. Harry answered with glintstone and runes. Stars of ruin corrected around dark shields and slammed into their flanks. Carrion Slicer cut apart a transfigured stone serpent before it reached his throat. Rune wards turned 3 killing curses to emerald ash. Great rune fragments pulsed through his body in jagged, magnificent sequence. Protection taking the impact of a blasting curse that should have torn his shoulder from its joint. Deathlaw blackening a line through the ground that Voldemort had to leap rather than counter. A half-finished Order arc knitting a cracked flagstone beneath Harry's feet back into temporary footing before the next curse arrived. Around the edges of the courtyard, fighters on both sides began slowing, then stopping. Not because their own battle had ended. Because there are points at which witnessing becomes involuntary. Professors, Death Eaters, Order members, older students, wounded boys and girls leaning half-conscious against ruined walls. All of them found their attention dragged, again and again, toward the center. Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort no longer looked like two wizards dueling. They looked like incompatible systems being forced to negotiate under weather. Voldemort's curses scored burning lines through the air. Harry's answers drew colder laws through those lines and reclassified them. The courtyard itself suffered. One side of the old fountain vanished under Comet Azur and left behind a perfect hollow, where water continued to fall into a shape no longer there. Voldemort tore a marble angel from a parapet, enlarged it mid-flight, and sent it down like judgment. Harry met it with a glint-blade phalanx so dense and fast that the statue simply came apart into white dust before impact. Destined Death passed once narrowly over a broken staircase and left 7 steps as nothing but gray particulate ruin drifting in the rain. Harry hated every second of it. That mattered. He hated the damage, hated the cost, hated how good parts of him had become at this, hated the terrible lucidity that kept arriving exactly when he needed it, the sense that battle could be made elegant if he stopped resisting the geometry and let himself become the sort of thing the Grace wanted on a battlefield. He did resist. That, too, cost him. There were wider powers available. He could feel them every few seconds like doors along the edge of perception. The living dark of the Forbidden Forest, dense with old root systems and buried magic, could be drawn on if he chose to become monstrous enough to treat a forest like fuel. The castle's own transforming architecture wanted badly to answer him in full if he let the great runes anchor through stone and battlement alike. The sky above carried more starlight than any human war deserved. He took none of it, not fully. He had made that decision earlier in the night, somewhere between the first alarm and the chamber, and the decision remained. A lord who burns the living world to save it is merely a tyrant with aesthetic pretensions. So Harry fought with what he could carry himself. And because of that, Voldemort kept pace. That was the truth of it. Without Horcruxes, without reserved lives, Tom Riddle should have become easier. Instead, he became clearer. Every ounce of him concentrated into singular purpose. He shed arrogance in combat the way other men shed robes, and stood revealed not as a grandiose immortal, but as something more dangerous. An extraordinarily gifted mortal wizard with nothing left to protect except his own refusal to lose. He began adapting. Twice he interrupted Harry's glintstone sorcery by inserting dark magic dissonance into its formation point, causing the stars to condense lopsidedly and burst early. Once he touched the edge of a protection branch with a curse so full of soul mutilation residue that the rune flickered, recognized something counterfeit and adjacent, and lost a fraction of its clean authority long enough for Voldemort to drive a second curse through. Harry took that one in the thigh and nearly went down. He caught himself on one hand against the stones. Rain ran into the cut at his side. The world tilted. Voldemort advanced 3 paces. "You feel it now, don't you?" he said. Harry forced himself up. The pain in his leg sharpened each heartbeat into structure, but he remained standing. Voldemort's eyes gleamed red through the rain. "The cost," he said. "The thing your precious old laws never tell children first. Every power worth the word has appetite." His mouth curved. "Did you imagine you would be exempt because you suffer nobly?" Harry stared at him. Then, because exhaustion had made honesty easier than rhetoric, he said, "You sound disappointed I haven't become you." For the first time all duel, something like true expression crossed Voldemort's face, not anger. Contempt touched by recognition. "You cannot become me," he said. The answer came with absolute certainty. And Harry knew, as the words landed, that Voldemort meant them as insult and truth simultaneously. He could not become Voldemort because his whole path had bent, again and again, away from the central act that made Tom Riddle what he was. The decision to place self above every law, every bond, every consequence, every person. Harry carried too much of other people inside him for that. Lily's sacrifice, Ron's loyalty, Hermione's terror sharpened into procedure, Neville holding a corridor, Ginny refusing to let fascination become blindness. Dumbledore's failed management and final honesty, even the school itself, stubbornly choosing children over easier mathematics. All of it lived in him. That made him weaker by certain measures. Voldemort had always mistaken that for inferiority. Harry lifted his head slowly. "No," he said, "I can't." Then he cast, not a killing spell, not death law, not glintstone faith. It came through him like a bell struck underwater. Harry had only touched the incantation side of the primer a handful of times, because that path felt more dangerous in some ways than glintstone. Less coldly intellectual, more willing to turn devotion into force. But he had learned one lesson from the lands between early and never forgotten it. Miracles do not ask whether you deserve them, they ask whether you mean the thing enough to let it remake the air around you. "Lord's heal," Harry said, and golden light erupted outward in a circle. The courtyard flinched. Warmth flooded through shattered stone and rain and blood. Wounds closed halfway in people who had not expected help to come from the duel's center. Sprained bones near the archway reset with brutal efficiency. A Hufflepuff fourth year who had been bleeding from the scalp behind a collapsed wall stopped bleeding and burst into tears from sheer confusion. Even Harry's own leg seized with heat as flesh reknit around the curse, damage enough for standing to become more than defiance. Voldemort recoiled as if struck, not by the light, by what it meant. Harry saw the understanding hit him, saw him realize that the lands between had not given Harry only weapons. It had given him restoration too, and Harry had not surrendered that side of the power simply because death law felt more obviously useful in war. That mattered. A conqueror would not have healed the field mid-duel. A would-be Elden Lord might. Voldemort saw it, his face thinned to something almost skull-like in the rain. "Ah," he said softly. The word was worse than shouting. Because there it was between them now, named without naming. Not just what Harry could destroy, but what Axis he might become if he ever stopped asking whether he should. The next exchange nearly killed them both. Voldemort cast three things at once. That should not have been possible in human magic at the level of clean control he achieved. Yet desperation and genius and decades of proximity to broken proto-rune law had made of him something few categories survived intact. One curse went wide and low, unraveling the stones beneath Harry's feet into a sink of black fracture. The second split in transit into 4 lances of red-gold fire aimed not at Harry but at points around him, a killbox of collapsing space. The third, thin, silver-black, almost invisible, came straight for the scar. Harry understood the design a fraction too late, not to kill the body, to tear the hinge. If Voldemort could not beat Harry within the field of rune law, he would try to break the doorway itself and let the fracture consume the bearer. Harry moved on instinct and brilliance both. Protection flared under his skin. Order not the full rune, not yet, but enough of its principles to exist as thought, snapped through his mind in a pattern of reconstruction rather than defense. Instead of answering force with force, Harry corrected. The broken stones beneath him reassembled for half a second. The killbox of fire lances curved into alignment and struck one another, and the silver-black curse aimed at his scar met, at last, a clean articulation of order. The collision had no sound. That was why everyone remembered it. The whole courtyard dimmed. Then a line of radiant, geometrically perfect gold appeared between Harry's raised hand and Voldemort's wand, thin as wire and bright as a theorem made holy. It did not blast outward. It established itself. The silver-black curse hit that line, and every fragment of broken lore inside it. Soul violation, murder intent, the long habits of parasitic magic, froze as though shown a mirror of a world in which all cracks had once fit seamlessly together. Then the curse came apart into harmless silver dust. Harry stood inside the fading afterimage of that golden line and understood, with absolute clarity, that he had just touched the threshold of the rune of order. Not fully wielded it, not yet. But touched it. Voldemort understood too. For the first time since the duel began, fear crossed his face nakedly, not fear of death. Fear of being put right. That was worse for him. Harry saw it and in the same heartbeat knew what had to happen, not kill. That realization arrived not as mercy, though mercy existed in it. Not as naivety, either. Harry understood perfectly well that Tom Riddle deserved death 100 times over by every law the world had, and some it had not yet rediscovered. But death by destruction would leave too much of Voldemort's own shape governing the ending. Battle would make it spectacle. Conquest. Another version of force resolving force. Harry had a better answer, more terrible, more exact. He could unmake what Voldemort had made himself into. He could strip away the thefts. Not only the Horcruxes already gone, but the dark augmentations layered over decades. The self-alterations. The counterfeit runic residue. Every soul warp and law fragment twisted toward immortality. He could return Tom Riddle's soul to its original state before the first mutilation and let the old debt collect itself. Harry felt the enormity of the choice pass through him. He thought, absurdly and with sudden aching clarity, of his mother, of Lily standing in a nursery and making love become law without ever once calling it that. Voldemort had failed to answer that wound in 1981. He had only hidden from it. Harry lifted both hands. The rain seemed to stop falling. Not literally. It kept moving, kept striking stone, kept running in silver threads down broken walls. But the perception of it changed. The whole courtyard drew inward around a central act not yet completed. Fighters at the edges slowed without choosing to. Professors on the archways went still. Even the Death Eaters who remained conscious enough to flee found their bodies hesitating at the brink of a category too large to run casually beside. Voldemort saw Harry's hands rise, and his own expression sharpened into desperate understanding. "No," he said. Harry did not answer. The rune of order opened. It did not appear in the air as the rune of death sometimes did. It articulated itself through the space between things. Gold lines, impossibly thin, flashed along broken stones, up shattered columns, through the rain itself. For a heartbeat, Hogwarts' ruined courtyard became an illuminated diagram of how matter would look if its deepest intentions were visible. Cracks showed not as damage but as disagreements in design. Rubble became interrupted patterns waiting instruction. Flesh, magic, and soul all stood momentarily within the same grammar. At the center of it, Harry spoke no spell, he chose. That was enough. Order descended on Voldemort like light remembering structure. The Dark Lord screamed, not from pain first, but from comprehension. Harry saw him feel it happen. Not external stripping, not a curse tearing pieces away, but something more devastating. Every illegitimate modification in him being recognized as modification. Every borrowed cosmic trace he had absorbed accidentally through his Horcrux methodology. Every dark enhancement built on murder and self-division. Every layer of imposed inhumanity. All of it called out by a higher architecture that no longer agreed to count it as natural continuation. Voldemort fought, Merlin he fought. That mattered too, he was never small. Never pathetic in the act itself. Tom Riddle at the end, mortally cornered and shorn of his reserved lives, still possessed more sheer force of will than most wizards in history ever touched. He drove curse after curse into the descending order light. He tried to anchor himself into the stones, into blood, into the old habits of soul preservation. He tried once, wild with horror, to cast Avada Kedavra directly into the center of the golden structure as if murder could answer correction with simple subtraction. Nothing held, because order was not attacking his strength, it was auditing his lies. One by one, the alterations came away. The serpent face blurred, cracked, and softened. The unnatural pallor shifted toward something closer to blood-bearing skin. The red in his eyes guttered. His body reeled as decades of dark magic no longer had the right to call themselves foundational. The black-rimmed aura around his wand hand vanished first. Then the soul scars. Then the deeper distortions Harry could not have named except as a sense that too many wrong stars were being taken out of one man's sky. Voldemort fell to one knee, then both. His wand dropped into the mud. The rain started falling normally again. The gold lines remained. Harry stood shaking now, every muscle in his body straining to hold the articulation together. This was harder than death, not in power but in restraint. Death only required appointment. Order required discernment, exactness. The refusal to take more than belonged to the judgment. He felt Hermione somewhere beyond the arch, watching with both hands clamped over her own mouth. He felt Ron upright again, despite the curse he'd taken earlier, refusing collapse because Harry was still standing, and that apparently made it illegal for him to lie down. He felt the castle around the courtyard listening. And then the last dark augmentation tore free. What remained in the center of the golden structure was not Lord Voldemort. It was Tom Riddle, young, not physically reverted in some theatrical transformation. Not a child. Not handsome again by schoolgirl rumor standards, simply restored. The face had become human in one terrible rush. Dark hair plastered wet against a pale forehead. Eyes no longer red, now dark and wide and stripped of the impossible certainty that had lived in them for decades. The body lean and mortal and shaking in the rain. For 4 seconds, the war stopped. Riddle looked up at Harry. The expression on his face was not noble. Not tragic, not redeemed, it was confused, terrified. A brilliant young man who had built himself into a god by sustained refusal, suddenly finding himself back inside the boundaries of one ordinary life, with all its original damage and one very old wound waiting at the center. He opened his mouth, perhaps to beg, perhaps to curse. perhaps to say his own name and discover whether it still sounded like possession or panic. He never had the chance. Without the augmentations, without the Horcruxes, without the dark-propped structure he had used for decades to deny consequence, the original injury found him. Lily's protection had never merely rebounded a curse. It had wounded him in law. Love, that night, had become a rule his magic could not answer, and his future self had spent decades circling without ever healing. Now, restored to the self who first received that wound, Tom Riddle took its full debt in one exact instant. There was no curse, no beam, no triumphant finishing blow. He simply gasped once, sharp, startled, almost childlike in its brevity, and the life went out of him. Tom Riddle died in the rain at Hogwarts, not by Harry Potter's hand, but by the oldest unanswered fact in his life. Love had marked him mortal in 1981. Everything since had only delayed the collection. The golden structure vanished. Silence hit the courtyard like snowfall. Harry stood for 1 second longer. Then he collapsed. The fall felt longer than it was. Rain rushed up. Stone came hard. The sky above him swung wildly between broken arch and cloud and the faint, receding traces of gold. He had enough time, absurdly, to think that collapsing after victory was a dramatic habit he had never consciously chosen and might resent if consciousness remained available for resentment. Then the courtyard struck him, and all thought went sideways. Somewhere far away people shouted. Harry did not get up. He lay on his back in the mud and rain with his lungs working too hard and his limbs too distant, and gradually the world arranged itself back into categories. Dark sky, cracked stone, smoke from somewhere in the west tower. The smell of wet grass carried in on the wind. Voices. The battle had stopped, not absolutely, not at every edge of the grounds all at once, but the organizing center was gone. Death Eaters, whatever courage they had borrowed from Voldemort's existence, were beginning to run in earnest now. Some dropped wands, some shouted contradictory orders. Some tried to drag the dead and discovered terror had made them selfish again. Across Hogwarts, defenders who had been barely holding the line felt the weight shift and pushed. The war was ending. Harry turned his head slightly. Tom Riddle's body lay a short distance away in the rain. No grandeur remained to it, no mythic distortion, no shadow of the Dark Lord lingering around the outline. Just a dead young man on ruined school stone, one hand half-curled in mud, as vulnerable in posture as anyone else who has ever died without understanding how quickly breath becomes history. Harry looked at him and felt no triumph, only exactness. That, perhaps, was the most merciful thing available. Footsteps pounded toward him. Hermione reached him first, dropping hard to her knees in the mud with no care for her robes, her hair, or the fact that the entire courtyard was still full of armed adults and stunned enemies. Her hands landed on his shoulders, his face, his ribs, checking for what damage remained and not finding enough answers quickly enough. Harry, he blinked at her. Good sign. She decided instantly, because dead people and many severely damaged living ones did not usually manage that exact expression of dazed irritation at being fussed over. Ron arrived a heartbeat later, slower from the curse he had taken, but moving anyway with the heavy, stubborn limp of a man who had decided pain could submit complaints later in writing. He stared once at Riddle's body, then back at Harry. Then said, in a voice rough with too many things to separate cleanly, "You look awful." Harry's mouth twitched. It barely counted as a smile. "Thanks." Ron made a noise that might have been a laugh if his throat had not stopped cooperating halfway through. Hermione's hands were shaking now that they had found no mortal wound and no immediate explanation for that absence. "Don't be clever. I need you conscious." "I am conscious. Only just—" She looked at the scar on his forehead and went still. Ron followed her gaze. The altered lightning rune no longer blazed with violent gold. It glowed steadily now, calmly. Like a door left cracked open to let light through from another room, not painful, not urgent, waiting. Harry followed their eyes upward as far as he could by crossing his own vision and muttered, "That seems bad. It seems stable, Hermione said before she could stop herself. Ron turned to stare at her. "That's your response." "It's a very important response." Harry laughed once weakly, and then winced because apparently laughter still had physical consequences. Around them, the courtyard was filling. McGonagall came through the arch like judgment in tartan, face white with fury and relief both. Flitwick behind her looked on the verge of either tears or academic collapse, perhaps both. Snape stopped several feet from Riddle's body and stared at the dead face with such naked recognition that anyone who saw it and understood even half of what it meant would remember the expression for the rest of their lives. Dumbledore entered last, not because he had hung back, because old men in wars are always doing 3 catastrophic things at once and arriving only after the shape of victory forces itself into one place long enough to be named. He took in the body, Harry on the ground, the ruined courtyard, the stunned defenders, the fleeing Death Eaters beyond the outer gate, and the castle around them, and then something beautiful happened. Hogwarts stopped changing, not all at once, not with dramatic reversal, but with relief. The gold in the windows softened. The strange hard alignment in the stones eased. The sensation of translation unwound itself from the battlements and towers and great moving staircases. Somewhere in the distance, a corridor likely put back a wall it had borrowed from another architectural philosophy. The great hall ceiling, high above and far away, let the Erdtree's canopy recede into ordinary enchanted weather. Beneath the lake, the reconfigured sanctum under the Chamber of Secrets kept its newer dignity but lost the pressure of becoming more. For one beautiful, quiet moment, Hogwarts was just Hogwarts again, damaged, smoking, mud-scarred and exhausted and full of people who would be counting the dead until dawn. But itself. Harry felt that settling move through the stones beneath his spine and nearly cried from the sheer kindness of it. He did not. He had done enough dramatic things for one night. Dumbledore came to stand over him. The old man looked down at Harry with a face written through by grief, relief, knowledge, and the dawning awareness that none of those words would be remotely adequate to explain the world tomorrow. "You chose order," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry, who had no energy left for humility or defensiveness, answered with equal honesty, "Yes." Dumbledore's gaze shifted once toward Riddle's body. "The better choice," he said. Harry looked at the sky. Clouds were breaking, behind them stars. He thought of the lands between, of grace, of doorways and hinge-soles, and all the terrible, unfinished structures still waiting beyond Britain and school and war. He thought of the fact that he had just held a complete rune of death, invoked order at full battlefield scale, and chosen not to use either to the furthest limit they had offered him, that, somewhere deep in 2 worlds at once, had to count for something. "Maybe," Harry said. Dumbledore, to his credit, did not argue. He only nodded once and stepped aside so Madame Pomfrey, white with fury, wild with professional offense, and clearly seconds away from hexing anyone who complicated her route, could reach the fallen idiots in proper order. Harry let Hermione and Ron keep talking near him without really listening to the words. That was another kindness. The sound of them, immediate and ordinary, existing right beside the aftermath of myth. He lay there and looked up. The scar on his forehead glowed steadily, not painfully, not violently, like a door left slightly open, waiting. And above the ruined courtyard of Hogwarts, under a sky that now belonged wholly to Britain again, Harry Potter breathed and did not die. 3 months after the battle, the wizarding world had still not learned how to discuss Harry Potter without sounding either devotional, terrified, or bureaucratically unwell. The newspapers were worst. The Daily Prophet alternated between 2 voices, as if edited by people locked in a room and denied compromise. On Mondays, Harry was the young defender of Hogwarts, photographed badly and described with enough patriotic fog to make even Ron sick to his stomach over breakfast. On Thursdays, he became the unregulated rune-bearer, a phrase clearly coined by someone who had never once carried anything heavier than an opinion and thought law sounded more controllable when printed in stern font. The ministry sounded no better. Committees multiplied. Hearings were proposed, delayed, rephrased, leaked, denied, then proposed again under different names. The Wisengamot could not decide whether the great runes qualified as an external threat, a new branch of magical theory, a constitutional crisis, or all three at once, which meant they had settled for arguing loudly in groups and calling that governance. Dolores Umbridge had been arrested before the first month was out. That fact gave Harry less satisfaction than he had expected. There had been evidence enough to bury her 3 times over: selective intelligence sharing with known Death Eater networks, collusion by omission, political leverage purchased with student surveillance during wartime, and a quiet, ugly trail of correspondence proving that some of the ministry's worst delays had not been incompetence, but preference. Azkaban received her with precisely as much dignity as she deserved, which was very little. People kept trying to tell Harry this as if it were good news for him personally. He had learned by then to say, "I'm glad she can't hurt children anymore," in a tone that ended conversations without encouraging gratitude. He had also politely declined every invitation the ministry sent him. Awards, testimonies, ceremonial appearances, strategic consultations, private briefings, public statements, advisory positions offered under names so flattering they almost counted as threats. Harry refused them all with increasingly shorter letters. He did not owe any institution the comfort of arranging him neatly on a dais and calling history settled because it had found a speaker. So Britain rebuilt itself around the inconvenience of his absence. Hogwarts, by contrast, had become oddly honest. The castle had stopped translating itself after the battle. The staircases returned to ordinary caprice. The great hall ceiling resumed its enchanted weather with no further glimpses of impossible branches behind the clouds. Peeves reappeared 2 weeks later from inside a third-floor chimney, extremely offended and convinced he had been temporarily promoted to a more dignified category of haunting without consultation. No one understood what that meant. Filch wept with rage at the sight of him, which most of the school considered a healing sign. The chamber beneath the restricted section remained. Of course it did. Some things, once discovered, do not re-hide out of courtesy. Dumbledore sealed it from general access with layers of wards older than the castle's school registers. And then, after one silent hour spent staring at the stone with Harry beside him, and neither of them pretending the choice was simple, gave Harry a way through those wards anyway. Not because he trusted the greater will, not because he had stopped fearing what the chamber represented, because honesty, once begun late enough, tends to demand awkward follow-through. Harry used the chamber less than people imagined. This disappointed several Ravenclaws who had already built 3 competing myths in which he spent every night below the library communing with stars, dead kings, or both. In reality, he went down only when he had to. The primer remained there. The completed rune parchments remained there. The place had become less a secret source of intoxication than a room full of loaded responsibilities he preferred, when possible, not to keep in his pockets. The scar had stabilized. That was the language Hermione insisted on using, not healed. Not sealed, stabilized, a managed fault line. The old lightning bolt shape no longer existed independently. It had been fully incorporated into the larger branching geometry that now marked Harry's forehead in faint gold lines under the skin. Most days the glow was subtle enough to ignore if one was trying very hard to be polite. Some days, when the sky went strange, or when the castle's lower stones hummed with old memory, or when Harry held a glintstone shard too long between his fingers, the lines brightened and looked less like scar tissue than a diagram someone had chosen to write in living flesh. By the second month, students had mostly stopped staring, not because it became normal, because daily life is a brutal democratizer. Essays remained due even in the aftermath of cosmological insult. Quidditch still inspires arguments no apocalypse can permanently improve. 17-year-olds in a castle with exams, gossip, grief, hormones, and ruined futures. To sort through do eventually develop the practical instinct to stop treating one another like myths, if myths keep sitting 3 seats over in history of magic. Harry preferred that. He also preferred the way Hogwarts looked at him now, not with obedience, not with awe. The school had become, if anything, more stubborn around him after the battle. Doors still opened when they fancied, corridors still doubled back out of malice or humor, and the towers seemed personally invested in proving no single boy, however marked, would ever fully out-ancient them. That, too, felt like kindness. Hermione Granger had written 23 pages before she admitted the framework was becoming a manifesto. She sat in the library annex with 3 open books, 4 sharpened quills, ink on her left thumb, and the expression of someone personally offended by half the foundations of European magical education. The heading at the top of her parchment currently read, "Toward an integrated theory of derivative wandwork, foundational rune law, and celestial material sorcery." Underneath that, in a harder, angrier hand, she had added, "British pedagogy is structurally provincial." Ron leaned over her shoulder, read the line, and said, "That sounds rude." "It is rude," Hermione said. "It's also right." Neville, seated opposite them with a glintstone fragment between his palms and a furrow in his brow so deep it looked architectural, said, "Do you think provincial will make people less defensive?" Hermione stared at him. Neville considered. "No, all right, sorry. Silly question." The 3 of them occupied one corner of the annex, so consistently now that Madame Pince had begun glaring at them on principle, before they'd even done anything wrong. Harry arrived late enough to catch Ron unsuccessfully trying to copy a glintstone lattice diagram without making it look like a potato. "That," Harry said, putting down his satchel, "isn't a rune." Ron covered the parchment with one arm. "You're very brave for someone with a breakable nose." Hermione did not look up from her notes. "He's right. It looks like root vegetable theology." Neville choked on a laugh. Ron pointed accusingly at both of them. "You're all impossible." Harry sat beside him and glanced at the glintstone fragment in Neville's hands. It was answering. Not dramatically. No blue flare, no little starburst of triumph. Just a faint internal pulse at irregular intervals, as if the shard had decided Neville was worth the ongoing trouble of being understood. Harry had seen enough of glintstone by now to recognize responsiveness, even in its quieter moods. Neville, meanwhile, seemed not to understand that what he was doing had become extraordinary. He was still treating the whole project as though he had accidentally stumbled into an interesting greenhouse problem that required patience, humility, and the refusal to be embarrassed by failure. It suited him. "You're holding it too tightly," Harry said. Neville loosened his grip at once. "It feels like if I don't, it goes away." Harry leaned back in the chair. "It won't." "How do you know?" Harry looked at the fragment, at Neville's dirt-worn fingers, at the little blue thread of response moving deeper inside the shard, each time Neville settled rather than strained. "Because it likes you." Ron burst out laughing. Hermione pressed her lips together in a failed effort not to. Neville went pink. "You can't say things like that about rocks." "They're not rocks," Hermione said automatically. "That is not helping." Harry smiled, briefly, but enough that Ron caught it and filed it away with quiet satisfaction. Moments like that had become smaller than before and more precious for it. Harry still laughed. He still rolled his eyes. He still made dry remarks at precisely the wrong times. The difference was that those things now sometimes arrived as if passing through distance to reach them. When he smiled, Ron always felt a little of the world knit back together. Hermione set her quill down and rubbed her eyes. "Right," she said. "You're here, which means I can finally ask the question both of these idiots keep circling around instead of phrasing properly." Ron objected on instinct. "Excuse? If Neville keeps working with glintstone," Hermione went on, ignoring him with the efficiency of long practice, "and if his response pattern continues to improve, does that mean rune capability is transmissible through exposure? Or is he simply predisposed in ways British magical classification has never developed language for?" There was a pause. Neville stared at her. That was the proper version? Yes. It was much more frightening. Harry considered the question seriously, because Hermione deserved that, and because Neville deserved better than being treated as an anecdote when he was very clearly becoming a category. I don't think it's transmissible, Harry said slowly. Not in the ordinary sense. The chamber didn't turn everyone into this. He touched his forehead lightly, but I do think some people are structurally better at surviving proximity. Ron frowned. Structurally? Yes, that's a horrible word to use about people. It's also accurate, Hermione said. Harry looked at Neville. Some people already live in ways higher-order law doesn't have to fight very hard to recognize, he said. Patience helps. Endurance helps. Not breaking yourself every time you fail probably helps more than most old magic traditions ever admitted. Neville absorbed that with the bemused seriousness of a man being told his best quality might be the thing he'd spent years apologizing for. Ron blinked once, twice, then said with total conversational innocence, "So what you're saying is Neville's secretly the second most terrifying person in Britain." Hermione looked at Harry. Harry did not deny it. Neville groaned and put both hands over his face. "No, absolutely not." Hermione's mouth twitched. "No one's told you that?" "That's because it would be ridiculous." Ron leaned toward Harry and spoke as if Neville were not present. "He's going to be unbearable when he figures it out on his own." Neville lowered his hands just enough to say, "I heard that." "Yes," Ron said, "it was for your benefit." Hermione shook her head and returned to her notes before anyone could notice she was smiling. From the outside, perhaps, it looked almost ordinary. 3 friends and a fourth half-discovered in a library corner, parchment, insults, theory, snacks. The stubborn, mundane machinery of youth reasserting itself after war. But nothing was ordinary now, not really. Not when Hermione's paper would, within a decade, gut and rebuild magical pedagogy from the inside out. Not when Neville Longbottom was quietly teaching Starlight to answer his hands. Not when Ron Weasley, who still insisted he hated theory, had begun sketching corrective practical questions in the margins of Hermione's manifesto and accidentally improving it. And not when Harry sat among them and tried, every day, to remain a person rather than an axis. Ron and Hermione, for their part, had become very careful with each other. That was how Harry described it privately, because it seemed both truer and kinder than saying the thing out loud. They were not reckless now, not after war. Not after broken corridors and hidden chambers, and watching one another nearly die in enough variations to make adolescence itself feel like a luxury item no one could quite afford honestly. So they were careful. Ron began waiting for Hermione outside lessons without ever once announcing the habit. Hermione started stealing the better pieces of breakfast toast and setting them near Ron's elbow with so little ceremony that only people who loved her would have noticed the significance. They argued exactly as much as before, which reassured everyone, but the arguments no longer carried the same brittle edge. There was less proving in them now. Less performance. More trust that disagreement did not threaten the underlying architecture. Harry saw it best on a rainy evening in late November. The common room fire had gone deep orange, and half the house was pretending to work, while actually listening to Dean tell an increasingly implausible story about a cursed quaffle. Harry sat by the window, reading badly and healing better. Across the room, Hermione had fallen asleep upright over a stack of notes, quill still in one hand. Ron noticed first. Of course he noticed first. He always had, even back when he lacked the confidence to know that noticing counted as a kind of intelligence. He stood, crossed the room, took the quill from Hermione's fingers without waking her, and then awkwardly, because Ron was Ron and Grace only visited him in combat or chess, shifted the books aside enough to pull a blanket over her shoulders. Hermione woke halfway through. Ron froze. "Sorry." "Didn't mean to." She blinked up at him, sleep-fogged and not nearly guarded enough. "Oh, that was all, just oh." And then, because trust is often quieter than people expect, Hermione lifted one hand, caught Ron's wrist lightly before he could step back, and let it stay there for a second longer than accident permitted. Ron went very still. Harry looked away, not out of embarrassment, out of tenderness. Some moments deserve the privacy of not being watched too closely even by people who love you. Later, when Hermione woke fully and found the blanket around her, she only said, "You fuss worse than Mrs. Weasley." Ron, with enormous dignity, replied, "That's slander," while blushing all the way to his ears. No one mentioned it again. That, Harry thought, was how you knew it mattered. Dumbledore was dying. There was no gentler way to say it, so eventually even the castle stopped trying. The curse in his hand had always been fatal. Everyone close enough to the truth knew that much after the ring, though the exact timelines and hopes and attempted remedies had shifted as healers, potioneers, and people who loved him tried in their different ways to cheat mathematics. But the invocation of full rune lore at Hogwarts had accelerated something in the poison. Not because the runes meant him harm, because higher-order law clarifies conditions. False delays, unstable balances, long-carried corruptions, these things often fare poorly under increased exactness. By December, the curse had spread from hand to arm and begun working inward with quiet administrative persistence. Dumbledore remained Dumbledore about it, which is to say alternately unbearable and gracious in ways that sometimes made Harry want to laugh or throw things or both. He attended meals when he could, delegated more openly when he could not, continued instructing as much by presence as by speech, though the presence itself had changed. He looked more and more like a man already living partly in retrospect. Their final conversation happened in the astronomy tower. Of course it did. Dumbledore had sent no note this time, no formal summons. Harry found him there at dusk by instinct and prior pattern both, standing near the parapet in a dark cloak with one gloved hand resting on the stone. The winter sky over Hogwarts had gone thin and silver blue. The lake below reflected almost no color. The grounds breathed cold up toward them through bare branches and old walls and the patient exhaustion of a place recovering from war. "You knew I'd come," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I hoped." Harry came to stand beside him. For a while they only looked outward. The silence between them no longer had the same poisoned furniture in it. Not ease exactly, not even forgiveness. But honesty, once established at sufficient cost, does eventually change the acoustics. At length Dumbledore said, "How goes Miss Granger's campaign to overthrow magical education?" Harry almost smiled. "Vigorously. And Mr. Weasley?" Pretending not to help while helping more than anyone else. "That is, I think, a family tradition." Harry huffed a quiet laugh. The sky dimmed another shade. Dumbledore did not waste more time. "The debt will come," he said. Harry looked at him. "Not the debt of war, not public expectation, not grief. The other thing, the older thing, the price the greater will eventually ask of anyone it marked graced enough to carry repair." Harry's scar warmed once under the cold air. "I know," he said. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "I believe you do." He was thinner now. That more than the hand, more than the careful breath control, more than the winter-pale skin, drove the fact home. Dumbledore had always carried age like an additional instrument, present, impressive, finely tuned. Now age had stopped being ornament and become subtraction. "I was afraid," he said quietly, "because the lands between does not make temporary requests of chosen individuals. Its demands are total. It does not grant power and then politely lose interest. It calls its debt when the bearer has become sufficiently capable to pay." His eyes remained on the horizon. "I wanted you to have a life before that call came." Harry listened. Wind moved softly through the tower. Below them, somewhere in the grounds, Hagrid's booming voice carried faintly through cold air and then vanished again. "I had a life," Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes for 1 second, then opened them. "I know. I'm having one now." The words landed gently and without apology. Dumbledore looked at him then, fully, not as student prophecy-bearer or managed catastrophe, just Harry. "The cost of carrying this," Harry went on, "doesn't disappear if I refuse to pick it up. It just means someone else gets crushed by it." Dumbledore let out a breath that might have become a laugh under warmer circumstances. It did not. It became something sadder and more affectionate instead. "You always did ruin the cleanest arguments," he murmured. Harry looked out over the grounds again. They stood with that truth together. At length Dumbledore said, and this time there was unmistakably the ghost of a smile in it, "You would have made a fine Elden Lord." Harry's mouth twitched. "The night's not over," he said. That got a real, quiet laugh from Dumbledore, the sort of laugh so tired and genuine it hurt to hear. When it faded, neither of them tried to put anything more noble in its place. A little later, when the light had gone almost entirely and the first stars were preparing to sharpen through the dusk, Dumbledore said, "Do not let them turn you into a symbol more useful than yourself." Harry thought of the ministry, the newspapers, the whispers, the frightened respect in some adults' eyes, the hungry fascination in others. "I won't." Dumbledore's gaze moved briefly to Harry's scar. "The door holds," he said. Harry touched it lightly. The golden fracture there was calm as breath. "Stable, waiting." "Yes." "Good." There was a pause, then another. When Harry finally looked back, Dumbledore's face had gone very still in that way older people's faces do when they have reached the end of a thing and decided not to decorate it. "I am sorry," he said, not specific, not itemized. No defense stapled to the sentence. Harry let the apology stand as large as it needed to be, then he nodded once. It was not absolution. It was enough. They left the tower together. Halfway down the stairs, Dumbledore's hand slipped on the stone rail. Harry caught him at once, one arm firm under his shoulders. For one suspended second, the old wizard leaned on him. Then they kept walking. The ministry continued writing letters. Harry continued not answering them. Once, in early January, Kingsley sent a note that contained no official request at all, only a line saying, "You are making the right enemies." Harry wrote back and said, "You sound like Sirius," which Kingsley later told Remus nearly made him throw the letter into the fireplace out of self-protection. Remus came to Hogwarts twice that winter. On the second visit, he found Harry in an unused classroom helping Neville not explode a glintstone lattice. "That's new," Remus said from the doorway. Harry looked up from a chalk diagram on the floor. "It's less dramatic than it seems." Neville, who had just singed the hem of his robe and looked mildly proud of it, said, "It's more dramatic, actually." Remus smiled then, and something in his face, something old, tired, and habitually braced for loss, eased at the sight of them. Later, over bad staff-room tea, he told Harry, "You look more like James when you're concentrating, and more like Lily when you're deciding not to say the cruel thing." Harry stared into his cup. "That's oddly specific." Remus took another sip. "Age gives one odd privileges. Some griefs survive by becoming manners." Harry had been learning that too. There were no more attacks that winter, not like the battle. There were arrests, raids, frightened testimonies, 100 ugly loose ends dragged blinking into light. There were funerals. There were empty chairs at breakfast the first week back that no one knew how to stop noticing. There was the long administrative violence of aftermath. Forms, statements, next of kin, inventory lists, temporary governors, permanent losses. But there was also rebuilding, and rebuilding is a quieter kind of defiance than stories usually bother to dignify. Sprout replanted the west courtyard, where Reichard's rancor had scarred the ground and coaxed winter-hardy shoots through blackened soil, with the stern tenderness of someone refusing to let ruin feel clever. Flitwick restored sections of the shattered fountain but left one crack untouched because, as he said tartly when asked, "Commemoration is not the same thing as denial." McGonagall reopened classes too soon by general agreement and exactly on time by hers. Students complained. This also counted as healing. Harry passed through it all like someone both central and peripheral. People still watched him sometimes, especially younger students and adults who did not know whether to treat him as miracle, warning, or witness. But the watching had lost some of its hunger. He had survived too visibly to remain abstract. Survival, inconveniently, turned symbols back into people. That saved him more than one kind of danger. By February, the Forbidden Forest had become his preferred place to think, not deep inside. He was not that foolish, nor that interested in being lectured by centaurs more than necessary. but at the edge, where the grass gave way to roots, and the roots gave way to darker oldness under branches that had seen too much Britain to bother being impressed by its politics. There he could stand and feel the world settle into two truths at once. This world, and the other one, breathing faintly through the managed fault line in his scar. The forest had not burned in the battle. That had been a choice. One of many choices that night, but perhaps the most important in ways no one would ever fully see. Harry had felt the temptation then, in the thickest part of the war, when power and necessity and fear all pointed toward the same brutal efficiency. The forest was old magic, living density, a reservoir deep enough to turn the duel with Voldemort shorter, cleaner, more overwhelming if Harry simply reached and decided that living things could be fuel when the stakes were large enough. He had refused. The refusal cost him. It had lengthened the battle by 40 minutes, cost more injuries, cost him blood and almost his life, and perhaps, on some other accounting ledgers, made him tactically less perfect. He did not regret it. A lord who burns the living world to fuel a dead one is just Voldemort with better aesthetics. Harry had thought that once in the middle of war and never stopped agreeing with himself afterward. So on a grey-blue evening near the end of term, Harry stood at the edge of the forbidden forest at dusk and let that old decision sit with him like a companion. The trees were intact, dark, vast. Their bare upper branches held the last of the winter light in thin lines before it sank. Somewhere farther in, something large moved and did not come closer. The sky above the forest had that washed, almost colorless quality dusk acquires in cold months when the day does not so much end as recede politely. Harry held his old wand in one hand, or rather the two splintered pieces of it bound now by a narrow silver repair wrap Hermione had designed not to mend. Real mending remained impossible, but to preserve. Holly and phoenix feather. Vacated, yes. Broken, yes. But not discarded. He turned the wrapped pieces over once in his palm. Then he slid them carefully into his pocket. He did not throw them away. In his other hand lay a glintstone shard. Not large. Not ostentatious. A clean blue fragment with a colder fire sleeping at its center, attuned enough to answer him and quiet enough not to feel like challenge unless cold. Harry closed his fingers around it. The shard pulsed, once warm and gold, cold and blue. Both at once and neither fully dominant, the two magics touching equilibrium for the span of a breath. Harry looked up. Above the forest, behind the dusk clouds, the faintest outline of the Erdtree stood visible for one impossible second. Not bright, not descending, not demanding. Just there. A watermark behind weather. A shape so large and old and patient that threat no longer seemed the correct category for it. Present, as it had always been, as it would continue to be, the door in Harry's scar held. He felt it then with a clarity that made him close his eyes briefly against the force of it. Not healed, not sealed, not domesticated by victory. Still a fracture. Still a threshold. Still a line between worlds carried in the flesh of one young man who had not yet decided exactly what kind of answer he owed either side. The greater will had not stopped noticing him. Grace still, sometimes, lit his path. He had not decided whether to follow where it led. That uncertainty no longer frightened him the way it once had. Not because the call had grown smaller. Because Harry had finally learned the shape of his own refusal. He knew, at least, what he would not become, not a tool, not a weapon, not a sacrifice offered up by someone else's plan, and praised afterward by people who had never once intended to pay the cost themselves. He opened his eyes. The clouds shifted. The Erdtree's faint outline vanished back into dusk. Harry stood at the forest edge with one hand empty, one hand closed around glintstone, the old wand in his pocket, and the managed golden fracture in his scar steady as breath. He did not know yet what he would become, but he knew this. He was tarnished. He was graced. And the age that followed would have to reckon with the difference.